Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗧𝗵𝗲 on Wattpad. Now let's start. One day, in a hospital, a family awaited the birth of their child. Outside, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 paced anxiously, waiting for Izuku Midoriya to give birth. After some time, the 𝗎𝗪𝙢𝗌 light turned green, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 hoped to see his child before leaving for a business trip. Izuku proudly showed him their newborn, stating how much he resembled 𝗧𝗵𝗲. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 smiled, replying that the baby looked like Izuku, and they both agreed on the name they had chosen, Izuku Midoriya, an appealing name. As 𝗧𝗵𝗲 gently withdrew his finger from Izuku's tiny grasp, he noticed unusual holes in his palms, through which green energy flowed. Ignoring this peculiarity, he bid farewell to Izuku, apologizing for his departure due to work commitments. Unbeknownst to 𝗧𝗵𝗲, the quirk that had manifested in Izuku was one that had once belonged to a notorious villain, a quirk long concealed by the government. This quirk, capable of stealing and granting powers, had resurfaced in Izuku, now stronger than ever. Izuku raised Izuku alone, relying on monthly support from 𝗧𝗵𝗲. By the time Izuku turned 4, he took his first steps, bringing joy to Izuku. At 8, Izuku walked alongside Bakugo, using his telekinesis quirk, which he had inadvertently inherited from his father. Bakugo teased him, commenting on the ease of lifting objects with telekinesis, despite considering Izuku a rival. Izuku explained that both his parents possessed similar abilities, making it more enjoyable to use his powers rather than remain idle. He also expressed curiosity about the holes in his hands, which had been there since he was young. While everyone else felt their quirk factors, Izuku sensed 2 within himself and was determined to uncover their nature. Bakugo, filled with determination, declared that his power was stronger and that he would become a greater hero than Izuku. However, during their conversation, a criminal, surrounded by crackling lightning, suddenly appeared and took Izuku hostage while fleeing from pro-heroes. Bakugo was shocked and attempted to chase after them, but was restrained by 𝗧𝗵𝗲, who insisted he stay back for his safety. The criminal threatened Izuku with an ice sword, demanding that the heroes not approach. Izuku, struggling against his captor, realized he needed to 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗧 his powers. Drawing upon his survival instincts, he activated his quirk, the ability to steal. A green light surged from the villain and flowed into the holes in Izuku's hands. Once the energy transfer was complete, the ice sword vanished, and the villain became immobilized, having lost his quirk. With the threat neutralized, 𝗧𝗪𝗲 rushed in to rescue Izuku, assuring him that he was safe now. The other pro-heroes quickly apprehended the criminal, bringing the situation under control. 𝗧𝗪𝗲 comforted Izuku, promising to protect him. Izuku felt a new quirk factor within him, understanding its potential but questioning whether it was suitable for a hero. Memories of his father surfaced, recalling how his dad had once lost the ability to use his own quirk. Izuku pondered if he had unintentionally inherited his father's telekinesis. The quirk known as 𝗎𝗪𝗈 shared similarities with Izuku's own abilities, particularly their quick thinking, though 𝗎𝗪𝗈 had chosen the path of villainy while Izuku aspired to be a hero. In his journey, Izuku often found himself winning over others with simple gestures, like sharing candy, before being skirted home by pro-heroes. Meanwhile, Bakugo had been told to head home, as Izuku needed to undergo a test to assess any trauma. That night, he dreamt of his father, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, who appeared before him in a vibrant light representing the quirk he had taken from a villain. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 explained that he was merely a manifestation of the telekinesis quirk from its previous owner. He reassured Izuku, emphasizing that while the 𝗎𝗪𝗈 quirk was powerful, it should be used sparingly and only as a last resort. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 encouraged Izuku to 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗧 his abilities to pursue his dreams. Upon waking, Izuku recalled his father's words, feeling a sense of determination. He admired the elemental quirk he had obtained, realizing it encompassed various elements such as fire, wind, earth, lightning, water, and light. Through experimentation, he discovered that the elemental quirk had levels, with his current mastery being at the second level. As Izuku and Bakugo entered junior high school, they engaged in a playful game where they had to throw ball at each other. Bakugo, frustrated, hurled a ball at Izuku, who skillfully evaded it using wind. Izuku's playful demeanor only fueled Bakugo's annoyance. Each time Izuku used an element, it manifested as a blue hue, showcasing his control. After a series of throws, Izuku unleashed 5 balls at once, but Bakugo dodged them. However, Izuku's telekinesis allowed him to guide 1 ball directly toward Bakugo, causing him to react dramatically. Izuku laughed heartily, deactivating his quirk and approaching Bakugo, who begrudgingly acknowledged Izuku's victory. Their rivalry, marked by playful banter, continued as they left the game behind. Later, while walking to school, Izuku paused to observe a commotion. A giant villain had appeared, and he recognized the hero 𝗵𝗃 engaging in battle. Excitedly, he noted the hero's prowess, while a nearby man commented on Izuku's knowledge of heroes. After the fight concluded with 𝗵𝗃 impressive kick, Izuku resumed his journey to school. In class, the teacher addressed the students, prompting them to consider their future goals as 9th graders. Enthusiasm filled the room as the teacher mentioned hero school. Bakugo, ever confident, dismissed his classmates, asserting his superiority. Izuku, maintaining a calm demeanor, reminded Bakugo of their recent close match. As Bakugo threw a book in frustration, Izuku caught it effortlessly with his telekinesis. The teacher noted that both Bakugo and Izuku aspired to attend the prestigious high school, surprising them with the mention of the elite institution. Bakugo declared his intent to secure the top spot in the entrance exam, challenging Izuku directly. In response, Izuku closed his book, calmly accepting the challenge while remaining steadfast in his resolve. The lesson continued until Izuku received a message asking him to buy some groceries. Meanwhile, in the city, a mud villain was being pursued by All Might. As Izuku walked through the hallway, he sensed an impending attack from behind. Reacting quickly, he created a large ice wall for protection, moving sideways to maintain his balance. Using his telekinesis, he formed an ice sword, which resembled a real sword but was made of ice. Just then, All Might appeared at the end of the hallway, declaring that it was safe because he was there. He engaged the mud villain and successfully captured it, placing it into a bottle. Izuku was thrilled to see his idol and, in his excitement, fumbled for a book to ask for an autograph. Unfortunately, the ice katana he was holding slipped from his grasp and shattered upon hitting the ground, as it had not been reinforced with energy. After obtaining the autograph, All Might apologized for the earlier incident, explaining that he had been caught up in the excitement of meeting fans. He expressed gratitude to Izuku for his help and showed him the captured villain in the bottle. Overjoyed to meet the #1 hero, Izuku began to leave, but both he and All Might realized that their groceries had been damaged during the earlier chaos. They returned to the shop to replace their items. Afterward, as Izuku walked down the street, an explosion in the distance drew his attention. He rushed to the scene, where many heroes were saving people. All Might, in his slimmer form, lamented his mistake of dropping the bottle while jumping between buildings, feeling frustrated by his excitement. Izuku wondered why the mud villain was still at large and if it had escaped. As he focused, he spotted Bakugo, who appeared to be a hostage, looking dazed. Suddenly, Izuku felt a surge of determination and ran toward the villain. 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗄 shouted at him to stop, but Izuku instinctively tapped into his lightning powers, transforming his clothes to yellow as the sound of crackling electricity filled the air. Holding the mud villain with his lightning, Izuku caused it to convulse in pain, loosening Bakugo's restraints. Bakugo, still trying to regain his composure, questioned why Izuku was there. Izuku, apologizing for his impulsive actions, activated his lightning movement, propelling himself and Bakugo forward. The pro-heroes seized the opportunity created by Izuku's actions to apprehend the villain. All Might, observing from a distance, noted the 3 distinct quirks Izuku displayed: telekinesis, ice manipulation, and now lightning. He marveled at the boy's potential. After the situation was resolved, the pro-heroes scolded Izuku for putting himself in danger, but they also praised his quick thinking. 𝗬𝗲𝗵𝗲 commended him for his speed and assistance. Izuku, feeling proud, boasted about his abilities, while Bakugo, annoyed, challenged him, expressing his frustration over being mocked. The two friends, caught up in their rivalry, exchanged heated words, ready to face off. However, the pro-heroes intervened, recognizing the bond between them despite their competitive nature. Later that afternoon, Izuku returned home, feeling the urge to train intensify. He sought a quiet place to practice his powers, particularly his telekinesis, hoping to improve enough to fly one day. He decided on Dagobah Beach, appreciating its tranquility. Determined to prepare for the rigorous entrance exams at 𝗬𝗲𝗄 high school, he resolved to train harder. As night fell, he settled down to sleep, planning to head to the beach early the next morning. Upon arriving at Dagobah Beach, he noted how dirty it appeared, but he was ready to begin his training. Izuku observed the clutter scattered around, pondering the influence of the internet and the waves that might have brought it there. He felt a surge of curiosity as he attempted to lift various pieces of debris with his telekinesis. Starting with a refrigerator, he managed to raise it a mere 5 centimeters off the ground before it slipped from his grasp. The weight was more than he anticipated, and he acknowledged his current physical limitations with a sigh of exhaustion. After a brief rest, he decided to tackle a smaller pile of debris, focusing on lifting items that weighed about half of what the refrigerator did. With his hands glowing with a vibrant green aura, he began to lift several smaller pieces of junk. He concentrated on gathering them into a single box, using his telekinesis as an extension of his body. This ability allowed him to manipulate objects around him, and with practice, he could even create powerful gusts of wind. As he solidified the gathered debris, he directed it to the edge of the beach, repeating the process until he had compacted 10 small items into a medium-sized pile. After 2 hours of hard work, Izuku took a moment to cool down, admiring the now cleaner beach in Dagobah City. He had established a training routine for Sundays, dedicating the entire day to improving his abilities. From Monday to Saturday, he focused on developing his elemental quirk. Unbeknownst to him, All Might had passed by and observed his efforts with a curious gaze, wondering about the determined young boy who was so intent on cleaning the beach while training. On Monday, the effects of his rigorous training were evident as Izuku entered class, feeling muscle fatigue yet still diligently taking notes with a pencil that floated beside him, guided by his telekinesis. Bakugo, watching from a distance, thought to himself that Izuku must be preparing for the UA entrance exam and vowed not to let him succeed alone. Over the course of 10 months, Izuku's routine had remained consistent, and he had progressed to lifting 2 60-kilogram weights with stability. As autumn leaves began to fall, Izuku experimented with his lightning element, contemplating its potential for combat. He mused about the possibility of creating a realistic sword from ice and wondered if he could achieve similar results with other elements. After several attempts, he successfully materialized a lightning sword in his right hand, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He quickly replicated the feat with his left hand and, in his joy, even fashioned a lightning hoe, amazed by the versatility of his newfound ability. The day before the exam, the beach was spotless, thanks to Izuku's hard work. He had discovered an incredibly powerful aspect of his elemental quirk that he intended to keep secret, hoping to surprise Bakugo, who was busy plotting his own strategies. The next morning, as he set off for UE at 8:40, he felt confident that he was taking his first steps toward becoming a hero. During the seminar, President Mike greeted the exam participants with enthusiasm, though his excitement was met with silence as the tension in the air was palpable. Izuku, however, felt a thrill at hearing the voice of his favorite hero. President Mike explained the details of the practical training, emphasizing the importance of using their quirks to collect villain points while adhering to the rules against harming other participants. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, unable to contain his impatience, raised a question about a discrepancy in the information provided. He pointed out that there were 4 types of robots listed, questioning the accuracy of the exam materials. His comments drew attention, and he directed a stern look at Izuku, who remained focused on the task at hand. The microphone announced that the explanation was about to begin, urging 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to be patient. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 felt as if an imaginary arrow had struck her, prompting her to sit down. The microphone explained that the fourth type of artificial enemy had a value of 0 points and was merely a hindrance, suggesting that it was best to avoid it. There was only one of these enemies in each location. Izuku, who was listening, thought to himself that it felt like a game. The microphone then concluded the seminar, instructing everyone to head to their designated spots in Area B. Izuku surveyed the field designated for the test, where 𝗬𝗓𝗄, Uraraka, Kyoka, 𝗧𝗪𝗓, and himself were gathered. He reflected on the training they had undergone thus far, feeling a surge of determination. Suddenly, the microphone signaled the start of the test without a countdown, prompting everyone to sprint forward with all their might. Izuku joined the rush, feeling a surge of energy as he activated his lightning elemental transformation, his clothes shifting to a vibrant yellow and his eyes glowing a striking green-yellow. Thunder rumbled as he ran, crossing his arms in preparation. He summoned a lightning sword, gripping it tightly with both hands. The blade glowed yellow, surrounded by crackling energy. As he charged forward, he realized he had missed his target, but he quickly adapted. With a burst of speed, he appeared behind a charging robot, causing it to explode with a flash of yellow energy. He unleashed a series of lightning sword slashes, effortlessly taking down multiple robots, leaving his classmates in awe of his speed and skill. Izuku soared into the sky, executing a series of impressive combat maneuvers. He then called down a lightning strike upon another robot, leaving it smoldering beneath him. He casually spun his sword on his finger, unimpressed by the challenge, as he commented to himself that they were merely tin cans. Meanwhile, the teachers observed the test unfold on their screens. 𝗍𝗂 explained that participants were not informed of the number of enemies in their area, and they had to rely on their own skills to find and defeat them. Midnight noted the promising talent of this year's class as they watched Bakugo and Izuku in action. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 pressed a button, revealing a large Type 0P robot in the center of the area, capturing everyone's attention, including Izuku's. He placed his lightning sword on his shoulder and remarked to himself that they needed to avoid the imposing robot. However, the 0P robot punched the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Izuku narrowly evaded the shockwave by leaping high into the air. All Might observed the unfolding situation, commenting on the true nature of the student's behavior. As everyone continued to run, Izuku suddenly heard a girl's voice calling for help. He turned to see Kyoka and Uraraka trapped beneath fallen debris. Reacting swiftly, he used his telekinesis to lift the heavy rocks off them, freeing the girls. Uraraka expressed her surprise as she floated above the ground, while Izuku quickly led them away from the giant robot, gently placing them down. Kyoka thanked him, and he replied with a smile, downplaying his actions as simply doing what he felt was right. His charming demeanor made Kyoka blush as she looked away. Izuku then raised his hand high, conjuring a golden ball of lightning. He launched the lightning ball at the towering 0P robot, causing its systems to short-circuit. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and ectoplasm watched in astonishment, while 𝗍𝗂 jumped for joy, celebrating the display of heroism. All Might remarked on the importance of the spirit to protect others as a key quality for aspiring heroes. The participants were impressed by Izuku's ability to short-circuit the robot while also saving the two girls. As the exam concluded, Kyoka, Uraraka, and Izuku felt confident that they had scored enough points. Izuku approached Kyoka, asking if she could stand up. Izuku offered his hand to Kyoka, who remained seated due to an injury that might have been a broken bone from being struck by metal. Kyoka winced as she moved, feeling pain in her left leg. She acknowledged the injury, realizing it was likely broken or cracked. As she grasped Izuku's hand, he helped her to her feet, supporting her alongside 𝗧𝗪𝗓, who was lost in thought. 𝗧𝗪𝗓 reflected on the situation, recognizing that Izuku was only trying to help Kyoka, not caring about the protective measures in place for the exam participants. She admired his determination and thought that if the circumstances were different, she would have acted similarly. Recovery girl arrived, calling for Uraraka, indicating it was time for the injured to receive care. She approached Kyoka, who was being supported by Izuku, and gently kissed her hand, alleviating her pain and healing her injury. Kyoka was surprised by the sudden relief and, feeling a rush of independence, pushed Izuku away, wanting to be alone. Izuku, unfazed, returned to his usual demeanor, while 𝗧𝗧 observed the unfolding events, realizing the entrance exam was structured in a way that highlighted the true essence of heroism. As the week progressed, Izuku found solace on the roof, enjoying the peaceful morning atmosphere. His mother, 𝗃𝗀𝘁, called out to him, announcing the arrival of a letter from 𝗬𝗧. Izuku had completed the necessary tests and was eagerly awaiting the results. When he opened the announcement tool, All Might appeared as a projection, catching Izuku off guard. All Might informed him that he had passed the written exam and scored 70 villain points and 70 rescue points in the practical exam, welcoming him to Yui High School. Overwhelmed with joy, Izuku cried tears of happiness, realizing his dream had come true. Meanwhile, the teachers reviewing the scores noted Bakugo's impressive performance, with 77 villain points but no rescue points. Midnight commented on Bakugo's high villain score, while 𝗵𝗵𝗲 discussed Bakugo's close-range victory over the robots. They also noted Izuku's remarkable speed and dual quirks, questioning why he hadn't been invited to join the elite path, as individuals with 2 quirks were rare. They watched recordings of Izuku's swift victories, impressed by his abilities. In April, Izuku walked to school with his mother, who beamed with pride and reminded him to be careful. He smiled back, feeling excited as he approached 𝗬𝗧. Searching for his class, he found the large door of Class 1A and hoped that neither 𝗧𝗧 nor Bakugo would be there. Upon entering, he discovered both were present. 𝗧𝗧 introduced himself, revealing he was from Semi-Private Academy, while Bakugo expressed his intent to challenge 𝗧𝗧, surprising him with his aggressive demeanor. As 𝗧𝗧 approached Izuku, he greeted him warmly, but Izuku interrupted to introduce himself, which made 𝗧𝗧 pause. 𝗧𝗧 acknowledged Izuku's understanding of the exam's true purpose, admitting he had underestimated him. Izuku casually mentioned the rescue points, which 𝗧𝗧 found surprising, realizing he had misjudged the situation. Kyoka, noticing Izuku in the same class, turned away, recalling their previous encounter during the entrance exam and feeling flustered. Uraraka joined them, expressing gratitude to Izuku for his help during the exam. Aizawa, their homeroom teacher, interrupted their conversation, prompting Izuku and 𝗧𝗧 to react with surprise. Aizawa introduced himself, and Izuku thought about the implications of having a pro hero as a teacher, feeling a mix of excitement and curiosity about his new journey at Yui. Aizawa instructed the students to quickly change into their gym clothes and follow him to the field. Upon arrival, they were surprised to hear about the talent measurement test. Uraraka inquired about the acceptance ceremony and orientation, to which Aizawa explained that aspiring heroes had no time for such events. He emphasized that UA was known for its freedom in teaching methods and asked if they had experienced similar tests in junior high. He then showed them his phone, revealing a physical strength test where they could use their quirks. Aizawa expressed his disbelief at the education system, noting that the average scores were taken from students without quirks. He turned to Bakugo, who had excelled in the practical exam, and asked about his best ball throw without using his quirk. Bakugo proudly shared that he had thrown it 67 meters, and Aizawa encouraged him to throw again, this time using his quirk. Bakugo decided to enhance his throw with an explosion, stretching his body before launching the ball with a powerful blast. Aizawa revealed that Bakugo's throw reached an impressive distance of 705.2 meters. The students were amazed, with Kaminari and Mina expressing their excitement about the freedom to use their talents. Aizawa reminded them that they had 3 years to develop their skills, but warned that the student with the lowest total score across 8 tests would be expelled. The class reacted in shock, realizing the seriousness of their situation. Aizawa explained the importance of heroes in society, highlighting the unpredictability of disasters and crime. He challenged them to give their all, signaling the start of the first test, a 50-meter race. The students took their turns, with 𝗧𝗧 clocking in at 4 seconds and Tsuyu at 5.58 seconds. Aizawa noted the varying speeds and encouraged them to understand their limits and potential. When it was Izuku's turn, he transformed into his lightning form, stunning the other students with his speed. His gym clothes changed to yellow, and his hair took on a similar hue as he unleashed a burst of energy. The machine recorded his time at an astonishing 0.9 seconds, while Bakugo followed with a time of 4:13 seconds. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 expressed disbelief at Izuku's speed, recalling his performance during the entrance exam. Aizawa observed the rivalry between Izuku and Bakugo, who was provoked by Izuku's taunts. Aizawa intervened, reminding Izuku to avoid causing trouble. The next test involved a grip test, where Izuku used telekinesis to lift an impressive 1,000 kilograms, leaving the others in awe. He then demonstrated his long jump, using wind to propel himself forward, while his appearance shifted to dark blue. In the side jump, Izuku utilized lightning, completing an astonishing 600 jumps before the machine malfunctioned. As the test continued, Aizawa assessed Izuku's unique combination of telekinesis and elemental quirks, noting the presence of both wind and lightning. Curiosity arose among the students about the dual elements, especially as Izuku managed to keep up with Bakugo's earlier throw, despite the latter's superior distance. As Bakugo continued to push forward, the results were announced. Izuku secured the first place, followed by Momo in second, Shoto in third, Bakugo in fourth, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 in fifth, Tokoyami in sixth, and Mineta in 20th. Mineta appeared to be shedding tears, realizing he was at risk of expulsion. Aizawa, with his characteristic smile, revealed that the expulsion threat was a ruse designed to encourage them to maximize their talents. The others were taken aback, with Mineta's reaction being the loudest, causing 𝗧𝗲𝗄's glasses to crack slightly. Momo pointed out that it was obvious if they thought about it, prompting everyone to reflect on their own realizations. Jiro, Kaminari, and Mineta all acknowledged their lack of awareness. Aizawa concluded the session, informing them that a paper with the class schedule was available in the classroom and that they should prepare for a more challenging test the following day. He left them alongside Aizawa and All Might, who had been observing. All Might playfully called Aizawa a liar, curious about the first graders. Aizawa acknowledged All Might's presence and explained that he had intentionally created the situation. All Might reminded Aizawa of a past incident where he had expelled first graders without consideration, questioning whether he saw potential in Midoriya despite his lower ranking. Aizawa defended his stance, asserting that he would not crush anyone's dreams midway through their journey. As Aizawa walked away, All Might remarked on Aizawa's nature, suggesting they would never truly get along. Meanwhile, Izuku walked home, lost in thought about the ball-throwing test, contemplating how he could have used his telekinesis to achieve a better distance. 𝗧𝗲𝗄 approached him, surprising Izuku with a friendly pat on the shoulder. 𝗧𝗲𝗄 expressed his disbelief at Aizawa's trickery, noting how he had initially thought it was the best approach to motivate students. Izuku reflected on Aizawa's serious demeanor, realizing he was not as intimidating as he first appeared. Just then, Uraraka called out to them as she rushed to catch up. The trio exchanged pleasantries, with Uraraka introducing herself and referring to Izuku as Deku, a name that surprised him. She explained that Bakugo had used the name during the sprint test, and Izuku clarified that it was just Bakugo's teasing. Uraraka admitted she found the name endearing, which made Izuku smile. Kyoka, observing from a distance while listening to music, chose to ignore the conversation. As they walked together, they eventually parted ways at the station. The following morning, Present Mike led the class through their lessons. During break time in the cafeteria, Izuku, 𝗧𝗲𝗄, and Uraraka enjoyed their meals together. When All Might entered the classroom, announcing his arrival with enthusiasm, the students were both surprised and excited. Izuku and Kyoka sat side by side, and Kirishima expressed his admiration for All Might, while 𝗬𝗪 commented on his retro appearance. All Might introduced himself as the teacher for basic hero training, emphasizing the importance of their upcoming practice. He instructed them to wear their hero costumes and head to the beta field. As they donned their outfits, Izuku emerged in his green and white costume, modified to suit his abilities, complete with gloves to cover the holes in his hands. Uraraka complimented Izuku's costume, expressing her longing for her own to fit better. Mineta, witnessing Uraraka's attire, gave a thumbs up, excited about hero school. All Might then announced it was time for fighting practice, and 𝗧𝗲𝗄 inquired if they would be training in the same area as the entrance exam. All Might clarified that they would be moving up 2 levels for their training. Most villains tend to operate outside, but data indicates that particularly cruel villains prefer the confines of buildings, while clever ones often lurk in the shadows. All Might explained that this class would be divided into 2 teams of 2, with one team representing the heroes and the other the villains. He emphasized that there would be no robots to defeat this time. The students would face each other directly. The mission involved stopping villains who were hiding nuclear bombs in their buildings. The heroes needed to locate the bombs, either by touching them or capturing the criminals responsible. Izuku and 𝗧𝗵𝗲, who were close friends, discussed the random team assignments. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 acknowledged that pro-heroes often had to form emergency teams with heroes from different agencies, which made sense to him. The teams were announced. Team A consisted of Izuku and Kyoka, Team B was Shoto and Shoji, Team C included Momo and Mineta, Team D was 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and Bakugo, Team E had Mina and 𝗬𝗵𝗲, Team F was Koda and Sato, Team G was Uraraka and Kaminari, Team H was Tsu and Tokoyami, Team I was Toru and Ojiro, and Team J was Kirishima and Siro. Kyoka was dismayed to find herself on the same team as Izuku, feeling as if she had been struck by lightning. Izuku, noticing her shock, asked for her help. Kyoka introduced herself, scratching her head in embarrassment. All Might, brimming with excitement, announced the first matchup, Team A versus Team D. Bakugo glared at Izuku, vowing to defeat him this time. Izuku responded with determination, challenging Bakugo to try his best. As the teams prepared, All Might instructed Team D to enter first. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 expressed his discomfort at playing the role of a villain, reflecting on the importance of what they were protecting. Bakugo, eager to win, insisted that he would handle Izuku himself and demanded not to be interrupted. Meanwhile, Izuku and Kyoka leaned against the wall, discussing strategy. Kyoka apologized for her earlier impulsiveness during the entrance exam, and Izuku reassured her, asking for her help in locating their target. With the match underway, Izuku utilized his telekinesis to navigate through the building, successfully infiltrating the area with Kyoka. As they moved cautiously, Kyoka used her earphone jack to listen for Bakugo's movements, warning Izuku of an approaching sound. Izuku transformed, his green eyes glowing red, and his hair shifting to a fiery hue. He prepared to strike, launching a powerful punch that sent Bakugo flying. Bakugo, determined to win, taunted Izuku, confident that his team would prevail. Izuku, now in his fiery form, retaliated with sparks flying from his fists. He boldly declared that he would win without his friends getting hurt. Bakugo, feeling the pressure, readied himself for a fight, aware that he couldn't underestimate Izuku. Izuku then revealed his strongest technique, splitting himself into 2 forms. One was bright blue, and the other remained fiery red. He announced that he would take on Bakugo while his lightning counterpart would assist Kyoka. The battle intensified as the 2 Izukus prepared to confront Bakugo, each determined to prove their strength and teamwork. Fire Izuku observed Water Izuku beside him, noticing the surprise on his face. He questioned why Water Izuku had emerged instead of lightning, despite calling for him. Water Izuku, feeling relaxed, suggested they focus on the fight and not worry about trivial matters. Kyoka and Bakugo were both astonished to see Izuku split into 2, while those in the monitor room were equally shocked. Mineta exclaimed in disbelief at the sight of 2 Izukus. Fire Izuku, eager to start the battle, leaped toward Bakugo with fiery fists, launching an aggressive attack. Bakugo swiftly dodged and countered with his explosions. As Bakugo lunged, he managed to grab Fire Izuku's hand and throw him into a wider area, seeking to avoid the confined space that hindered his movements. Meanwhile, Water Izuku and Kyoka approached 𝗧𝗵𝗲's location, pausing as they heard him talking about his villainous plans. Kyoka expressed concern about being discovered if 𝗧𝗧𝗏 opened the door, while Water Izuku contemplated a surprise attack. He announced it was time for stage 2, revealing a transformation as his hair shimmered with water and his clothes turned ice blue. His right hand resembled ice, and he instructed Kyoka to sneak in while he distracted 𝗧𝗧𝗏. Kyoka, summoning a weapon from her ice, agreed to the plan. Water Izuku, now Ice Izuku, wielded an ice Gatling gun and opened the door, catching 𝗧𝗏 off guard. 𝗧𝗏, unaware of the 2 Izukus, was surprised to see Midoriya's presence. Bakugo warned 𝗧𝗧 about the other Izuku, pointing out the weapon in his hand. Bakugo revealed that his glove contained a significant amount of nitroglycerin, targeting Fire Izuku with a focused blast that narrowly missed him. Fire Izuku absorbed the flames from the explosion, igniting a transformation that enhanced his appearance with vibrant red hair and fiery armor. He declared his new stage, creating flaming sheaths around his fists. Ice Izuku, feeling the vibrations from the explosion, continued to attack 𝗧𝗧, lowering the room temperature to create mist while Kyoka stealthily approached the fake nuclear bomb. As Fire Izuku charged forward, the match was suddenly interrupted by All Might's announcement of victory for the hero team. Kyoka had successfully touched the target, leaving 𝗧𝗧 overwhelmed by his own chaotic strategy. Ice Izuku celebrated their win, transforming into a bright blue ball and merging back with Fire Izuku, returning to the original Izuku. Exhausted, Izuku sat down, commenting on the fatigue from using his elemental split and realizing the need to train his stamina. In the monitor room, the observers discussed the battle, noting how Team A seemed to dominate despite being outnumbered. 𝗵𝗃 expressed surprise at Izuku's apparent multiple talents, while All Might clarified that all his abilities stemmed from a single quirk. Momo analyzed the complexity of Izuku's elemental quirk, noting its unique capabilities compared to typical telekinesis. After the evaluation, All Might declared 𝗔𝘂𝘁𝗵𝗆 as the MVP of the session, surprising everyone, especially Tsuyu, who questioned why Midoriya hadn't received the honor. All Might inquired if anyone had the answer to his question. Momo raised her hand and explained that 𝗔𝘂𝘁 played a crucial role in the training. The objective for the hero team was to either touch the mock nuclear bomb or capture 𝗔𝘂𝘁, who acted as a scout and navigator. With Midoriya's support, Team A's strength lay not in sheer attack power but in their coordination of offensive and stealth strategies. Momo clarified that Midoriya was not the MVP this time, as his role was primarily supportive, using fire to block Bakugo and ice to assist Kyoka. Momo continued, noting that Bakugo had become too focused on his personal duel, neglecting his opponent's strategy. 𝗧𝗧, while disciplined, was too rigid and struggled to adapt to changing situations. Bakugo's explosive attack had inadvertently strengthened Midoriya's fire. All Might observed Momo's detailed analysis and thought that she had shared quite a bit. He agreed that the others needed to learn from the earlier battle, and 𝗧𝗧 should try to relax a bit more. All Might then announced that they would move to the second battle site and encouraged the students to reflect on what they had just learned. As they transitioned to the next training session, 𝗧𝗧 approached Izuku, expressing surprise at his gadget's performance and asking how he managed to create a weapon similar to the original. Izuku explained that it stemmed from his imagination, much like when he crafted a katana from ice, and he often tinkered with his abilities. The students then observed the match between Team B, consisting of Shoto and Shoji, and Team I, featuring Toru and Ojiro. Shoto demonstrated his ice quirk by freezing the entire building after Shoji had exited. He moved toward the homemade bomb, and Izuku, curious about Shoto's abilities, hesitated to speak due to Shoto's serious demeanor. Bakugo, witnessing Shoto's power, felt a mix of surprise and realization that he was up against someone much stronger when Shoto heated the room. Izuku noted Shoto's use of fire and wondered if others reacted similarly to his own elemental powers. 𝗵𝗃, watching the fight, exclaimed that Shoto was a monster, as the earlier matches had raised the bar for the subsequent ones. Izuku chuckled at 𝗵𝗃's overloading mishap, recognizing that while electricity was weaker than lightning, it could still be powerful if used effectively. The training match concluded without any injuries, aside from Bakugo feeling mentally challenged by Shoto's prowess. Determined to improve, Izuku resolved to become stronger than anyone else. All Might praised the students for their hard work, acknowledging their potential. Tsuyu remarked that after Aizawa's rigorous lessons, this training felt like a relief, and the others nodded in agreement. All Might explained that Yui allowed teachers the freedom to adopt their own styles. He then excused himself, needing to change clothes and return to class, as his time in his muscular form was limited. Izuku wondered why All Might was in such a hurry while Kyoka walked beside him. She expressed curiosity about how Izuku managed to split into two. Izuku explained that it was related to his elemental abilities, which he discovered during the trial. He cautioned that while powerful it consumed a lot of stamina, and if overused he risked losing himself temporarily. Kyoka listened intently, understanding that great power came with significant risks, likening it to ice and fire meeting and potentially clashing. Afterward, they changed back into their school uniforms and returned to class. Meanwhile, All Might was discussing with Recovery Girl whether they had found a suitable successor. He expressed uncertainty about Mirio, despite 𝗓𝗏𝗍𝗂's preparations, questioning if he was strong enough to inherit the one-for-all quirk. Recovery Girl observed Izuku Midoriya's profile and remarked that telekinesis and elemental quirks would significantly enhance their abilities. All Might appeared deep in thought, still weighing the decision of whether to pass on one-for-all to Mirio or Izuku. He resolved to get closer to Midoriya to learn more about him before making a choice. All Might sighed, reflecting on the two candidates he had seen earlier that day, Izuku, Ida, and Uraraka, along with Kyoka, who had joined them as they walked and talked together. During their free PRD, they had taken the opportunity to bond in class with their peers, including Mina, Kirishima, Siro, Aoyama, and Kaminari. Kyoka inquired about Izuku's relationship with Bakugo, noting that they seemed to be rivals but also appeared to have moments of animosity. Izuku explained that while it might seem like they were fighting, it was just Bakugo's explosive personality. He mentioned that it was the first time Bakugo had lost and expressed his frustration through tears. Lida interpreted their dynamic as that of eternal rivals. Although they eventually parted ways, Izuku and Kyoka remained connected, as they both lived in central Mizudafu. Meanwhile, news of All Might becoming a teacher spread, reaching even the villains lurking in the shadows who began to plot their next moves. The following morning, reporters gathered outside the U.I. gate, bombarding students with questions about All Might's new role. Izuku found himself surrounded by reporters asking if the rumors were true, which was quite disruptive for students eager to enter the school. When Lida was asked for his thoughts on All Might's teaching, he shared that All Might had taught him valuable lessons alongside Shizu-sensei, emphasizing the importance of intuition and humor in learning. Just as Lida began to elaborate, Aizawa arrived and interrupted, stating that the reporters were disrupting the learning environment and needed to leave. He thought to himself how remarkable it was that All Might could handle such chaos. The reporters protested, wanting to speak with All Might, but 𝗬𝗏𝗍𝗂's defense system activated, sealing off the area with an iron barrier. Aizawa praised the students for their performance in basic fighting training and team coordination, noting that he had assessed each team based on Midoriya's recordings. He commended Izuku for his creativity and ability to think under pressure, while also advising him not to rely too heavily on his offensive abilities. Aizawa pointed out that the coordination with Kyoka had been essential for their strategy to succeed. He then turned his attention to Bakugo, highlighting his talent but cautioning him about focusing too much on personal duels, which wasted energy that could have been used to stop opponents. Aizawa acknowledged Kyoka's understanding of her role in the team, stating that her ability to infiltrate targets unnoticed while using Izuku as a distraction was exemplary teamwork. He emphasized that strength alone was not enough. Teamwork was crucial for victory. The students listened intently as Aizawa concluded that they needed to learn from their training experiences. Afterward, Aizawa shifted the focus to class matters, announcing that they would elect a class president. Many students, including Kirishima, Kaminari, Kyoka, Aoyama, and Toru, nominated themselves. Bakugo raised his hand enthusiastically, insisting on his candidacy. Lida reminded everyone of the responsibility that came with the position, emphasizing the need for trust in their leader. Tsuyu questioned Lida about how they could trust someone they didn't know well, prompting Lida to suggest that the candidate with the most votes would be the most trustworthy. Aizawa, having settled into his sleeping bag, stated that as long as they decided before class ended, he had no objections. The students proceeded with the voting process, and Izuku was surprised to find he received 4 votes, while Momo received 2, and Lida, who had nominated someone else, received none. Bakugo was visibly upset, demanding to know who had voted for Izuku. Siro bluntly remarked that he would rather choose Izuku than Bakugo. Kyoka, sitting next to Izuku, felt a sense of unease, realizing the potential consequences if Bakugo found out about the votes. Lida, seeing the results, lamented that he had suspected he wouldn't receive any votes, while Momo observed the outcome alongside Shoto and Sato. Sato looked at 𝗧𝗏 and acknowledged that he also wanted to be class president. Izuku, feeling nervous, stood in front alongside Momo. Aizawa announced that Midoriya Izuku was the class president and Yaoyorozu Momo was the vice president. Izuku remained frozen in disbelief. They then headed to the cafeteria, which was bustling with students. While eating, Izuku expressed his uncertainty about deserving the position of class president. Kyoka reassured him, stating that they had won the previous day because of his quick thinking, which was why she had chosen him. Izuku was taken aback, realizing who had made that choice. 𝗧𝗏 chimed in, affirming that Izuku's decision during the match was commendable, which further confirmed Izuku's understanding of 𝗧𝗏's support. Uraraka, speaking spontaneously, pointed out 𝗧𝗏's longing to be class president, leading Izuku to think about her impulsiveness. 𝗧𝗏, after taking a sip of his drink, clarified that wanting to be class president and being suitable for the role were different matters. He simply acted according to what he believed was right. Izuku noted 𝗧𝗏's unusual use of language, prompting 𝗧𝗏 to explain that he had adjusted his speech to avoid being labeled a rich kid. When Uraraka directly asked if he came from a wealthy family, 𝗧𝗏 revealed that his family had a legacy of heroes, mentioning his brother, 𝗕𝗏𝗀𝗎𝗓𝗓, who was a well-respected hero. 𝗧𝗏 shared his admiration for his brother, explaining that he had entered hero school to follow in his footsteps, which surprised both Izuku and Uraraka. Uraraka remarked that it was the first time she had seen 𝗧𝗏 smile, which made him realize he was indeed smiling. Izuku thought about how All Might was to him, just as 𝗓𝗎𝗓𝗓 was to 𝗧𝗏. Suddenly, a code 3 alarm rang out, causing 𝗧𝗏 to inquire about its meaning. A senior student informed him that it indicated an unauthorized person had entered the school. Panic spread through the hallways as students rushed about. 𝗧𝗏, seeing the chaos, wondered who had entered without permission. Looking out the window, he discovered that it was just reporters. He called for calm, urging everyone to settle down and reminding them that they were students of UA High School. After successfully calming the crowd, the scene shifted to the classroom, where Izuku was organizing the other administrators. Uraraka and Kyoka exchanged glances, sensing an unspoken tension as they watched Izuku and Momo work together. Meanwhile, the teachers gathered near a damaged door, with Nizu, Midnight, Recovery Girl, and number 13 discussing how the reporters had breached the school's defenses. Midnight speculated that someone might have incited the reporters, while on the other side, 𝗵𝗃 and Kamui were struggling against opponents using hostages. All Might was seen rushing to UA High School, determined to intervene. Later that afternoon, Aizawa addressed Class A, informing them that he and All Might would supervise their basic training, along with one other person. Siro raised his hand, asking what they would be doing. Aizawa revealed that they would be participating in rescue training, which elicited excitement from the students. Kirishima eagerly expressed his enthusiasm for the hero work ahead. Aizawa reminded them that they could choose whether to wear their hero costumes, as the training would take place outside the school. He instructed them to prepare for the bus ride. As they donned their costumes and approached the bus, Izuku encouraged everyone to board promptly. Kyoka noted that Midoriya seemed relaxed and approachable. Inside the moving bus, Tsuyu asked Izuku if she could inquire about something. He welcomed her question, and she requested to be called by her first name. Kyoka was surprised by Tsuyu's casualness with Izuku. Tsuyu complimented Izuku's impressive abilities, noting his talent for transforming into various elements and splitting himself into different personas, a remarkable skill for a newcomer to the school. If one cannot maintain control, they risk losing themselves, Tsuyu reflected. Kirishima, overhearing her thoughts, expressed his admiration for her abilities. He noted her fierce fire form, calm water form, tactical ice form, and her ability to split herself, exclaiming how incredible it was. To him, she was like a combination of 3 pro heroes, and he believed she would be the strongest in their class. Kirishima shared that while his hardening power was effective against enemies, it lacked the cool factor. He demonstrated his quirk on his left hand, and Izuku, ever the optimist, encouraged him, stating it was a talent well suited for a hero. Kirishima then considered the importance of fame in the hero world, mentioning that aside from Midoriya, Bakugo and Todoroki were also well known. He observed Bakugo, who had been ignoring everyone, while Shoto was asleep. Tsuyu commented that Bakugo's emotional nature might hinder his popularity. Bakugo, overhearing, challenged her to a fight. Tsuyu pointed out Kaminari, who added that while they weren't close yet, everyone was aware of Bakugo's temperament. Izuku thought about how Bakugo often faced challenges from fire and wind elements, feeling a sense of empathy for him. Upon arriving at their training location, they were greeted by number 13, who welcomed them warmly. Izuku was thrilled to see the space hero in person, recalling how number 13's politeness had saved countless lives. Uraraka expressed her admiration, unaware that number 13 was male. As they entered, number 13 explained the various scenarios they would encounter, likening it to the USJ. He detailed the training ground's purpose, which included shipwrecks, landslides, fires, and storms, all designed to simulate real disasters. Aizawa approached number 13, inquiring about All Might's whereabouts. Number 13 explained that All Might had been helping others and was resting in the lounge. Aizawa, concerned about the recent meeting regarding the emergency system, sensed a potential threat. He decided it was time to begin the training. Number 13 elaborated on his black hole quirk, warning that it could be dangerous if not controlled. He emphasized the importance of using their powers to protect others rather than harm them. Just as Aizawa was about to start the first exercise, the electricity in the USJ flickered, and a purple portal opened, causing Aizawa to become alert. A pale blue-haired man with red eyes emerged from the portal, followed by other villains. It was Shigaraki Tamura, and as he stepped out, Aizawa instructed number 13 to protect the students. Kirishima, confused, likened the situation to an entrance exam that had taken a sudden turn. As the villains prepared to advance, Izuku instinctively reached out to stop Kirishima, urging everyone to remain still. Aizawa identified the intruders as criminals, shocking the students. 𝗬𝗁𝗎𝗓, one of the villains, noted that All Might was supposed to be present. Aizawa realized that the previous day's break-in was connected to these villains. Shigaraki taunted them, suggesting that if they harmed the students, All Might would surely come. Aizawa, using his quirk, remained vigilant, while Kirishima questioned how the criminals had infiltrated their training ground. Momo, noticing something was off, asked if the sensor was malfunctioning. Number 13 confirmed it should be working, but Shoto speculated that the villains might have someone whose talent interfered with it, indicating a planned attack. Aizawa instructed number 13 to evacuate the students and contact the school, suspecting the criminals had an interference-type quirk. He then turned to Kaminari, asking him to use his talent to reach out for help. The tension in the air was palpable as they prepared for the confrontation ahead. Despite the fact that Sensei's quirk nullified their abilities, Izuku expressed concern about Aizawa's fighting style, noting that it didn't seem suited for a prolonged battle. Aizawa reassured Izuku that a hero must be versatile in combat. He then entrusted the situation to number 13 and leaped into action against the villains. As the confrontation began, the villains prepared to fire their weapons, but their powers were rendered ineffective. Aizawa swiftly engaged in combat, while 𝗬𝗁𝗎𝗓 observed from the sidelines, analyzing Aizawa's movements. Meanwhile, the students who had fled to the evacuation site found themselves blocked by 𝗬𝗁𝗎𝗓, who introduced himself and the League of Villains. He declared their intention to eliminate All Might, the symbol of peace, which frustrated Aizawa, who realized he had allowed a significant threat to slip away. 𝗬𝗁𝗎𝗓, sensing an opportunity, opened a wide portal, and number 13 prepared to intervene. However, before he could act, an explosion erupted nearby, narrowly missing 𝗬𝗁𝗎𝗓. He remarked on the students' tenacity, while number 13 urged Bakugo and Kirishima to move aside. 𝗬𝗁𝗎𝗓 proclaimed his intent to separate and incapacitate them. In the chaos, Lita managed to rescue Uraraka and Sato from the portal, while Shoji protected Mina and Lita called out to his friends who had been caught in the warp, and Izuku, Tsuyu, and Mineta found themselves thrown into a shipwreck location. Izuku, splashing into an artificial lake, utilized his water abilities to propel himself upward, contemplating the situation. he realized that 𝗬𝗁𝗁𝗧𝗵𝗲 quirk was indeed a warp, and they were in grave danger. 𝗬, who was rescuing 𝗵𝗃𝗲 from an attack, called out to Izuku. She used her tongue to pull him closer, and together they swam to safety inside the ship. 𝗬𝗂 expressed concern about the villain's knowledge of 𝗬𝗂 high school schedule, suggesting they had orchestrated the chaos to gather information. Izuku shared his worries about All Might's safety, while 𝗵𝗃𝗲 remained hopeful that All Might would arrive in time to save them. 𝗬𝗂 reminded 𝗵𝗃𝗲 that the villains might have a plan to eliminate All Might, which prompted Izuku to strategize. He urged his friends to fight back against the villains, confident that they could defend themselves since they were in a school environment. Shoto, on the other hand, was already freezing the villains in his vicinity, expressing disappointment at their ineptitude. Meanwhile, Bakugo and Kirishima were engaged in their own battles, while Momo, Kyoka, and Kaminari faced off against threats in the mountains. All Might, attempting to reach number 13, found himself unable to connect due to the ongoing attack. He regretted neglecting his responsibilities and realized he needed to act quickly, although he was limited in his current state. Number 13 instructed Lita to run back to the school and alert everyone, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. He noted that their communication devices were down, and Lita was their best hope of reaching help. As Lita sprinted toward the emergency exit, number 13, despite his injuries, continued to support his students in their fight against the villains, determined to protect All Might and their school. 𝗵𝗃𝗲, in a state of panic and appearing as if he were on the verge of tears, questioned Izuku about his intentions. Izuku, observing the water-themed villains surrounding them, pointed out that the enemies likely anticipated a battle in the water. 𝗬𝗂, contemplating alongside Izuku, noted that this suggested the villains had prior knowledge of the location and their strategy. Izuku agreed, mentioning that the presence of 𝗬𝗂 in the shipwreck zone indicated the enemies might not be aware of the students' quirks. He also highlighted that water was an excellent conductor of electricity. 𝗬𝗂 confirmed this, explaining that she should have been taken to a fire zone instead, as her abilities as a frog made her more suited for that environment. Fortunately, the ship they were on was not a conductor of electricity, making it a safe place for them. They quickly devised a strategy to confront the villains, with 𝗬𝗂 elaborating on her abilities, emphasizing her capacity to perform any action a frog could. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 then shared details about his quirk, which allowed him to create super sticky objects that could last for a day, although he would experience bleeding if he pulled them too much. He also mentioned his immunity to cuts. Izuku followed up by explaining his elemental quirk, which encompassed 6 elements, including lightning, water, and fire. He noted that while most of his elements were at level 2, his lightning ability was still at level 1, though he sensed a potential for a stronger level. As Izuku demonstrated his lightning abilities by creating a kunai made of electricity, he explained that smaller shocks would not be lethal to their opponents. The sound of their enemies' cries echoed as they were electrocuted, confirming the success of their plan. However, 𝗬𝗂 raised a concern about crossing the lake now charged with electricity. Izuku assured them that he could use his telekinesis to lift them safely over the lake and into the mountains. Meanwhile, Kaminari, Momo, and Kyoka were engaged in their own battles against the villains. Kyoka encouraged Kaminari to create a sword from his electricity, but he lamented that he lacked the ability to do so. Kyoka pointed out that Izuku's lightning was stronger, as he had successfully created a lightning sword during the entrance exam. In another part of the battlefield, Aizawa was struggling against Shigaraki, who was calculating the activation time of Aizawa's quirk. Shigaraki noted that the longer Aizawa remained still, the more at risk he became. As he began to use his decay ability on Aizawa's arm, Aizawa found himself in a precarious position, having already sustained injuries while evading attacks. Suddenly, a black Nomu appeared behind him, seizing Aizawa's head and slamming him to the ground. Izuku, witnessing the attack, rushed to Aizawa's aid, enveloped in crackling red lightning. He charged forward, determined to protect his teacher from the Nomu's assault, which sent dust flying in all directions. As the dust settled, a figure emerged, clad in a black shirt with a striking red lightning design, ready to confront the threat. The figure had vibrant red hair and was seen holding back two black 𝗵𝗲 hands with a sword gripped firmly in his left hand. Izuku, known as Lightning, declared his power, Elemental Stage 2, Lightning. His sharp gaze, accentuated by his ruby-red eyes, focused intently on the 𝗵𝗲 as he unleashed a powerful shockwave that sent the creature reeling. As he stomped his foot, Izuku's lightning sword resembled two blades fused together, one end shaped like a ball and the other a sharp edge, with the handle positioned in the middle. The black 𝗵𝗲 lunged toward him, but Izuku swiftly turned his sword backward and executed a move called Lightning Spin. The 𝗵𝗲 was met with a surge of electricity that coursed through its body. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, who was badly injured, looked at Izuku with gratitude as he realized the young hero was protecting him. The black 𝗵𝗲 attempted to grab Izuku with its other hand, but he moved quickly, evading its grasp with a swift motion that left the creature confused. Izuku appeared on a tree, his body crackling with energy as he prepared to strike. He unleashed Mega Lightning Strike, attacking from multiple angles, slashing rapidly at the 𝗵𝗲 without giving it a moment to recover. Spectators could only see a red flash darting through the air, accompanied by the sound of thunder echoing in the distance. Izuku briefly materialized with both hands gripping a red lightning sword featuring a black handle, launching a series of strikes that hit the 𝗵𝗲 from its chest to its shoulders. With acrobatic finesse, Izuku soared into the sky, his lightning swords positioned behind him. He descended rapidly, delivering a powerful blow to the 𝗵𝗲 on the ground, followed by a lightning strike from above that pierced the USJ dome, further incapacitating the creature. The 𝗵𝗲, overwhelmed by the attack, fell backward, charred and defeated. Mineta, witnessing the scene, questioned if Izuku had truly won. Izuku, concerned for 𝗧𝗵𝗲, rushed toward him, but the black 𝗵𝗲 began to rise again, preparing to catch him. In a flash, Izuku moved to 𝗧𝗵𝗲's side, bringing him back to safety with Tsuyu and Mineta. Meanwhile, Shigaraki, observing from a distance, scratched his neck in disbelief. He couldn't comprehend how a child could hold off a creature designed to defeat All Might. Kurojirai, having just arrived, informed Shigaraki that one of their forces had escaped and that they needed to retreat before the pro-heroes arrived. Shigaraki, still in shock over the defeat of the 𝗵𝗲, expressed his frustration, realizing that they were outmatched. The earlier lightning strike had alerted All Might, who rushed to the USJ, arriving just as an explosion echoed at the entrance. Heavy footsteps were heard, bringing relief to those present as All Might declared his arrival, though his usual smile was replaced by a serious expression. Izuku, carrying the injured 𝗧𝗵𝗲, noticed the change in All Might's demeanor. Shigaraki, recognizing the threat, muttered about the ongoing battle. All Might, filled with anger for the fear his students had experienced and the struggles they faced, confronted the villains. He declared that he had been waiting for them, ready to take a stand against the 𝗬𝗵𝗲 society. As All Might easily dispatched the criminals, he positioned himself beside Izuku, who was still holding 𝗧𝗵𝗲. All Might instructed the others to retreat to the entrance while he faced the remaining threats. Just as he prepared for battle, Shigaraki commanded the 𝗵𝗲 to attack All Might. The fight commenced, and when All Might unleashed a powerful strike, it seemed to have little effect on the resilient creature. Shigaraki realized that the 𝗵𝗲 was not designed to combat electricity, understanding why it had faltered against Izuku. All Might continued to strike, landing numerous blows on the 𝗵𝗲, sending it flying with each powerful punch, determined to protect his students and restore order. All Might reflected on the situation, realizing that he usually needed only 3 strikes to subdue his opponents. However, he noted that this time, the enemy was particularly weak. He observed Kurojirai pulling Shigaraki into a warp to retreat, having witnessed the 𝗵𝗲 being thrown after enduring 100 hits. The risk of facing All Might was too great, especially with the explosion at the entrance and the sound of a bullet striking Shigaraki's hand, knee, and shoulder. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 was seen shooting in another direction, ensuring the safety of the other students. Nizu, perched on Samentasa's shoulder, announced that he had gathered everyone who could come to assist. Uraraka spotted Lida and acknowledged his return, but since the fight had concluded with Shigaraki's evacuation, the scattered students were now regrouping. 𝗵𝗵𝗃 constructed a wall to shield All Might's weakened state from view. All Might expressed his gratitude to 𝗵𝗵𝗃, acknowledging that without him, others might have seen his vulnerable form. 𝗵𝗵𝗃 suggested they head to the infirmary to avoid unwanted attention, noting that All Might had been reckless this time. All Might admitted that if he hadn't taken risks, he might not have survived, emphasizing the strength of their enemy. Meanwhile, Shigaraki emerged from the warp, expressing frustration over their defeat. Even the Nomu had been knocked out, and all their subordinates were incapacitated. He found the students particularly bothersome, especially the green-haired one, whose speed seemed to surpass even All Might's. All for One, speaking through a television, reassured Shigaraki that their failure was due to a lack of preparation and that they had underestimated their opponents. He emphasized the need for elite villains to counter the strength of the students. 𝗬𝗁𝗁, a friend of All Might, was seen counting the students and expressed relief that they were all safe. The students were engaged in conversation when Shoto felt relieved to see Toru's flying handkerchief, realizing that he could have accidentally frozen her. They ignored Aoyama's inquiries about his whereabouts, as he always responded mysteriously. Mineta recounted his near-death experience, crediting Midoriya, Tsuyu, and Aizawa for their timely interventions. Tsuyu remarked on Midoriya's incredible speed, suggesting he might be as fast as All Might or even faster. Kyoka recalled the thunderous sound that had overwhelmed their ears, while Mina inquired about the whereabouts of number 13 and Aizawa. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 informed them that Aizawa was being treated in the hospital. The lacerations on his back and arms were severe, but his life was not in danger. Aizawa had both arms broken and a cracked skull, though fortunately, no brain injuries were found. However, the bones around his eyes were shattered, slightly affecting his vision. Hearing this, the group looked worried. Izuku, having lost 50% of his stamina, was seen drinking water to recover. Kyoka approached him, noting that she had heard from Mineta that he had saved Aizawa. Izuku expressed that he couldn't remain silent while Aizawa was in danger from a creature known as Nomu, which had been about to crush Aizawa's head. Kyoka offered drinks that 𝗬𝗁𝗁 had shared with them, and Izuku gratefully accepted, thanking her with a smile. Kyoka, feeling a bit shy, suggested that calling her Jiro was fine. Meanwhile, Uraraka observed them from a distance, curious but silent. Kirishima called out to them, reminding them that they needed to return to class. Izuku stood up with Kyoka's help, appreciating the support from a friend. Bakugo, watching from afar, felt a mix of annoyance and determination as he reflected on Izuku's rapid development. He wondered how far Izuku would go, feeling as if he was trying to catch up to someone who was constantly advancing. As they walked to class, the group of four, Izuku, Kyoka, Uraraka, and Lita, made their way to the station. The next day, they heard news of the attack, which was also being discussed at Gran Torino's place. Gran Torino read a letter from All Might, expressing his hope for good health and mentioning a talented student who had caught his attention. He hoped that if he couldn't guide this student himself, Gran Torino would assist. Meanwhile, the meeting about the attack continued with 𝗬𝗁𝗁 reporting on the investigation into a group calling themselves the Criminal Alliance. He mentioned a criminal named Shigaraki, whose decay ability could destroy anything he touched, along with 𝗬𝗁𝗁, who could warp space. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 expressed concern over Shigaraki's potential to cause more trouble if he recovered. The meeting continued late into the night, discussing the implications of Shigaraki's abilities and the threat he posed. Nizu noted that Shigaraki, despite being an adult, was still developing, similar to their students. He pondered the potential for someone to support him and hone his destructive nature. Meanwhile, Izuku was focused on his training, determined to increase his stamina and use his lightning abilities more freely. At home, Inko prepared katsudon for dinner, and they enjoyed a lively meal while watching the news. The next day at school, the students discussed the recent attack, with Toru noting how all the TV channels were covering it. Kaminari and Kirishima shared their surprise, while Kyoka remarked on the significance of the attack on a school that produced heroes. Siro leaned on his desk, expressing relief that the teachers had arrived in time to prevent further disaster. Sato excitedly imitated All Might's fighting moves, praising his quick response to the criminals. Kyoka turned to Izuku, wondering who would teach them now that 𝗬𝗧 was in the hospital. Just then, 𝗬𝗧 entered the classroom, wrapped in bandages, surprising everyone. He declared that the fight was not over, leaving Mineta trembling with fear. Bakugo and Izuku exchanged worried glances as Mineta voiced his concerns about more criminals being involved. 𝗬𝗧 announced that the 𝗬𝗧𝗄 Sports Festival would be held soon, prompting an outburst from the class, questioning the safety of holding such an event after the recent attack. Kyoka expressed her thoughts, stating that people would perceive their 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗄 critical countermeasures as highly competent, noting that security had been tightened fivefold compared to the previous year. She emphasized that the festival could not be cancelled simply due to the actions of a few criminals. 𝗬𝗧 continued to explain that it was better to proceed with the festival, as it was an important event. Mineta, standing behind Izuku, questioned the necessity of continuing the festival. Izuku, surprised, asked Mineta if he had never experienced the 𝗬𝗂𝘁 Sports Festival, while 𝗬𝗧 elaborated on its significance, mentioning that it had replaced the Olympics, which had lost their appeal in this era of Quirks. Momo, brimming with excitement, remarked on the presence of pro heroes from across the country, highlighting the opportunity for graduates to join pro agencies as sidekicks. Kaminari chimed in, noting that many heroes eventually became independent, suggesting that he could fit that role. Kyoka teased Kaminari, who appeared shocked by her comment. 𝗬𝗧 then explained that for those aspiring to be heroes, the festival was a crucial opportunity, occurring once a year with 3 chances to shine, and no hero candidate would want to miss it. During their break, students engaged in discussions about the upcoming festival. Kaminari complimented Shoji on his impressive physique, while Shoji expressed his concern about not being able to showcase his skills. Kyoka, holding back laughter, reminded everyone of Kaminari's previous mishaps. Uraraka, filled with enthusiasm, declared her longing to compete in the sports festival, prompting Mina to question her, as Uraraka's expression seemed more intense than her name suggested, which meant appealing and radiant. They made their way to the canteen, where Izuku, curious as always, asked Uraraka about her motivation to become a pro hero. She hesitated before admitting that her goal was to earn money, feeling somewhat embarrassed about her aspirations compared to Lita's noble intentions. Kyoka reassured her that wanting to support oneself was a valid and honorable goal. Uraraka explained that her family owned a construction company that had gone bankrupt, which made her determination to succeed even stronger. Lita and Izuku, sharing a similar thought process, considered how Uraraka's unique ability could help reduce costs if she obtained a license. Uraraka expressed her longing to become a hero and earn enough money for her parents to live comfortably. Just then, All Might's voice rang out as he approached Izuku, expressing gratitude for his help during the USJ incident. He acknowledged that Izuku had bought time for 𝗬𝗧, who had faced a formidable opponent. Izuku, scratching his head, humbly responded that he couldn't ignore the urge to help when he had the power to do so. All Might encouraged him to give his all in the upcoming sports festival, reminding him of his goal to reach the top. After sharing a meal and exchanging goodbyes due to time constraints, Izuku returned to class, feeling uplifted by All Might's encouragement. As the day came to a close, he found himself facing a crowd of students blocking the door. Uraraka was surprised and inquired about the situation, while Lita asked why Class A was being obstructed. Mineta, eager to leave, echoed their confusion. Bakugo, walking with a neutral demeanor, advised them to observe their opponents, as they had faced criminals directly. Izuku noted Mineta's displeasure at being called a midget, while Bakugo's attitude remained unchanged. Izuku softly remarked on Bakugo's demeanor, observing the tension among the students at the door. Bakugo, in his usual demeanor, demanded that everyone move aside, surprising the others with his bluntness. Lita, feeling the tension, reprimanded him for calling people he just met disrespectful names. Shinso, observing the situation, expressed his curiosity about Class A, noting that their arrogance was disappointing. He pointed out that many students in general study programs were there because they had not made it into the hero program. He mentioned that the school had offered those who failed a chance to transfer based on their performance in the sports festival, implying that the same could happen for Class A. Shinso warned them not to be arrogant, as he intended to challenge them. Izuku and Uraraka, along with Lita, admired Shinso's bravery. The atmosphere shifted when 𝗧𝗪𝗧, a student from the neighboring Class B, excitedly joined the conversation, having heard about their recent encounter with a villain. He cautioned them that being overly confident could lead to embarrassment in the upcoming competition. Bakugo, uninterested, walked away, prompting Kirishima to express concern about the negative impression they were leaving. Bakugo dismissed the worry, stating that as long as they could rise to the top, it didn't matter. Izuku found himself agreeing with Bakugo's straightforward approach, which Kirishima deemed simple and manly. As they left the scene, Izuku reflected on the past, recalling Bakugo's determination to be number one, even as he remembered his own defeat against Blaze during basic training. The scene shifted to Dagobah Beach on a Sunday, where Izuku demonstrated his ability to split into 6 elemental forms: Blaze, Ice, Typhoon, Solar, Lightning, and Earthquake. With the sports festival just 2 weeks away, they needed to devise a strategy to secure victory. Earthquake, dressed in black and brown, reminded the group that time was short and that relying solely on speed would not suffice. Blaze, eager and enthusiastic, insisted on a relentless attack strategy. Ice, maintaining a cooler demeanor, cautioned against being too hasty, emphasizing the importance of tactics and stamina management. Typhoon, cheerful and optimistic, suggested they could adapt their approach depending on the event, while Solar, wearing a bright white shirt with gold accents, highlighted the need for a balanced and effective plan. He proposed that they consider fusion, suggesting that combining their powers could yield extraordinary results. Like a lightning tornado, those who are weak will lose, Izuku declared coolly. He suggested a fusion, referencing Todoroki's abilities, and proposed they attempt a combination of ice and blaze to save the other elements. As the earthquake element entered Izuku Ice's body, he confirmed the plan. The remaining 2, Izuku Ice and Izuku Blaze, prepared for their test. Izuku Blaze acknowledged the challenge, stating that if Todoroki could balance heat and cold, they should be able to do the same. With determination, Izuku Blaze took his fighting stance, fire swirling around him, while Izuku Ice mirrored the movement. They both called out for elemental fusion, their fists colliding in a spectacular explosion that sent shockwaves through the air. The merging logos of Ice and Blaze appeared beneath them, red and blue intertwining. As the dust settled, Izuku emerged, one leg engulfed in flames while the other was encased in ice. His hands displayed a striking contrast, one adorned with a red fire pattern and the other with a cool ice hue, his hair reflecting the same fiery and icy blend. He named his new form Frostfire, marveling at the harmonious power that balanced both elements. Izuku felt stable, not overwhelmed by heat or cold, and directed energy from his palms, forming a bow. He recognized the strength of this fusion as his ultimate move. In the days leading up to the event, he trained diligently in his Frostfire form, unaware that Shoto would not utilize his fire during their encounter. On the day of the festival, Inko encouraged Izuku from home, urging him to give it his all. As he left for UA, he noticed the bustling crowd of reporters eager to cover the event. A female reporter noted that Class 1A was the center of attention this year. Kamui, speaking with other pro-heroes, expressed a longing to observe the students but acknowledged their duty to maintain security. Empty Lady, enjoying some free takoyaki, remarked on the impressive lineup of pro-heroes invited to the event. Mina voiced her frustration about not being allowed to wear their hero costumes, as they were required to don sports attire for the competition. Sato wondered about the nature of the competition, while Tokoyami, arms crossed, assured everyone that they simply needed to win. Izuku, acting as class president, rallied his classmates, announcing that the event would commence soon. Shoto approached Izuku, expressing his thoughts on their dual quirks and acknowledging Izuku's popularity with all might. Bakugo, feeling competitive, silently plotted his own strategy against Izuku. Kaminari noted Shoto's declaration of rivalry, while Kirishima intervened, urging them to avoid conflict. Shoto dismissed Kirishima's concerns and walked away, leaving Izuku to accept the challenge with a determined aura. The commentator's voice boomed, announcing the long-awaited Yui Sports Festival. The excitement in the air was palpable as the students were called to enter the arena. Inko watched eagerly from home, cheering for her son as Izuku, along with his classmates, stepped into the spotlight. The crowd's energy was overwhelming, and Izuku felt the weight of their expectations. Lita, concerned about performing under such scrutiny, wondered if they could showcase their full abilities. As other classes entered the arena, Midnight, dressed in her signature style, called for the player agreement. Kirishima blushed at her appearance, while Bakugo was announced as the representative of Class 1A. Izuku was surprised to see Bakugo take the stage, having secured the top rank in the entrance exam. The crowd erupted with cheers and playful jeers as Bakugo boldly declared his intent to be number one, igniting the competitive spirit among the students. Lita scolded Bakugo for his bravado, while Izuku contemplated the challenges ahead, feeling a mix of confidence and determination. Izuku observed Bakugo as he walked past, contemplating his friend's tendency to isolate himself and focus on personal growth. The announcement of the first race, an obstacle course, caught his attention. Midnight explained that all 11 classes would participate in this elimination round, where they could interfere with one another during the 4 kilometers race around the stadium. In Izuku's mind, he felt the excitement of his quirk, all for one, which allowed him to rapidly develop his abilities. His elemental quirk began to manifest in various forms, and now, 6 elements were present in his mental space. As the lights dimmed and the race was about to start, Izuku dashed forward, utilizing his telekinesis to navigate through the narrow gate. He was aware that this was an elimination round, and the first to emerge was Shoto, followed by others from Class A, with Izuku being the last to appear. With determination, Izuku transformed into his elemental stage 2, Typhoon, taking on a new form that included a hoverboard resembling a surfboard with fans underneath. He soared ahead, quickly overtaking his classmates. The thrill of the race filled him with joy as he embraced the wind. As he sped past Bakugo, who shouted in frustration, Izuku playfully acknowledged him, teasingly remarking on the smoothness of the sky before sending a small tornado in Bakugo's direction. Next, he approached Shoto, who was creating an icy path. Izuku floated beside him, grinning and complimenting the slippery ice track before zipping ahead toward the first obstacle. The commentator, Mike, excitedly announced the developments, noting how Izuku had overtaken Todoroki in a surprising move. Aizawa, watching from the sidelines, expressed his astonishment at Izuku's cheeky behavior. As Izuku reached the first hurdle, a robot designated as the first obstacle, he recognized it from his entrance exam. The robot, known for its lack of points during the exam, posed no challenge for him. Izuku skillfully maneuvered around it, sending a gust of wind that sent the robot tumbling. He mused about the obstacles being artificial villains, wondering why they hadn't prepared something more formidable. Shoto, determined to keep up, used his ice powers to freeze the robot while chasing after Izuku. He pointed out a gap in the robot's legs that they could exploit to pass through. However, he quickly realized that freezing it in that position could lead to a collapse. As Izuku continued to mockingly distance himself, Mike announced that both he and Shoto were the fastest to complete the first test, highlighting their unique approaches. Bakugo, refusing to be left behind, pushed himself to catch up, while 𝗬𝗪 and Tokoyami utilized their quirks to navigate the obstacles. Observers noted that many students from Class A were performing well, and as they moved on to the second obstacle, Mike announced the challenge ahead, a cliff that would test their balance and skill, warning that anyone who fell would be eliminated. Typhoon Izuku swiftly maneuvered his skateboard, soaring through the air with the help of his rapidly spinning fan. His playful demeanor teased Shoto, who was trailing about 10 meters behind, as he zigzagged from side to side. Izuku exclaimed that if the race took too long, he might just leave, all while accelerating to maximum speed towards the third obstacle. Bakugo, who was in pursuit, felt a surge of excitement, thinking about how Typhoon Izuku's cheeky antics were now affecting someone else besides him. He propelled himself forward using explosions from both hands, surprised to see Midoriya exhibiting such boldness. Kyoka, struggling to navigate the fall obstacle, noted this unexpected side of Midoriya as she pushed herself to catch up. Present Mike enthusiastically commented on the scene, highlighting how Izuku not only breezed through the obstacle but also laughed at his competitors while increasing his speed. The third challenge awaited, a mind bomb, but Aizawa pointed out that Izuku, flying effortlessly, would likely have no trouble with it. Izuku casually lay back on his skateboard, gliding smoothly while glancing at those behind him, leaving the spectators in awe of his strength and stamina. Present Mike, observing from the sidelines, expressed disbelief at Izuku's continuous speed, while Bakugo shouted in frustration, determined to catch up despite the strain on his hands. Shoto, indifferent to the competition, ran ahead, freezing the ground to assist those behind him. Lita sprinted with all his might, trying to keep pace with Bakugo and Shoto, but it was Izuku who emerged victorious, crossing the finish line first in a relaxed manner. As he sat casually on his skateboard, Death Arms recognized Izuku as the boy who had once jumped to save Bakugo from danger. Kamui Woods recalled the same event, while Shigaraki observed the race with interest. Izuku returned to his normal appearance, noting that his cheeky nature often emerged when using his wind abilities. One of the boys remarked on how Midoriya's rapid development was impressive, though another pointed out that he had revealed little of his true potential. Bakugo, frustrated at his second-place finish, vented his annoyance, while Uraraka approached Izuku, congratulating him on his impressive performance. Kyoka, amazed at his speed, compared it to the power of wind or lightning. The results showed Izuku in first place, Shoto in second, and Bakugo in third, with most of Class A advancing, except for Aoyama, who finished last. Midnight announced that there would be more opportunities for those who hadn't passed, and the next round would be covered by the media. The tension rose as Midnight introduced the cavalry battle, explaining that teams of 2 to 4 would compete, with points awarded based on previous performances. The top-ranked team would earn a substantial reward, prompting Izuku to smile confidently, aware of his newfound demps. With 15 minutes to form teams, Bakugo gathered Mina, Kirishima, and Siro, while Lita opted to team up with Todoroki, Kaminari, and Momo, wanting to challenge himself against worthy rivals. Izuku, contemplating his own team, decided to partner with Tokoyami, Hatsum, and Uraraka. Aizawa observed the team compositions, noting the interesting dynamics. Shoto's team included Lita, Momo, and Kaminari, Bakugo's team consisted of Kirishima, Siro, and Mina, and Izuku's team featured Tokoyami, Mei, and Uraraka. The Mineta team consisted of Shoji, Tsuyu, and Mineta. As the match commenced, they charged toward the Izuku team. Tokoyami noted the situation, observing that they were already being targeted. He urged Midoriya to make his choice. Izuku decided they would retreat for the moment, but he was taken aback by the impressive skills of Class B. Utilizing the tool provided by Mei, they took to the air just as Kyoka prepared to attack. However, Tokoyami's Dark Shadow shielded them from danger. Tokoyami instructed Dark Shadow to guard their blind spot, and Izuku expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that they could rely on Dark Shadow for defense. As they landed safely, Mineta's team approached with Shoji skillfully covering their gaps while evading attacks. Izuku, with a crooked smile, used his telekinesis to gather points from those who came near, but soon realized they were surrounded. He transformed into his typhoon form, declaring his elemental stage 2. With a sly grin, he created a tornado that forced their opponents to struggle for survival. Shoto retaliated by sending ice toward Midoriya's team, breaking through the tornado. He warned Izuku not to celebrate prematurely, vowing to claim points for himself. The battle intensified as they had to dodge Izuku's telekinetic assaults. As the match progressed, a commentator noted that other teams, aside from Midoriya's, had fallen in rank. Bakugo's team was surprisingly at 0 points due to Monoma's interference, which caused Izuku to laugh heartily at the turn of events. However, his laughter triggered a surge of power, causing his tornado to spin faster and close off Shoto's escape route. Tokoyami cautioned Izuku to maintain control, as his expression revealed a wild excitement. Realizing he had lost focus, Izuku apologized and decided to establish tactics, preparing to use fire. He transformed into his blaze form, his eyes glowing bright red and his hair igniting with flames. His sportswear shifted to reflect the fiery colors. The commentator expressed surprise at this transformation, speculating about the potential of Izuku's quirks. Izuku clarified that Izuku was still using the same quirk, which encompassed elemental abilities and telekinesis. Izuku, now in his blaze form, challenged Shoto, holding fireballs in both hands. Shoto, with a sharp gaze, launched a large ice attack at Izuku. In response, Izuku unleashed a fiery blast, melting the ice as 𝗬𝗁𝗵𝗲 ducked for cover. Kaminari felt the intense heat from the flames, even though they narrowly missed him. Izuku smiled, taunting Shoto about the density of his ice. He then instructed 𝗬𝗁𝗵𝗲 to hide dark shadow, as it was vulnerable to light. Just as 𝗧𝗵𝗲 prepared to use his speed, Izuku created a firewall. The commentator announced the end of the match, prompting Izuku to extinguish his fire barrier with a smile. After the preliminary match and cavalry round, the results were tallied. Midoriya's team secured first place, followed by Bakugo's team in second, and Todoroki's team in third. As they took a break for lunch, Izuku shared a meal with his friends. Kyoka, curious about Izuku's earlier transformation, asked about the wind stage. Izuku explained that the wind stage was called Typhoon. As the next match approached, the commentator announced the final results and the start of a one-on-one tournament. Excitement filled the air as they prepared for the upcoming challenges. Midnight announced that several participants had withdrawn from the competition. Among them were Ojiro, who chose not to take part in the cavalry competition, and the Kendo team, which had to forfeit their position to Tetsutetsu's team due to being incapacitated by Shoto's earlier ice attack in the second round. Ojiro felt it was unfair to compete when he couldn't give his all, even though he was under Shinso's influence. The first-round matchups were set. Tetsutetsu faced Kirishima, 𝗬𝗁𝗵𝗲 battled Momo, Aoyama went against Ishido, Shinso squared off with Midoriya, Todoroki faced 𝗧𝗵𝗲, 𝗧𝗏 took on Mei, 𝗬𝗏𝗏 competed against Bakugo, and Kaminari met 𝗧𝗏𝗲. If Todoroki won against 𝗧𝗏𝗏 and Midoriya triumphed over Shinso, they would face each other in the second round. Izuku pondered the situation, thinking it unlikely that the match against Todoroki would come so quickly after his fight with Shinso. As they prepared to engage, Ojiro held Izuku back from responding to Shinso's question. Concerned, Izuku asked Ojiro what was wrong. Ojiro urged him not to reply, especially when he noticed Bakugo's reaction to 𝗬𝗏𝗏's presence. Bakugo expressed surprise, which left 𝗬𝗏𝗏 stunned. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗏𝗏 was approached by Mei, who had her own plans for the tournament. The announcer declared an intermission, prompting everyone to take a break except for Izuku, who preferred to conserve his energy. Kyoka approached him, offering encouragement and expressing confidence that he would win against Shinso. Izuku smiled at her words. As the intermission ended, Present Mic announced the highly anticipated match between Izuku Midoriya, the MSTR of all elements, and Hitoshi Shinso from the General Studies program. The rules were straightforward: make the opponent leave the arena or incapacitate them. As the match began, Shinso reflected on the nature of their fight, dismissing the importance of appearances and mocking Ojiro. Izuku, who detested seeing his friends insulted, felt a surge of determination. A dark aura enveloped him, signaling a new power. Present Mic exclaimed in surprise at this unexpected development. The audience buzzed with curiosity about this new element. Izuku revealed himself as the embodiment of darkness, his appearance transformed to reflect this new power. Shinso, taken aback, expressed his envy of Izuku's strength, lamenting how his own quirk held him back. As the match progressed, Izuku unleashed his dark power, pushing Shinso toward the edge of the arena. He taunted Shinso, explaining that his quirk was ineffective against him due to its weakness. With a final push, Shinso was sent out of the arena, and Midnight announced Izuku's victory. As Shinso recalled past taunts from his friends about his quirk, he felt the weight of their words. Despite the setback, he resolved to pursue his dream of becoming a hero, even with his brainwashing ability. He acknowledged Izuku's strength and promised not to give up, urging him not to lose in the next round. Izuku, surprised by Shinso's words, felt a sense of camaraderie. As Shinso walked away, he echoed a final encouragement for Izuku not to falter. Meanwhile, Shoto encountered 𝗵𝗏𝗏, who criticized him for not utilizing his full potential in the competition. Shoto, filled with resentment, brushed past his father, leaving Endeavor's words hanging in the air. Shoto declared that he would only win by utilizing his mother's power and would not rely on anyone else's abilities. He walked away, leaving behind his disdainful words as Izuku made his way to the audience seats. Uraraka waved enthusiastically, calling out to Midoriya, and Lita greeted him, mentioning that he had prepared a chair for him. Ojiro raised his hand in gratitude for Izuku's earlier victory, and beside him, Kyoka expressed her appreciation for Izuku's patience as Mike announced the next match featuring Shoto and 𝗬𝗏. Mike energized the crowd, announcing the start of the second match. As the match commenced, 𝗬𝗏 lunged at Shoto, attempting to push him out of the arena. Shoto, with a serious expression after his recent conversation with Endeavor, responded by freezing the arena. A massive ice cliff emerged, extending beyond the studio, causing a tremor that startled everyone. Death Arms exclaimed in disbelief at the sight of the ice formation. 𝗬𝗏, caught in the icy grip, felt the weight of Shoto's power as he struggled to move, ultimately leading to Shoto's victory. Midnight, also affected by the ice, attempted to maintain calm, urging Shoto to relax and not stress too much. Shoto, still overwhelmed by emotions from his encounter with Endeavor, melted the ice around 𝗬𝗏, who smiled in response. Izuku absorbed the ice, enhancing his own abilities while the match progressed at a quicker pace. The crowd continued to rally behind 𝗬𝗏, encouraging him not to give up. The next match featured 𝗵𝘃𝗲 from Class B against 𝗧𝗵𝗄𝗏, who unleashed a powerful electric attack. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 skillfully used her hair to shield herself, and despite 𝗵𝗄𝗏's efforts, he was quickly defeated. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗏 commented on the unexpected outcome, only to be interrupted by Kendo, who apologized for the distraction. The match between Lita and Mei was more of a demonstration, with Lita showcasing various equipment. Izuku chuckled from the sidelines, noting how easily Lita was influenced by 𝗵𝗃𝗁's suggestions. As Uraraka prepared for her turn, Izuku continued to comment on the matches, providing insights that others found useful. The match between Mina and Aoyama was swift, with Mina's athleticism giving her the edge. Their training together allowed them to anticipate each other's quirks, but Mina's superior fitness ultimately led to her victory. The battle between Momo and Tokoyami unfolded rapidly, with Tokoyami's dark shadow overwhelming Momo, forcing her out of the arena. Mike excitedly remarked on the intensity of the match, noting that Tokoyami had won without causing any harm to Momo. Ojiro observed that Momo must be feeling frustrated after such a quick defeat. The clash between Kirishima and Tetsutetsu ended in a draw, both fighters collapsing after an intense exchange, leading to a decision by arm wrestling. Mike announced the next match, featuring Uraraka against Bakugo, both from the Hero Study Program. Izuku realized Uraraka was no longer beside him and felt uneasy about the upcoming battle, believing it was an unfair matchup. He shared his concerns with Kyoka, who felt similarly apprehensive about the one-sided nature of the fight. As the match commenced, Lita inquired about Uraraka's strategy, but Izuku shook his head, unsure of her plan. Izuku reflected on Bakugo's strength, knowing that his quirk became more potent as he exerted himself. He hoped Uraraka would have a strategy of her own, despite the odds. Uraraka began her approach, bending low as she evaded Bakugo's explosive attacks. She cleverly used her shirt as a distraction, gathering rock fragments from the ground to use as projectiles. Izuku marveled at her boldness, recognizing the risk she was taking. The crowd reacted passionately to Bakugo's aggressive style, with some criticizing his approach, but others were captivated by the intensity of the match. He reached this point because he acknowledged his opponent's strength, which made him cautious with Uraraka. His longing to win drove him not to let his guard down, Aizawa explained after nudging the microphone, which left Mike confused. Lita, puzzled, asked what Aizawa meant. Izuku pointed upward, instructing Lita to observe Uraraka's strategy. The others followed suit and noticed debris accumulating above Bakugo. Uraraka expressed her gratitude to Bakugo for staying vigilant, which caught his attention. As she released the floating rocks, they hurtled toward Bakugo, who was positioned above. In response, Bakugo raised his hand and unleashed a massive explosion that shattered the debris. Although 𝗬𝗧𝗧𝗃 was knocked back and fainted after a small rock nearly struck her, Bakugo instinctively destroyed the rock. He walked away toward the audience area, grumbling to himself. Mike announced the end of the first match and, due to a brief intermission, prompted everyone to prepare for the next competition. Izuku made his way to the waiting area, as it was his turn to compete. In the hallway, he encountered Bakugo, who warned him not to lose before their match. Izuku confidently assured Bakugo that he wouldn't lose to anyone. Afterward, he continued to his waiting area, while Bakugo returned to the audience section. 𝗧𝗏 teased Bakugo about his struggles, calling him villain face, while Tsuyu bluntly remarked on Bakugo's heroics in saving 𝗬𝗧𝗃 from the small rock. Bakugo dismissed their comments, irritated, and took his seat. Kirishima and 𝗧𝗏𝗃, who had just woken up, engaged in an arm wrestling match, with Kirishima emerging victorious. As Izuku walked, he crossed paths with 𝗵𝗃𝗏, who acknowledged Izuku's impressive quirk. 𝗵𝗃𝗏 expressed hope that Izuku wouldn't embarrass himself in the upcoming match against Shoto, who was expected to surpass All Might. Izuku replied that the competition was between him and Todoroki, emphasizing that the outcome was none of 𝗵𝗃𝗏's concern. After a moment of sharp eye contact, Izuku walked toward the stadium, where he and Shoto faced each other as they ascended the stairs. 𝗬𝗧𝗃𝗃, just returning from fainting, observed that their match had not yet begun. Bakugo, still watching, ignored her presence. Mike introduced the first significant match of the second part, highlighting Shoto Todoroki, the popular hero among the girls, and Izuku Midoriya, the elemental ruler who had excelled in previous matches. As the two stared each other down, their friends watched intently. Lita asked Tokoyami for his thoughts on the match, while no one noticed that Izuku's hair and clothes had turned brown. Tokoyami speculated that the outcome depended on whether Midoriya could close the distance to Todoroki, given their knowledge of each other's strengths. He noted that if Midoriya utilized his split ability, the match could take a different turn. Present Mike declared the start of the match, and Shoto immediately launched an ice attack at Izuku. In response, Izuku punched the ground, creating an earth shield that blocked Shoto's assault. Izuku anticipated a direct attack from Todoroki, having prepared for it. The earth shifted to the right of his wall, and he confidently announced a competition of elemental powers. As he activated his split ability, flames and ice emerged side by side. Present Mike exclaimed in disbelief at Izuku's transformation. Shoto, on guard, accused Izuku of being afraid to confront him directly, but Izuku clarified that he was merging his elements. With a powerful stance, Izuku summoned both fire and ice, creating a striking visual display. As the two elements collided, an explosion and shockwave erupted, causing Shoto to erect an ice wall behind him for protection. Amidst the dust and debris, Izuku emerged, one leg engulfed in flames and the other encased in ice, his shirt displaying a striking pattern of both elements. His hair reflected the duality of fire and ice as he declared his new form, Frostfire. The crowd gasped in awe at the transformation. Midoriya had become the second Todoroki, Mike exclaimed with enthusiasm as he observed the scene unfolding among his friends. Kyoka, clearly impressed, noted how much he had improved since their last encounter, marveling at his ability to combine elements. She couldn't help but think about how handsome he looked in this new form, her heart racing as she unconsciously held her chest. Izuku Frostfire challenged Shoto, asserting that he would make him regret underestimating him by only using his ice. He took a fighting stance and charged forward, but Shoto countered with an ice attack aimed directly at him. With impressive agility, Izuku performed a somersault to evade the attack. As he approached, flames ignited in his right hand while ice formed in his left. He unleashed a powerful move, calling it the Frozen Flaming Fist. Shoto blocked the punch with ice, resulting in a minor thermal explosion as the cold clashed with the heat, sending Shoto reeling back. Shoto expressed his surprise at Izuku's ability to combine two elements, acknowledging that it was thanks to him that 𝗵𝗃𝗏's expression had soured in the audience. Kirishima and 𝗧𝗏 noted that the two were locked in a stalemate, both capable of launching consecutive attacks without pause. Bakugo interjected, emphasizing that even though they could keep attacking, there were limits to their quirks and physical abilities. He pointed out that overexertion could lead to exhaustion or injury, reminding them that they all had their limits. Izuku Frostfire stepped closer to Shoto, challenging him to fight with all his strength. Shoto, frustrated, questioned whether his father had bribed Izuku, but Izuku insisted that if Shoto didn't use his full power, he would force him to do so. As Shoto charged, Izuku crouched and swiftly dodged Shoto's ice attacks, launching his own flaming fist. A thermal explosion erupted as Shoto created an ice shield, nearly pushing him out of the arena. Shoto, now on the edge, questioned why Izuku was fighting so fiercely. Izuku explained that he wanted to win against someone who was truly using all their power, recognizing Shoto's determination. A flashback revealed Shoto's childhood, where he expressed his longing not to become like his father, someone who oppressed his mother. Rei's voice echoed in his memory, encouraging him to pursue his dreams as long as he had the will to do so. In the arena, Shoto struggled to rise, feeling the weight of his cold condition. Izuku shouted that true strength came from self-awareness, not just inherited quirks. He urged Shoto to embrace his identity, reminding him that he was not bound by his bloodline. Hearing these words, Shoto felt a surge of flames rise within him, realizing that he too wanted to be a hero. As both fighters smiled at each other, they prepared to unleash their combined powers. Flames and ice swirled together, creating an intense display of heat and cold. 𝗵𝗵𝗃, observing from the sidelines, warned that the night would become dangerous. The two launched their attacks, resulting in a massive thermal explosion that sent shockwaves through the arena, causing debris to scatter. Kaminari, watching from the audience, expressed disbelief at the sheer power on display. As smoke filled the studio, 𝗵𝗵𝗃 remarked on the overwhelming strength of their quirks. When the fog cleared, both Shoto and Izuku lay unconscious, with Shoto outside the arena and Izuku still within it. Despite their condition, Izuku's return to normal indicated he had emerged victorious. Midnight noted that his awakening suggested some level of consciousness remained, even as the crowd erupted in cheers, acknowledging the incredible strength displayed by both fighters. One of the pro heroes in the UKS commented on the impressive power displayed, noting that the hero seemed quite exhausted and might struggle to unleash his full potential in the next match. Recovery Girl observed the situation and confirmed that there were no serious injuries. Izuku, just regaining his senses, spotted Kyoka, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, 𝗬𝗧𝗏, and 𝗵𝗏𝗃 nearby. He inquired about the upcoming match, appearing as though he had just woken up from a brief nap. Kyoka explained that the arena was still under repair due to significant damage, allowing them some time to rest. 𝗧𝗏𝗃, eager to speak, expressed his concern about Izuku's recent performance, marveling at how he managed to combine two elements, comparing him to Todoroki. 𝗵𝗏𝗃, beside Tiu, chimed in with his own astonishment. Izuku clarified that while Todoroki possessed two quirks, he was still considered to have one. He explained that through rigorous training he had developed a technique specifically to counter Todoroki. Kyoka questioned why Izuku was holding back, suggesting that he could easily win using his lightning abilities. Izuku reflected on Todoroki's sadness regarding his fire quirk and expressed his longing for Todoroki to realize something important. He felt it would be unsatisfying to win without his opponent giving their all. Meanwhile, the matches continued with 𝗧𝗏𝗄𝗵𝗲 facing Mina, where 𝗧𝗏𝗄𝗵𝗲's dark shadow pushed Mina away, and 𝗧𝗏𝗃 pushed 𝗧𝗏𝗲 out of the arena with a powerful burst. In the city, Ingenium was in pursuit of a criminal when he stumbled upon something unusual, leading him to discover a hero hunter, Stain, which marked the beginning of a significant incident. In the match between Kirishima and Bakugo, Kirishima managed to land a hit on Bakugo's cheek, but Bakugo retaliated with an explosive attack aimed at Kirishima's side. Kirishima's hardening technique held up against the assault, allowing him to breathe and ultimately secure victory. As the top four were announced, the next match was set: Izuku vs 𝗧𝗏𝗃 and 𝗧𝗏𝗄𝗵𝗃 vs Bakugo. Both friends faced each other once again, ready to compete. Izuku encouraged 𝗧𝗏𝗃 not to hold back, and the announcer introduced them as two good friends from the hero study program. 𝗧𝗏𝗃 contemplated his strategy, realizing he needed to use his reciprocal burst to gain an advantage, while Izuku focused on conserving his stamina for a potential future battle against Bakugo. When the match began, 𝗧𝗏 launched himself at Izuku with incredible speed, attempting a kick. Unbeknownst to him, Izuku had transformed, his right hand now encased in ice. 𝗧𝗏 executed his attack, but Izuku skillfully dodged and ducked down. 𝗧𝗏's thoughts raced as he planned his next move, determined to throw Izuku out of the arena. However, as he attempted to grab Izuku's shirt to execute his plan, 𝗧𝗏 was taken by surprise when his engine malfunctioned, leaving him unable to move. Izuku revealed that he had frozen 𝗧𝗏's left hand during the kick, using a clever tactic that caught 𝗧𝗏 off guard. He explained that he had to conserve energy for his next match against Bakugo, which surprised 𝗧𝗏 even more. The audience watched in shock as Izuku gained the upper hand, with friends cheering him on from the sidelines. The excitement in the arena grew as the announcer declared Izuku the winner, advancing him to the final round. Meanwhile, Stain, lurking in the shadows, expressed his disdain for those who claimed to be heroes, believing that true heroism was embodied only by All Might. The second semifinal match commenced with Bakugo facing 𝗃𝗁𝗵𝗲. The audience was on edge as Bakugo seemed to exploit Dark Shadow's weaknesses. Mina, unable to comprehend 𝗃𝗁𝗵𝗲's struggle, questioned why he wasn't fighting at full strength. Momo analyzed the situation, noting that the light from Bakugo's explosions hindered Dark Shadow's ability to attack effectively. Uraraka pointed out the disadvantage 𝗃𝗁𝗵𝗲 faced, realizing that Bakugo's knowledge of Dark Shadow's weaknesses gave him a significant edge. Bakugo expressed his pity for 𝗃𝗁𝗵𝗲, stating that he was not the right opponent, leading to 𝗃𝗁𝗵𝗲's surrender. Midnight then announced the winner, declaring that the final match would be between Bakugo and Midoriya. Bakugo immediately turned his gaze toward Izuku, and they exchanged smiles from across the classroom. Tetsu, watching the scene unfold, muttered in frustration about Class A's success. 𝗧𝗏, who suddenly received a phone call, stepped away to answer, explaining to his mother that he had lost. His mother, however, delivered shocking news that his brother had been defeated by a villain, leaving 𝗧𝗏 devastated. Despite wanting to witness the match between Izuku and Bakugo, he had to leave the studio for family reasons. The long-awaited final match was about to begin, featuring two childhood friends and rivals. Mike announced the commencement of the battle, introducing Izuku Midoriya, the 𝗵𝘃𝗲 of elementals, against Bakugo Katsuki. As they faced each other in the arena, Bakugo declared his determination not to lose, while Izuku mirrored his resolve. The signal was given, and the fight commenced. Izuku unleashed his elemental ice powers, creating ice chunks around him, and an ice version of himself emerged. Bakugo charged forward, swinging his hand at Izuku's ice form, who skillfully dodged the attack by leaping away. Bakugo, fueled by frustration, unleashed a powerful explosion that shattered the ice statue, surprising him. Izuku, using his battle intelligence, continued to evade Bakugo's assaults by summoning ice statues to block his attacks. Bakugo, realizing Izuku's strategy, vowed not to be tricked again and charged forward with a larger explosion. The audience watched in awe as Izuku's new move showcased his ability to evade attacks. Izuku taunted Bakugo, who became increasingly irritated and continued his assault. The cold air around them began to slow Bakugo's movements, and Izuku announced his next move, creating a freezing cannon. He fired a large ice shot at Bakugo, who retaliated with an explosion, but Izuku's strategy proved effective. Bakugo managed to escape the ice confinement, determined not to be held back. Izuku, undeterred, formed an ice energy between his hands and unleashed an ice domain, surrounding Bakugo with freezing attacks. Bakugo found himself immobilized, with only his head able to move. Midnight declared Izuku the winner, and the audience erupted in cheers. Shoto observed the match with curiosity, noting the differences in their ice abilities. As the ice melted away, Izuku returned to his normal form, while Bakugo, accepting his defeat, vowed to come back stronger next time. The champion of this year's first-grade sports festival had been determined. The winner from Class A was Izuku Midoriya, announced Mike with enthusiasm. The Yui Sports Festival for first grade had concluded, and it was time for the awards. Midnight gathered all the participants in the area, and the cheers echoed around them. The podium rose, revealing Izuku at number 1, radiating happiness with his arms crossed and a broad smile. Bakugo took second place, while Shoto and 𝗃𝗁𝗵𝗲 claimed third. Bakugo appeared calm, accepting his loss with determination to win next time, though his expression showed frustration. Only Uraraka understood why Ida had left quickly. He had gone to check on Izuku in the waiting room. Confused, Izuku noticed Ida was missing from the Class A lineup. Midnight announced it was time for the medal presentation, introducing All Might as the one to distribute the medals. The crowd erupted in cheers at the sight of All Might, who jumped onto the stage, exclaiming he had come with medals. Midnight praised All Might, and the audience responded with excitement, acknowledging the _1 hero. Midnight instructed All Might to begin distributing the medals, handing him the first one for third place. All Might congratulated 𝗃𝗁𝗵𝗲, praising his strength and potential. He encouraged 𝗃𝗁𝗵𝗲 to remember that true heroism lies not just in physical strength but in resilience. 𝗃𝗁𝗵𝗲 accepted the medal with gratitude. Next, All Might approached Shoto, congratulating him as well. He acknowledged Shoto's growth during his match against Izuku and his journey towards self-acceptance. Shoto expressed his longing to be a hero like All Might, admitting he still had challenges to overcome. All Might noted the change in Shoto's demeanor and encouraged him to keep pushing forward. All Might then turned to Bakugo, commending his fierce ambition and determination. Bakugo, with fiery eyes, declared he would not settle for second place and aimed for the top. All Might laughed heartily, encouraging Bakugo to maintain that spirit, assuring him that one day he would reach his peak. Finally, All Might approached Izuku, praising his remarkable growth and control over his powers. He expressed pride in Izuku's potential as a future hero. Izuku thanked All Might, vowing to continue training and aspire to surpass him. All Might concluded the ceremony, reminding everyone that the winners were an inspiration and that anyone could stand on the podium with hard work and dedication. The crowd echoed his words, shouting, "Plus Ultra." Inko, watching from home, cheered for Izuku, feeling overwhelmed with pride. The afternoon passed quickly, and in class, Aizawa congratulated the students, informing them they would have the next 2 days off. Pro heroes observing the festival would likely reach out to them, and the school would handle the announcements. As the students celebrated, Izuku glanced at Ida's empty chair, unaware of the changes unfolding. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Ida rushed through the hallways to his brother's room. Shocked, he learned from the doctor that if the operation had been delayed by even 2 minutes, his brother would not have survived. After a tense moment, Ida's brother opened his eyes, apologizing for not living up to Ida's admiration. Ida, filled with emotion, cried at his brother's side. On a holiday, Shoto was asked by Fuyumi where he was going, as he seemed eager to leave. For the first time, he was visiting the hospital to see his mother, who was suffering from tuberculosis. The next morning, Izuku lounged at home, feeling content after the festival. When school resumed, he chatted with fellow passengers on the train, receiving compliments for his performance at the festival, which made him happy. On his way to school, Izuku, feeling tired, was approached by Ida, who ran past him in a raincoat, urging him to hurry so they wouldn't be late. There were still 5 minutes before the bell when Izuku hurried after Lida. Lida insisted it was customary for students to arrive 10 minutes early. Upon entering, Izuku was seen drying his umbrella and placing it in the stand. He wanted to inquire about Lida's brother, as Uraraka had mentioned something the day before. Lida reassured him that his brother was fine and apologized for causing any worry while he took off his coat and headed to class. Despite Lida's words, Izuku still felt a knot of anxiety in his chest. In class, discussions flowed freely. Mina excitedly shared her experience of being greeted by many people in the street, while Kirishima nodded in agreement. 𝗧𝗪 recalled a moment when an elementary school student told him not to dwell on things, which prompted Tsuyu to tease him, leading to 𝗧𝗪 feeling overwhelmed. Lida rushed past Izuku again, reminding everyone that they would be late. Izuku, still confused about the urgency, chased after him, insisting there was still time. As they settled into class, Aizawa entered, greeting them with a serious demeanor. He announced that today's lesson was quite special, which sparked curiosity among the students. They wondered if it might be a surprise test. Kaminari silently hoped that wouldn't be the case, while Kirishima anxiously awaited Aizawa's next words. Aizawa explained that they would be discussing code names and determining hero nicknames. This news excited the class, as it was something they had long anticipated. Aizawa elaborated on the importance of experience in the upcoming pro-hero recruitment, emphasizing that first-year students would have a chance to showcase their worthiness. He displayed the recruitment enthusiasm numbers on the class monitor. Todoroki had 4,213, Bakugo had 3,556, and Izuku had 5. Aizawa noted that last year's results were more evenly distributed, but this time, the top 3 were clear. Kyoka questioned the rankings, pointing out that Bakugo was in 3rd place despite being 2nd in the previous year, while Todoroki was now 2nd after Izuku. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 speculated that perhaps some were intimidated by Bakugo's fierce demeanor. Bakugo, overhearing this, shouted in disbelief, challenging the idea that anyone could be afraid of him. Aizawa clarified that the results did not directly correlate with recruitment. They would still be participating in fieldwork practice at USJ. He explained that while they would gain experience fighting criminals, this practice would focus on real-world work experience alongside pro-heroes. Sato and Uraraka expressed their enthusiasm for the discussion, eager to learn more. Midnight entered, interrupting Aizawa to emphasize the importance of their hero nicknames. She warned that they should choose wisely, as the names they selected would reflect their identities. Aizawa encouraged them to think about what they wanted to be in the future as they considered their hero names. Izuku pondered what name would represent him best, reflecting on his father as he wrote down his thoughts. Midnight announced it was time for those who had finished to present their hero names. 𝗧𝗪 felt a wave of nerves wash over him as 𝗬𝗵𝗲 stepped up first, proudly declaring his hero name, "Sparkling Hero, I can't stop twinkling." He presented it with flair, and Midnight noted the uniqueness of the name. Mina followed, announcing her hero name as Alien Queen, which prompted Midnight to cross her arms, playfully rejecting the name as too strange. The atmosphere was filled with excitement and anticipation as the students prepared to share their identities as future heroes. The atmosphere felt tense in the classroom. Tsuyu, known as 𝗵𝗲, proudly declared her hero name, which earned her a thumbs up from Midnight, who found it quite adorable. Next was Kirishima, who announced himself as Red Riot. Midnight recognized the inspiration behind the name and acknowledged it with approval, noting how it was a fitting tribute to Crimson Riot. Kyoka offered Kaminari some advice on using the name 𝗂𝗵𝗲, which he found amusing as he chuckled and stepped forward. Kyoka then introduced herself as 𝗎𝗓𝗏. Midnight, with her signature smile and a thumbs up, encouraged the next student to present their hero name. Mizo Shoji introduced himself as Tentacola, followed by 𝗧𝗪, who announced himself as Cellophane. Midnight accepted their names with enthusiasm. Shoto simply used his own name, and when it was Tokoyami's turn, he declared himself as Tsukuyomi, the Black Wing Hero. Bakugo, however, faced immediate rejection from Midnight when he claimed the title King of Killer Explosions, as she found it too intimidating. Despite Bakugo's attempts to suggest other names, they were all dismissed as unsuitable. Lita chose to stick with his own name instead of Ingenium, and when it was Izuku's turn, he hesitantly revealed his hero name, Elemental Ruler, All Beyond. He explained that All signifies mastery over all elements, and Beyond represents surpassing limits. Midnight approved of this name, recognizing its significance. Aizawa then explained the upcoming internship PRD, emphasizing that it would vary by location. He handed out forms during lunch, where students discussed their internship preferences. Mineta expressed a longing to intern with MT Lady, unaware of the challenges he would face. Kyoka inquired about Izuku's decision, while Uraraka considered Gunhead's agency. Izuku admitted he was still undecided, scanning the list of potential mentors, which included Gran Torino and Sir Night-Eye. Lita had already made up his mind to intern with the manual hero. As the afternoon approached, All Might arrived, playfully announcing he would borrow Izuku for a moment. Kyoka noted the closeness between All Might and Izuku, stirring a hint of jealousy among their peers. All Might encouraged Izuku to consider Gran Torino, recalling his effectiveness as a teacher and his own experience with him. Izuku, lost in thought, failed to notice All Might's slight tremor. Aizawa observed Lita's choice of agency in Hosu City, feeling uneasy about it. Izuku submitted his completed form to Aizawa and casually headed home, only to find Kyoka waiting for him. They walked together, and she asked about his decision. Izuku shared his choice of 𝗓𝗄𝗄's agency, while Kyoka expressed her intent to intern with Death Arms, believing it would provide valuable lessons. The next morning, Izuku was startled to learn that Lita had chosen the agency in Hosu City, where Lita's brother had suffered a serious injury at the hands of the hero killer, Stain. When the day of fieldwork arrived, the students gathered at the station. Aizawa reminded them to keep their costumes safe, as they shouldn't be worn in public. Ashido responded with excitement, prompting Aizawa to caution her to remain composed during the internship. As Lita walked toward his agency, Shoto understood the weight of his choice, recalling his own struggles with feelings toward endeavor. Izuku rushed to Lita, offering support and reminding him that they were friends. Lita acknowledged this but walked away, his expression revealing a hidden intensity that Izuku failed to notice. On the train, Izuku pondered All Might's words, determined to make a good impression. Upon arriving at his destination, he followed the directions All Might had provided. After knocking on 𝗓𝗄𝗄's door and receiving no response, he introduced himself as a student from UA High School. To his shock, he discovered the room in disarray, with signs of a struggle evident. 𝗓𝗄𝗄, however, was still alive, lifting his head to greet Izuku. As 𝗓𝗄𝗄 prepared to pour tomato sauce over the sausage, he accidentally stumbled, shaking off the mishap while expressing his confusion. Izuku, observing the scene, wondered about 𝗓𝗄𝗄's identity. 𝗓𝗄𝗄 inquired who Izuku was, to which Izuku introduced himself as Midoriya Izuku from UA. 𝗓𝗄𝗄 reacted with surprise, and they began exchanging questions typical of their personalities. Izuku wanted to inform All Might about 𝗓𝗄𝗄's condition, believing him to be quite old and a bit forgetful. 𝗓𝗄𝗄 then opened Izuku's costume box without caution, prompting a panicked response from Izuku, who questioned the action. 𝗓𝗄𝗄, adopting a serious demeanor, challenged Izuku to demonstrate his quirk, expressing a longing to assess his control over his powers. This shift in tone caught Izuku off guard, creating a tense atmosphere. 𝗓𝗄𝗄 leaped onto the wall, urging Izuku to attack him, which reminded Izuku of All Might's words. 𝗓𝗄𝗄 acknowledged having watched the festival event, admitting that while Izuku's power was impressive, he still had areas to improve. He encouraged Izuku to don his costume so they could evaluate his control. Izuku changed into his costume, which featured a jacket with a hoodie and a hat adorned with a lightning logo. As he activated his lightning quirk, the energy crackled with a bright yellow hue. 𝗓𝗄𝗄 observed with interest, noting the absence of an electrical conductor. Izuku expressed his affinity for the lightning element, stating he rarely used it in battles to avoid overwhelming his opponents. He confidently declared that 𝗓𝗄𝗄 wouldn't be able to catch him. 𝗓𝗄𝗄, intrigued by Izuku's confidence, suggested they put it to the test. As the match began, Izuku prepared himself, ready to showcase his speed. 𝗓𝗄𝗄, moving with impressive agility, aimed to attack from behind. However, in a flash, Izuku vanished and reappeared behind 𝗓𝗄𝗄, executing a technique called lightning movement. 𝗓𝗄𝗄 was taken aback by Izuku's incredible speed, managing to evade the incoming attack thanks to his extensive experience training All Might. The challenge of keeping up with Izuku's lightning movement proved to be a formidable task for 𝗓𝗄𝗄, who found the situation increasingly frustrating. Izuku, moving at incredible speed, darted through the air with a distinct sound accompanying each swift motion. 𝗓𝗄𝗄, surprised and momentarily confused, focused on evading the attacks that surrounded him. Izuku, now holding his shoulder, had managed to zap 𝗓𝗄𝗄 with a low-voltage jolt, limiting his mobility. Crouching beside 𝗓𝗄𝗄, Izuku wondered if he had won. 𝗓𝗄𝗄, acknowledging Izuku's speed, insisted that the battle was not over yet. He leaped to the side, using his jet quirk to create distance and avoid another lightning shock from Izuku. Izuku, determined, continued to move around 𝗓𝗄𝗏, attempting to pin him down. He drove his sword into the wall, a part of his long-term strategy. With a smile, he perched on the wall, looking at 𝗓𝗄𝗏. Realizing the sword surrounding him, 𝗓𝗄𝗏 felt a sense of dread as Izuku brandished his lightning sword, now crackling with energy. With a swift motion, Izuku struck the sword against the wall, causing the other swords to light up and channel the electricity toward 𝗓𝗄𝗏. The attack left 𝗓𝗄𝗏 on the ground, immobilized by the electric shock. 𝗓𝗄𝗏, now seated, admitted that Izuku's battle intelligence was impressive and declared the test concluded. He warned Izuku that his upcoming internship would be challenging. Izuku, relieved and happy to have passed, acknowledged that in a real fight, he might have lost due to his lack of experience, despite his superior speed. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗏 was seen walking with a determined look, seeking revenge, while 𝗧𝗵𝗲 conversed with Shigaraki. Their discussion turned to potential targets, but 𝗧𝗵𝗲 refused to pursue Midoriya, preferring to target what he deemed trash heroes. Bakugo, on the other hand, was preoccupied with his appearance, ensuring his hairstyle was perfectly styled. Later that night, Izuku and 𝗓𝗄𝗏 enjoyed takoyaki together. Izuku contemplated how to elevate his darkness element to the next stage. He pondered the abundance of darkness energy in the night and, with newfound knowledge from the 𝗬𝗏 Quirk, reached out to the sky. Darkness energy enveloped him, transforming his appearance as he successfully transitioned to the second stage, shadow. Elated, Izuku embraced his new form, which contrasted sharply with the arrogance of his light counterpart. The following morning, 𝗓𝗄𝗏 encouraged Izuku to demonstrate his elemental abilities. Izuku, glowing with energy, split into 7 distinct forms, each representing different elements: blaze, ice, lightning, solar, earthquake, shadow, and typhoon. Each form showcased unique colors and patterns, with Izuku as the leader of this elemental display. 𝗓𝗄𝗏, impressed by the transformation, acknowledged the remarkable nature of Izuku's abilities. Meanwhile, Bakugo lamented his choice of hairstyle, feeling it was a mistake. In a different setting, All Might discussed the recent USJ incident with 𝗧𝗵𝗄𝘁. 𝗧𝗵𝗁 revealed that a 𝗵𝗏 had DNA from 4 different individuals, raising concerns about the implications of such a mix. All Might, contemplating the situation, realized the gravity of the matter and felt compelled to act. All Might transformed into his powerful form, standing alongside 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and Shigaraki. Although their goals differed, they shared a mutual agreement to dismantle the current era. Meanwhile, Iida discovered a pattern in 𝗧𝗵𝗲's attacks, noting that he consistently injured 4 heroes in various locations. Izuku and 𝗓𝗄𝗏 were entering Phase 2 of their training, focusing on battling criminals. 𝗓𝗄𝗏 emphasized that if Izuku only practiced against him, he would struggle against different types of adversaries. He reminded Izuku that interns would face criminals under the supervision of a mentor, and if he wished to surpass All Might, he needed to be prepared. As they traveled to Kofu in Shibuya, Tokyo, they passed through Hosu. Izuku learned that All Might's real name was Toshinori, a detail he would remember. Meanwhile, Manuel and Iida were patrolling in their hero costumes. Manuel, noticing their presence, inquired if they were pursuing hero hunters. Iida, surprised that his intentions were known, felt the weight of his personal grudges. Manuel cautioned him against letting those feelings consume him, reminding Iida that heroes should not act on personal vendettas. Elsewhere, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 emerged from Kurojire's portal, ready to stir chaos. He remarked on how hero hunters had become a breeding ground for heroes and instructed Kurojire to bring forth a 𝗵𝗏. That night, on a train near Hosu City, Izuku sat with 𝗓𝗄𝗏, questioning the train's late arrival. 𝗓𝗄𝗏, with a hint of mischief, suggested that more fights would lead to more excitement. Izuku checked his phone, noting that Iida had read his message but had not replied, which was unusual. Suddenly, the train shook violently as a pro-hero and a white 𝗵𝗏 burst through the wall. Izuku, startled, was urged by 𝗓𝗄𝗏 to stay seated while he engaged the 𝗵𝗏. As Izuku looked outside, he saw flames engulfing the city, ignited by the 𝗵𝗏's rampage. Unable to remain idle, he jumped off the train, determined to help. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗧 and Manuel were running when 𝗧𝗧 spotted something in an alley and rushed in, only to confront 𝗧𝗵, who was poised to attack native. 𝗧𝗵 struck first, knocking 𝗧𝗧's helmet off. 𝗧𝗵, taken aback by 𝗧𝗧's costume, questioned his presence. 𝗧𝗧, filled with anger, recognized 𝗧𝗵 as the infamous hero killer and declared his intent to stop him. 𝗧𝗵, noticing the vengeance in 𝗧𝗧's eyes, warned him that even children could become targets. 𝗧𝗧 revealed that he was the younger brother of 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗲, the hero 𝗧𝗵 had attacked, and he was there to confront him. As 𝗧𝗵 prepared to strike, Izuku soared through the air on his skateboard, searching for 𝗧𝗧 after hearing his name. Gran Torino was already engaged in battle with the Nomu, protecting civilians, while Endeavor arrived, drawn by the chaos. 𝗧𝗵, towering over 𝗧𝗧, belittled him and his brother, claiming they were weak. 𝗧𝗧, despite his injuries, proclaimed his brother a true hero who had saved many lives and vowed to avenge him. 𝗧𝗵, liking the BLD from his sword, taunted 𝗧𝗧 about being consumed by hatred and warned him that such emotions were far from what it meant to be a true hero. Just as 𝗧𝗵 aimed his sword at 𝗧𝗧's heart, Izuku arrived, launching a wind attack that pushed 𝗧𝗵 back. 𝗧𝗧, recognizing Izuku, felt a surge of hope as Izuku declared his intention to save him. Izuku transformed into his lightning form, wielding a lightning sword. 𝗧𝗵, recognizing the speed and power of this new form, recalled seeing Izuku in Shigaraki's photo, a target he had been instructed to eliminate. Izuku urged 𝗧𝗧 to retreat to safety while he confronted 𝗧𝗵. 𝗧𝗧, unable to move due to his injuries, warned Izuku to stay out of it, but Izuku refused to abandon his friend. Determined to protect 𝗧𝗧, Izuku prepared for battle, ready to face the threat that loomed before them. 𝗧𝗧 insisted that this situation had nothing to do with him, still refusing to back down. Lightning Izuku, undeterred, declared that running away was not an option for him. He had come to fight and would not allow 𝗧𝗧 to face this alone. He believed that a hero's role was to intervene in the affairs of others, and he was determined to do just that. 𝗧𝗵, observing the exchange, was taken aback not by Izuku's strength but by his conviction that meddling in others' lives was part of being a hero. A crooked smile appeared on 𝗧𝗵's face as he thought that there were still those who understood the true essence of heroism. As lightning Izuku charged forward with incredible speed, preparing to strike with his lightning sword, 𝗧𝗵 met him with his dual blades. 𝗧𝗵 acknowledged the effectiveness of Izuku's approach, remarking on the two-sword flow technique. Izuku, brimming with confidence, reminded 𝗧𝗵 of his lightning abilities, stating that lightning strikes without warning. A surge of electricity shot towards 𝗧𝗵, who managed to evade the attack just in time. The battle escalated, with both fighters moving at blinding speeds, exchanging blows from various angles. When 𝗧𝗵 lunged forward, Izuku vanished in a flash of lightning, reappearing behind 𝗧𝗵 with his sword poised for a strike. However, 𝗧𝗵 countered with a swift kick that sent Izuku stumbling back, though he quickly regained his footing. 𝗧𝗵 acknowledged the challenge Izuku posed but urged him to leave, claiming that he was different from the others and that they were unworthy of being heroes. Izuku firmly rejected this notion, asserting that a hero's duty was to confront injustice. He declared that he would not abandon the fight, especially when others were in danger. With determination, Izuku proclaimed that he had yet to unleash his full potential. He activated his maximum speed, launching himself at 𝗧𝗵 with renewed vigor. The intensity of the battle forced 𝗧𝗵 to take the fight seriously, and their swords clashed with tremendous force. 𝗧𝗵's blade shattered under the impact of Izuku's lightning sword, but he managed to kick Izuku away once more. Just as Izuku was about to be thrown into 𝗧𝗧, Shoto appeared, blocking the attack with ice. Shoto, who had received Izuku's location earlier, expressed his frustration at not being informed sooner. He noted that Izuku was not one to send messages without a purpose. As Shoto launched an attack to push 𝗧𝗵 back, 𝗧𝗵 mocked 𝗧𝗧, suggesting that he had good friends. Shoto confirmed that they were buying time for the pro-heroes to arrive, standing resolutely beside Izuku. Izuku, now in his second stage of lightning transformation, radiated black and red energy. He moved with incredible speed, appearing behind 𝗧𝗵 once again. The fight seemed to reach its climax as Izuku struck with his lightning sword, sending Stain crashing to the ground, still alive but severely weakened. Izuku, looking down with a hint of sarcasm, remarked on how easy the fight had been. Shoto contemplated Izuku's hidden potential, realizing that he could have easily won the festival match if he had used his full power. He wondered if Izuku was concealing his abilities to keep them hidden from villains. Just then, a white 𝗵𝗄 appeared in the alley, prompting Izuku to spring into action, disappearing into the air to confront it. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, witnessing the chaos, expressed his determination to honor his brother's legacy. Shoto, searching for a way to restrain Stain, reflected on the struggles within 𝗧𝗵𝗲's family. He recalled his own journey of acceptance and the conversations he had with his mother, who had forgiven him with a smile. As Izuku engaged the 𝗵𝗄, Shoto managed to tie up Stain, who had been incapacitated by the electric shock. Once Stain was secured, Shoto carried him while supporting Native, who was also injured. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, now able to walk, acknowledged Izuku's impressive sword skills, expressing surprise at how easily he had defeated the hero killer. Native chimed in, praising Izuku for his speed and prowess. Together, they stood ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Izuku 𝗧𝗵𝗲 observed the situation with a cold and arrogant demeanor, noting that the hero killer was not as formidable as he had anticipated. He expressed his thoughts on the hero killer's weakness, which left Shoto and 𝗧𝗲 in shock. Izuku, noticing their surprise, questioned their reactions and then shifted the topic, curious about Shoto's personality changes when using different elements. Shoto, contemplating his own thoughts, remarked on the differences between himself and Midoriya, feeling inadequate in comparison. Izuku 𝗧𝗵𝗲 acknowledged that everyone had their own personalities, even when he wasn't actively using them. In a different dimension, Solar was seen lounging with a book while Typhoon, Shadow, and Blaze played together. Ice appeared relaxed and asleep, while Earthquake read alongside Solar. Gran Torino approached, spotting Izuku and questioning his presence. Izuku responded, explaining that it was hard to remain still given the circumstances. Gran Torino, visibly annoyed, reminded Izuku that he had instructed him to stay on the train. Shoto inquired about Gran Torino's identity, to which Izuku explained that he was his intern hero. Gran Torino expressed relief that Izuku was unharmed despite the chaos. He noted that Izuku's personality reminded him of Toshinori. As more pro-heroes arrived, they discovered the hero killer had fainted and was being dragged by Shoto, prompting them to call the police. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 approached them, apologizing for her earlier actions, overwhelmed by her emotions. Izuku advised her not to let ambition and revenge consume her, while Shoto encouraged her as the class president. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings filled the air as a flying 𝗵𝗄 appeared. Gran Torino warned everyone to take cover, but Izuku was caught off guard, realizing the 𝗵𝗄 was targeting him. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 called out to him, and the 𝗵𝗄, injured from the battle, attempted to escape. Gran Torino noted that he couldn't reach the 𝗵𝗄 with his quirk. In a surprising turn, Stain appeared, liking the 𝗵𝗄's BLD from a pro-hero, causing it to halt. He declared that the world filled with false heroes must not lose its true heroes and that those who misuse their powers must be dealt with. Stain swiftly slashed the 𝗵𝗄 while catching Izuku to prevent him from hitting the ground. He proclaimed the need to cleanse the world to create a fairer society. Shigaraki, observing the scene, expressed his frustration over the chaos and questioned why things weren't going as planned. Some heroes debated whether Stain had saved Izuku or taken him hostage. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 arrived, questioning the situation and recognizing Stain, who confronted him with a strong presence, declaring that only a true hero could take him down. As the tension escalated, Izuku unleashed a powerful electric attack, incapacitating Stain once more. He stood up, warning everyone about the approaching 𝗵𝗄. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 approached Izuku, who, unaware of his identity, challenged him not to underestimate him. Their intense stare-down lasted until they were taken to the hospital for further examination, despite Izuku being uninjured. Reporters captured the unfolding events, including Shigaraki watching from a distance. In the hospital, 𝗧𝗏𝗏, Izuku, and Shoto shared a room. Shoto encouraged Izuku to rest, noting that they had accomplished something significant. Izuku reflected on their miraculous survival, especially considering the danger Lita faced. Just then, Gran Torino and Manuel entered the room, with Gran Torino expressing his concerns about their actions. He then introduced the police chief, Kenji, who entered and addressed the students, acknowledging their bravery in defeating the hero killer. Shoto pondered the situation after providing his earlier response. Based on the hero killer they had apprehended, it was clear he had endured numerous injuries, including electric shocks, which necessitated strict special treatment. As UA students, they understood that when superpowers were still the norm, the police had prioritized leadership with standards to ensure that powers were not misused. The hero profession emerged to bridge that gap, allowing individuals to intervene in actions that should not be permitted. However, this intervention was now officially sanctioned, thanks to previous heroes who adhered to the rules of their profession. The use of power to harm, even against a villain like the hero killer, was still considered a clear violation of the law, Kenji explained at length. He informed them that they, along with pro-heroes Endeavor, Manuel, and Gran Torino, would face appropriate consequences. Shoto expressed his frustration, questioning whether they were expected to simply stand by and watch as people were harmed. He struggled to accept this notion. Izuku interjected, suggesting that if the outcomes were favorable, breaking the law might be permissible. This revelation surprised Shoto. He asserted that saving lives was a hero's duty. Kenji responded, remarking on their youth and questioning what they had been taught at UA and by Endeavor. Shoto felt annoyed and moved forward, but Gran Torino intervened, urging him to remain calm and listen. Kenji continued, explaining that the police's official stance was that punishment only applied if actions were made public. If the incident was not reported, they could avoid consequences, although it felt somewhat unfair. He noted that electrical injuries could lead to severe burns, and they could be handed over to Endeavor, but fortunately, there were few witnesses. He posed a choice to them: either risk their achievements being unrecognized or accept the consequences of their actions. Kenji expressed his reluctance to be blamed for a promise made to a young person who had made a significant mistake. Manuel acknowledged their responsibility for negligence in supervision, while Lita, whose hands were bandaged, approached Manuel and bowed deeply, apologizing sincerely. Izuku also expressed his regret to Kenji, and Shoto urged Kenji to cooperate, indicating their acceptance of the second option, to hand over their achievements to Endeavor. Kenji bowed in appreciation, acknowledging the injustice of adults and thanking them for their commitment to peace. The following morning, an announcement revealed that the hero killer had been captured by Endeavor, marking another moment of unity among the villains. Izuku reassured his friends, sending a signal of his location, which they quickly responded to. Izuku returned home earlier than Shoto and Lita, having escaped injury. However, he was taken aback by Lita's long-term injury, a result of Stain's attack on a critical nerve. Lita viewed this as a lesson, vowing to undergo surgery to heal once he truly became a hero. Meanwhile, All Might received a call from Gran Torino, who expressed his frustration over the consequences of Izuku's actions, which had led to a reduction in his salary and a 6-month suspension of his teaching permit. Gran Torino noted that Izuku's character resembled All Might's, which led to a discussion about Izuku's potential to inherit One for All. Gran Torino acknowledged that he had only met the hero killer briefly but was surprised by the pressure he exuded, comparable to the symbol of peace. He warned All Might that All for One had begun to move again and would likely reveal everything about One for All to Izuku. As news of Stain's ideology spread across the internet, many were drawn to his cause, leading to a rise in criminal activity. Tsuyu gained experience in her agency, assisting in capturing a smuggler while avoiding punishment from Izuku and Gran Torino's side. Izuku expressed his gratitude to Gran Torino for his support, who downplayed his contributions. Gran Torino reminded Izuku that there was still much to learn if he wished to become a hero like All Might. As Izuku prepared to leave, Gran Torino called out to him, asking for his name once more. Surprised, Izuku reminded him that he had already introduced himself. Gran Torino clarified that he meant his hero name, to which Izuku proudly declared he was the elemental ruler, All Beyond. Gran Torino smiled and waved as Izuku departed, while at UA, 𝗬𝗪 and Kirishima laughed at Bakugo for his hairstyle. 𝗬𝗪 and Kirishima couldn't help but laugh at Bakugo's hair, which was parted to the side. Izuku, who witnessed the scene, laughed the hardest, calling Bakugo a side-parted boy. Bakugo, visibly frustrated, warned them not to laugh, insisting that his hair wouldn't return to normal even after washing it. Izuku and 𝗬𝗪 suggested he try a side parting, which only fueled Bakugo's anger, causing his hair to revert to its usual style. The group then discussed the events of the previous day, particularly about the hero stain, while glancing at Shoto, Izuku, and Lita. Many expressed their gratitude and concern, especially regarding Endeavor's involvement, unaware that he had done nothing significant. They gathered at the Gamma Field training area with their teachers, Shizu and All Might. All Might greeted the students, announcing that they would practice rescue racing now that their internships were over. Lita raised a concern, questioning whether it was wise for him to participate since he hadn't fully recovered. All Might explained that this training was different from the usual disaster scenarios at USJ. They would be racing in a densely packed factory area that presented a complicated maze. He assigned the students into 5 groups, reminding them to minimize building damage. As the first group prepared, which included Izuku, Ojiro, Lita, 𝗬𝗪, and Mina, Kaminari expressed concern about Lita's participation. Kirishima reassured him that everyone in the group had good movement abilities, though Momo noted that Mina and Ojiro might be at a disadvantage compared to the faster Midoriya, Lita, and 𝗬𝗪. Kyoka confidently declared that Midoriya would win, highlighting his speed. In the arena, Izuku was seen stretching and expressing frustration about being placed far away from the starting point. All Might explained that it was for balance as he waited for everyone to take their positions. Izuku decided to showcase his new solar element, transforming into a radiant figure adorned in white and gold. His friends were astonished by his transformation. As the race began, 𝗬𝗪 and Mina quickly accelerated, with Mina using her acid to surf through the course. Izuku, now in his solar form, smiled confidently before leaping into action. He executed a light jump, disappearing in a flash of light and reappearing right in front of All Might, striking a pose that left everyone, including All Might, astonished. All Might remarked on Izuku's impressive development since the beginning of the year and requested a meeting after class to discuss something important. The training session concluded, and Kirishima reflected on the hard work they had put in, expressing a need to improve his movements. As they changed back into their school uniforms, Mineta excitedly called Izuku over to show him a hole in the wall, suggesting it might lead to the girls' locker room. Lita scolded Mineta for his inappropriate behavior, reminding him that peeking was wrong. Mineta, undeterred, continued to excitedly list the attributes of their female classmates, only to be interrupted when Kyoka's earphone jack got stuck in his eye while he was peeking. A powerful blend of precision and surprise attack capability was deemed very impressive by Izuku, who noticed the girls nearby making irritated expressions. Toru, feeling annoyed, expressed her gratitude to Kyoka, while Momo, hearing the conversation, suggested they quickly wrap things up. Kyoka, leaning against the wall with her earphone jack, felt a mix of annoyance and embarrassment, realizing she had not been mentioned. She thought to herself that if Midoriya had noticed her, it wouldn't have been a problem, but then she blushed deeply, feeling flustered. After school, Izuku entered the room where All Might was waiting. He greeted All Might, who invited him in with a serious demeanor that made Izuku a bit tense. All Might gestured for him to sit down and acknowledged the challenges Izuku had faced, apologizing for not being able to assist him. Izuku was taken aback when he noticed All Might's noticeably thin form. All Might explained that he had been severely injured 5 years ago during a battle, which had resulted in extensive damage to his body and required numerous surgeries, leaving him in his current state. He revealed that he could only operate as a hero for about 3 hours each day. Izuku, surprised, recalled the battle against Toxic Chainsaw 5 years prior, to which All Might confirmed that the fight had been kept private. He emphasized his commitment to saving everyone with a smile, using it to mask the pressure and fear he felt as a hero. Izuku, feeling awkward, questioned whether All Might had called him just to share that information. However, All Might clarified that he had a more significant purpose for the meeting. He wanted to choose Izuku as his successor, believing he was worthy of inheriting his power. Izuku was astonished by this revelation. All Might laughed at Izuku's expression and explained that this was merely a consideration, and the real decision lay ahead. He urged Izuku to decide whether to accept his power, which was often referred to as a superpower or boost by the media. All Might revealed that his ability was inherited, and now it was time for Izuku to receive it. He elaborated on the nature of his power, known as One for All, which was developed by someone in the past and passed down through generations. All Might described it as a force that continued to grow stronger with each new bearer, embodying the spirit of brave individuals with sincere hearts. He explained that One for All could only be transferred willingly and could not be forcibly taken, likening it to giving a special gift. As All Might shared the history of One for All, he mentioned its connection to another power called All for One, which could steal and bestow abilities. He detailed how this villain had once controlled Quirks and how his own brother, initially thought to be quirkless, possessed the ability to pass on power. This ironic twist highlighted how justice often emerged from evil. Izuku listened intently, contemplating the implications of this legacy. All Might recounted how he had ultimately defeated the villain, who had survived and continued to operate in the shadows. One for All was the power meant to combat All for One. Grateful for All Might's honesty, Izuku expressed his doubts about being worthy of such a significant power. All Might reassured him that he was indeed deserving, having observed Izuku's potential surpassing that of other candidates. In a moment of vulnerability, Izuku revealed his own quirk, which bore similarities to All for One, explaining that he felt unworthy of accepting the power. All Might was taken aback by this revelation, realizing the depth of Izuku's struggle and the weight of the legacy he was being offered. Izuku reflected on his unusual quirks, having unintentionally inherited telekinesis from his father at 𝗵𝘃𝗁 and an elemental quirk from a villain who had kidnapped him when he was 7. Despite this, he still aspired to be a hero. Tears welled in his eyes as All Might listened, shocked to learn that Izuku's original quirk was connected to All for One, the infamous quirk that could steal and grant abilities. However, One for All remained silent. All Might reassured Izuku, emphasizing that just because their quirks shared a connection did not mean their fates would be the same. It was ultimately up to Izuku to shape his own destiny. He placed his fist gently on Izuku's chest, smiling as he spoke. He explained that One for All, originating from All for One, could recognize its predecessor, yet Izuku's unique essence set him apart. All Might asked Izuku once more if he was worthy of receiving One for All, to which Izuku, feeling determined, agreed to accept it. All Might, visibly pleased, took a strand of his hair and instructed Izuku to consume it. Izuku was taken aback, but All Might reassured him that as long as his DNA was present, it didn't matter which part he ingested. Although it was not what Izuku had envisioned, he reluctantly complied. After swallowing, he felt a surge of power coursing through him, aware that his elemental abilities were intensifying. He recalled a time when a typhoon threatened his grandfather's village, and how Aizawa had been there to help. All Might, surprised by Izuku's prior acquaintance with Aizawa, learned that Izuku had known him before he became a teacher. This explained why Aizawa had not been overly shocked by Izuku's elemental quirk. Meanwhile, in the realm of One for All, the previous users were awakening, realizing the urgency of their situation. Banjo, the fifth heir, expressed concern about All for One's relentless determination, urging the others to resist. Shimura Nana, observing the scene, questioned how Toshinori could be unaware of Izuku's connection to All for One. Hisashi, showcasing his telekinesis, assured the group that despite the similarities between All for One and Izuku's powers, they were fundamentally different. As Hisashi explained, Izuku, now in stage 2 of his elemental abilities, engaged playfully with his friends, Blaze and Ice, requesting Ice Ball for a friendly game. The trio of troublemakers, Typhoon, Shadow, and Blaze, playfully retaliated against each other, causing a ruckus that drew the attention of the others. Hisashi, noticing the chaos, remarked on their antics while waking 𝗧𝗏𝗃, who promptly stood up and prepared to restore order. After the playful disruptions, All Might addressed Izuku, expressing the challenges that lay ahead. He reassured him that he would fight alongside him, igniting Izuku's determination. Izuku felt a surge of resolve, vowing to do whatever it took to fulfill All Might's expectations. However, All Might's expression shifted, filled with unspoken concerns. He silently reflected on the possibility that he might not always be by Izuku's side. As summer vacation approached, Aizawa informed the class that their break would not be entirely restful, as they would train in the forest. The students erupted with excitement, though the reminder of the final exam loomed over them, prompting those struggling with their grades to resolve to do better. Izuku contemplated the ongoing challenges in his life, recognizing that while the story of All Might inspired him, his own path remained steadfast and unchanged. Izuku reflected on the fact that All Might had never shared anything personal about himself. After that realization, everyone studied in their own way. Mineta, who had been watching a television program discussing whether attractiveness was essential in the hero profession, featuring Midnight and MT Lady, was particularly distracted. The following morning, Aizawa inquired once more if they had prepared for the upcoming tests, emphasizing that it wasn't just a written exam but also included a practical component. Many students expressed their panic, admitting they hadn't studied at all. Mina, who ranked 19th, and Kaminari, who ranked 20th, both confessed to their lack of preparation. Tokoyami, ranked 14th, remarked on the never-ending nature of their activities, while Sato, also ranked 14th, conversed with Koda, who had scored 11 out of Mineta, leaned back in his chair and commented on the difficulty of the practical exam, surprising those ranked lower. Izuku, who held the top rank, encouraged his classmates, suggesting they should all work together to prepare for the training camp. Lida, ranked 2nd, joined in the encouragement, as did Shoto, who was ranked 5th. Kyoka approached Izuku, shyly asking for help with quadratic equations, which made both of them blush at the thought of studying together at his house. Momo offered her assistance as well, while Shiro and Kirishima joined the group. Kirishima noted the kindness being shown, and Bakugo, ranked 3rd, playfully challenged Izuku and Shoto to see who would come out on top in the upcoming exams. As they discussed the practical exam, Izuku expressed his concerns about its intimidating format. Monoma accidentally bumped into Izuku, joking about the trouble Class A often found themselves in, but was quickly reprimanded by Kendo, who defended her classmates. After school, Bakugo declared his intention to surpass Izuku and Shoto in the final exam, igniting a competitive spirit among them. Kirishima observed the rivalry, while Tokoyami noted the underlying tension. Later, Izuku waited at a crossroads for Kyoka, who approached him in casual attire. She apologized for keeping him waiting, and he reassured her that he had just arrived. They walked together to his house, and Izuku felt a mix of excitement and nervousness, as it was the first time he had invited a girl over in a while. Upon arriving at Midoriya's residence, he welcomed Kyoka inside, informing her that he had told his mother about her visit. Inko greeted Kyoka warmly as they entered Izuku's room, where Kyoka complimented the neatness and noticed his guitar. Izuku admitted his love for music, though he was not very skilled at playing. They began their study session, and as they worked closely together, Izuku felt a bit awkward, turning away when Kyoka removed her hoodie to reveal a simple t-shirt. Despite the innocent nature of their study session, both felt a rush of emotions as they focused on the quadratic formulas. As the evening progressed and the clock struck 8 p.m., Izuku sensed it was time to take Kyoka home, but he hesitated, feeling the weight of the moment. Meanwhile, Inko, who was in the living room, wondered if everything was all right between the two teenagers, hoping they were simply engrossed in their studies. Nana, the 7th heir, observed their situation and noted the awkwardness in the air. Kyoka's motivation for studying at Izuku's house stemmed from her longing to spend time with him, especially after hearing that 𝗖𝗏𝗏 wanted to invite him to study together. Kyoka felt a mix of emotions as she considered her closeness to Izuku. She found it frustrating when 𝗖𝗏𝗏 tried to get near him, and jealousy crept in, despite their friendship. After all, Izuku had saved her during the entrance exam, which formed a bond between them. Sitting on her bed, she pondered her feelings and recalled a moment when Mineta had tried to peek into the girl's changing room. She wondered if her boyish behavior made her seem less feminine. Izuku, sitting beside her, reassured her that he thought she was the coolest girl he had ever met, regardless of how others perceived her. He believed that personality mattered more than appearances. He admired Kyoka for her unique qualities and her passion for music, which made her stand out to him. When Kyoka asked if he thought she was appealing, Izuku blushed and affirmed that she was indeed appealing to him. Inko, overhearing this from outside the room, felt a wave of happiness as she realized her son was expressing feelings like his father once did. Kyoka, emboldened by Izuku's words, challenged him to prove his feelings for her. She blushed at her own boldness, recalling how she had once challenged Hisashi in a similar manner. Izuku took a deep breath and asked her to be his girlfriend, his heart racing as he awaited her response. Kyoka's face lit up with joy, and she thanked him for choosing her. In a moment of spontaneity, she pulled him in for a kiss, wrapping her arms around his neck. Izuku was taken by surprise but soon closed his eyes, savoring the softness of her lips as they shared the kiss. After a moment, they pulled away, both blushing. Kyoka leaned against Izuku's chest, feeling a mix of embarrassment and comfort. She admitted that this was all new to her and asked him to hold her. When Izuku wrapped his arms around her, she felt a sense of security. She placed her hand on his chest, feeling his heartbeat quicken. Kyoka expressed her longing for them to call each other by their first names, which made Izuku smile and agree. Their moment was interrupted when Kyoka's phone buzzed with a message from her mother, instructing her to come home. Izuku offered to walk her home, not wanting her to go alone at night. Kyoka appreciated his concern as they made their way together. The night sky was appealing, and Kyoka remarked on how different the atmosphere felt. They both felt a bit unsure about their new relationship but enjoyed the moment nonetheless. When they arrived at Kyoka's house, she turned to him, asking for his support in both her exams and their relationship. Izuku promised to protect her with all his strength, which made her smile. She nodded quickly and entered her house, glancing back at him with rosy cheeks. Once inside, Kyoka leaned against the door, feeling the warmth of the moment and trying to calm her racing heart. She couldn't help but wonder why she felt so tense, even though she had planned this all along. Kyoka thought about how she had only said, "Take care of me," yet wished she could express her true feelings for Izuku. She felt a rush of warmth as she played with her hair, blushing at the thought of him. Peering through the window, she noticed Izuku walking home. She reminded herself not to dwell on her feelings too much, but the happiness of being able to date him overwhelmed her. Despite the embarrassment of him already calling her by her first name, she felt she wasn't ready to reciprocate. As she walked to her room, she ignored her parents, who exchanged knowing smiles. Mika whispered to her husband, 𝗬𝗂, about their daughter's evident joy. Kyoka jumped onto her bed, determined to act normal the next day. However, she found it challenging to practice saying his name, feeling frustrated at how difficult it was. She thought that if she could express her feelings when they were alone, it would be easier. The idea of saying, "I love you," made her blush even more, and she wished she could relax. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and she fell asleep, hugging a bolster pillow that still held the warmth of Izuku's embrace. Meanwhile, Izuku returned home and lay down, feeling a similar comfort from the memory of Kyoka. The first day of the exam arrived, and tension filled the air as the third day approached. Kyoka felt anxious, wishing she had the chance to tell Izuku how she felt. After a math lesson that had left her confused, she expressed her gratitude to Izuku, who heard her mumble. Bakugo, nearby, caught a hint of their exchange but couldn't quite make it out. Izuku reassured her, and they shared a moment of connection, with Kyoka feeling more radiant than before. With only one exam remaining, they gathered in the central plaza for the practical exam. Aizawa stood beside the other teachers, explaining the rules and the possibility of failure. Kyoka noticed the many teachers present and felt a mix of excitement and nerves. Aizawa began to outline the exam format, but Mina and Kaminari interrupted with their enthusiasm about facing robots. Principal Nizu emerged from Aizawa's scarf, explaining the new exam structure, which involved pairing students to fight against teachers. This revelation surprised everyone. Aizawa announced the team pairings, and Kyoka felt a surge of anticipation as she learned she would be facing Present Mike alongside Koda. The stakes were high, with the goal being to either capture the teacher with 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗃𝗃 or escape through the gate. As the countdown began, the students braced themselves for the challenge ahead, ready to put their skills to the test. Stronger than before, the challenge was set for a real fight, and All Might, now bulked up, urged everyone to view them as villains as they would play that role. Bakugo, feeling underestimated, expressed his frustration at being taken lightly. Aizawa announced the teams and instructed Sato and Kirishima to prepare for their match, while the others could either watch in the monitor room or strategize with their teams. In the monitor room, Izuku and Recovery Girl were observing the first match when 𝗬𝗏𝗏 entered, curious about what was happening. She noticed Izuku and asked if he was watching too. He explained that it was a rare opportunity to see a fight between students and teachers. Although he had intended to strategize with Bakugo, Bakugo preferred to devise a plan after engaging in battle. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 recalled Aoyama's peculiar behavior and noted that communication was essential in every battle. As the match commenced, Sato and Kirishima charged toward a gate likely guarded by 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗃, who had erected a wall to impede their progress. Undeterred, they broke through the wall with powerful punches. Those watching in the monitor room, including 𝗬𝗏𝗏, began to worry. Izuku analyzed the situation, pointing out that while Kirishima and Sato were strong, they had a time limit for their abilities, whereas 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗃 did not. He emphasized the importance of understanding compatibility with the teacher they faced. As expected, Kirishima and Sato ultimately failed the test, succumbing to 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗃 before time ran out. The UA system announced their withdrawal due to their loss of consciousness, prompting disbelief from Kaminari and the others. The second match featured 𝗪𝗃𝗁𝗃 against 𝗃𝗁𝗵𝗲 and 𝗬𝗪. 𝗪𝗃𝗁𝗃 revealed his intent to use his full strength, creating multiple clones to surround the students. 𝗃𝗁𝗵𝗲 and 𝗬𝗪 quickly evaded the initial attacks, with 𝗃𝗁𝗵𝗲 using his dark shadow to assist 𝗬𝗪 in reaching a higher vantage point. Recovery Girl, having returned after healing Kirishima and Sato, commented on the necessity of communication and teamwork in battles. As the match continued, Azui and 𝗃𝗁𝗵𝗲 navigated the room, defending against 𝗪𝗃𝗁𝗃's clones. A large clone attempted to trap them, but 𝗃𝗁𝗵𝗲's dark shadow managed to strike 𝗪𝗃𝗁𝗃, revealing that they had successfully taken ℔𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗃 from him. The UA system announced their victory, commending their clever strategy. Next, Lita and Ojiro prepared for their practical exam against Power Loader. They devised a plan, with Ojiro riding on Lita's back. Ultimately, Lita executed a tactic that propelled Ojiro through the gate, securing their win. The following match featured Momo and Shoto against Aizawa. Momo felt nervous, unsure of her ideas after her previous performance. Shoto encouraged her to quickly create something to locate Aizawa. As they moved, Shoto planned to confront Aizawa while Momo would make a run for the gate. However, Aizawa caught Shoto, lifting him off the ground. He remarked on the burden of their plan and suggested that Shoto should engage Momo in conversation instead. As Aizawa pursued Momo, she used a flashbang grenade to evade him. Shoto, feeling the pressure of comparison with Momo, struggled with his confidence. Aizawa, regaining his focus, spotted Momo running toward Shoto. Momo shared her newfound confidence and a plan, and together they strategized while on the move. They decided that Shoto would create a high wall of ice when Aizawa closed his eyes, seizing the opportunity to execute their plan effectively. Aizawa focused on his opponent's weak point as he leaped back, narrowly avoiding Todoroki's massive ice attack. Behind the ice, Momo was busy crafting a scarf similar to Aizawa's, but with a crucial difference. She explained that, given the residential area, they needed to minimize damage. The material she was using had a unique property. When exposed to fire, it would revert to its original shape. This meant they could throw it at Aizawa, and once it was ignited, it would bind him. As the plan unfolded, Aizawa managed to catch the cloth that Momo had thrown. However, when she attempted to activate the trigger, she missed, causing Aizawa to remain cautious of Todoroki. Seizing the moment, Momo pressed the trigger on the launcher, sending the scarf toward Aizawa. She instructed Todoroki to direct his fire downward, and he complied. Aizawa found himself ensnared by the white scarf crafted by Momo. As the cloth hardened around him, Izuku contemplated the situation. He acknowledged that he might not win in a contest of strength against his students. Momo then revealed her knowledge of nitinol alloy, explaining that once heated, it would return to its original shape, effectively enhancing their strategy. Izuku, now caught and restrained, thought to himself how impressive their teamwork was. Meanwhile, the fifth match between 𝗬𝗧𝗏 and 𝗬𝗵𝗲 against number 13 concluded with a victory. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 had playfully teased 𝗬𝗧𝗏 about her feelings for Midoriya, causing him to lose focus momentarily, which allowed 𝗬𝗧𝗏 to successfully execute a fighting technique from gunhead. In the monitor room, Izuku congratulated Lita and Momo on their graduation, and they nodded in acknowledgement. The match between Kaminari and Ishido against 𝗎𝗎 was chaotic, as 𝗎𝗎's strategic mind caused a series of buildings to collapse, obstructing their path. Izuku expressed his curiosity about how 𝗎𝗎 could attack from such a distance, while Momo speculated that he must have made complex calculations. They recognized 𝗎𝗎's superior intellect, which often led to him being subjected to experiments in the past. Recovery Girl shared this history, leaving the students horrified as they watched Kaminari and Mina struggle. Izuku remarked on 𝗎𝗎's incredible strategic abilities, believing that no one could outsmart the principal. The system announced the upcoming match between Kota and Jiro against Present Mic, prompting the students to refocus on the screen. Their strategy was to evade Present Mic and find an escape route through the gate. Lita noted that the exam was designed to challenge students with teachers who could outsmart them. Izuku pointed out the similarities between Kyoka and Kota, both relying on sound, and wondered how they would combat Present Mic's powerful voice. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 was taken aback when she heard Izuku refer to Kyoka by her first name, feeling an unsettling emotion stir within her. Present Mic, growing impatient, unleashed a sound wave that struck Kyoka and Kota, causing them to cover their ears in discomfort. Kyoka exclaimed about the noise, and she asked Kota if he could control animals to attack Present Mic. However, Kota shook his head, clearly frightened by the loud sounds. Kyoka, struggling to cope with the overwhelming noise, thought about how powerful Present Mic was and what Izuku might do in such a situation. As the sound waves continued to bombard them, Kyoka urged Kota to use the insects underground to their advantage. Kota hesitated, but recalling his mother's words, he found the courage to command the insects to attack Present Mic. With determination, he instructed the insects to defeat the source of the overwhelming sound, hoping that their combined efforts would lead to victory. As they moved closer to Present Mic, Kyoka expressed her surprise at discovering that Kota could speak. Present Mic, whistling to himself, wondered if they were trying to hide until time ran out. He noticed cracks forming around his legs and a swarm of insects crawling toward him, filling half of his body. Frustrated, he thought about his disdain for the forest, but the overwhelming sight caused him to scream and faint. Kota and Kyoka's team emerged victorious as they passed through the gate. Lita, with a horrified expression, remarked on the difficulty of the pro exam, while Recovery Girl felt annoyed at Mic's defeat by the insects. Izuku felt a sense of joy at Kyoka's success in the practical exam. After witnessing Toru and Shoji's team triumph over 𝗧𝗏𝗏, thanks to Hagorook's efforts, Izuku noted that 𝗧𝗏𝗏 had accidentally bumped into Toru, who remained invisible. Meanwhile, Mineta and Siro's team claimed victory when Mineta cleverly pushed Midnight away, trapping her in a situation where she couldn't escape due to his quirk. Now, Izuku stood alongside Bakugo, who commented on the teachers mistakenly believing they were fighting. Izuku acknowledged their competitive nature and suggested they demonstrate their cooperation, which was rare for them. With a determined look, he transformed into Blaze, ready to show their teamwork. Bakugo, in his typical pose, enthusiastically agreed to take on All Might, seeing it as a unique opportunity. As the practical exams for Midoriya and Bakugo's team began, the U system announced the start of the fight. All Might prepared to strike, declaring he would start the match. A shockwave erupted as he punched forward, aimed at Izuku and Bakugo, who were positioned at a distance. Blaze, agile as ever, leaped high into the air, flames igniting at his feet. All Might, unconcerned about the damage to the area, charged toward Bakugo, who felt the immense pressure of the situation. Bakugo, sensing the intensity, braced himself for the challenge. All Might warned them that this was no mere test. He was now embodying a villainous role and urged them to come at him with all their strength. As he appeared on the ceiling, Izuku, in his blaze form, took the opportunity to launch a barrage of fireballs at All Might. The fiery projectiles filled the air, forcing All Might to dodge and evade. While All Might was focused on avoiding the attacks, Bakugo prepared to strike but was caught by All Might. Despite this, Bakugo unleashed an explosion aimed at All Might's face. All Might, surprised by Bakugo's determination, noted that the boy was solely focused on defeating him. Just then, Izuku Blaze appeared beside All Might, greeting him with enthusiasm and unleashing a fiery breath attack. All Might was forced to release Bakugo and leap back to avoid the flames. Observing from a distance, the Class A students were astonished by the unexpected teamwork between Bakugo and Izuku. Kyoka remarked on their newfound cooperation, noting how Izuku had begun to call Bakugo by his first name after days of training together. Izuku Blaze, channeling his fire aura, summoned 6 pillars of flames behind him, ready to strike. With a fierce determination, Izuku Blaze launched a fiery fist toward All Might. The two engaged in a fierce fistfight, creating shockwaves with each blow. Izuku combined his fiery attacks with swift movements, sending a flaming disc that All Might narrowly avoided, cutting through a nearby wall. As Izuku leaped high, he prepared another fiery punch, his hair glowing more intensely with each surge of power. All Might managed to dodge and countered by slamming Izuku's hand toward Bakugo, causing them both to bounce back. Standing firm, Izuku Blaze declared his intent to unleash a mega fireball, ready to continue the fight. Izuku Blaze expressed his annoyance, his hair appearing more orange as he prepared a massive fireball to attack All Might. However, All Might managed to disperse the fire with a swift motion. Bakugo suffered an injury due to All Might's overwhelming force, leaving Izuku Blaze still standing strong. He called out Elemental Split 2, and split into 2 forms, Earthquake and Ice. After the transformation, he shouted Elemental Fusion. As the 2 forms united, rocks and ice enveloping him. Emerging from the ground, Izuku Glacier leaped high, his large hands made of ice stretching out. His attire featured a blue, black, and brown pattern, and his eyes sparkled with icy hues. He declared, Grip Gargantua Ice, as he summoned the hands of an ice golem that grasped All Might firmly. Then, he shifted into a lightning form, swiftly carrying Bakugo out of the examination area with a flash. The system announced that Midoriya and Bakugo's team had passed, bringing joy to their classmates, especially Kyoka. Meanwhile, in another location, Dabi and Toga had joined the ranks of villains. As the day progressed, the same incidents unfolded across various places. The following morning, Kaminari, Sato, Kirishima, and Mina appeared downcast due to their failure. Mina expressed her sadness, wishing to hear their stories from the training camp. Izuku attempted to reassure them, suggesting that there might be a change in the rules. Kyoka, however, cautioned him against giving them false hope. When Aizawa entered the room, he greeted the students, announcing that while some had failed, everyone would still participate in the training camp in the forest. His broad smile hinted at his cleverness in deceiving several students. Excitedly, Kaminari, Mina, Kirishima, and Sato questioned whether they could truly join, to which Aizawa explained that while some had failed the written exam, others had not. He emphasized that they, playing the role of villains, would create opportunities for the others to succeed, but if they did not, everyone would fail. Ojiro, curious about Aizawa's intentions, asked why he had suggested they would be beaten seriously. Aizawa explained that the training camp aimed to strengthen those who needed it most, particularly those who had failed. Lida stood up, expressing his disappointment at being misled again, recalling the previous lie during the initial test. The students understood that additional training awaited them, which would be more challenging than their usual schoolwork, leaving those who had failed feeling gloomy. As they discussed what items to bring for the training camp, Toru suggested a shopping trip for the entire Class A since they had a holiday the next day. Kaminari excitedly asked Uraraka if she would join, to which she nodded. Kirishima encouraged Bakugo to come along, but Bakugo walked away, uncertain of his response. Izuku approached Shoto, inquiring if he would join them, but Shoto declined, wishing to visit his mother in the hospital. As Izuku walked alongside Kyoka on their way home, an awkward atmosphere settled between them, both still reflecting on their recent moment together. Kyoka took a deep breath, encouraging herself to speak up. She suggested they go shopping together the next day, framing it as a casual date. Blushing, she hoped Izuku would understand her intentions. Izuku, equally flustered, agreed wholeheartedly, promising to fulfill her wishes. They arrived at Kyoka's house, where she requested a hug before he left. Izuku obliged, wrapping his arms around her gently, and they both found comfort in the embrace. After a moment, they released each other, and Izuku assured her he would pick her up the next day. As he turned to leave, Kyoka called him back, wanting to express her feelings. Taking a breath, she confessed her love for him, and Izuku, taken by surprise, embraced her once more. Before her parents could notice, they parted ways, eagerly anticipating the next day. The following morning in 𝗵𝗃𝗃 City was cool and clear, with sunlight filtering through the trees along the path to the 𝗔𝘂𝗁𝗍 family house. Izuku hurried along the street, glancing at his phone's clock. He thought to himself that there were still 5 minutes left, feeling relieved. He stopped in front of Kyoka's house, catching his breath as if preparing for the UA entrance exam once again. After feeling ready, he knocked gently on the door. It swung open to reveal Mika 𝗔𝘂𝗁𝗍𝗀, her face bright with a welcoming smile. She greeted him warmly, mentioning that she had heard from Kyoka that her girlfriend would be picking him up. Mika agreed with Kyoka's choice, expressing her approval of Izuku. Izuku introduced himself, but Mika, Kyoka's mother, seemed a bit nervous. She reassured him that she already knew he was Kyoka's boyfriend. Mika invited Izuku inside, but just then, Kyoka rushed down the stairs, eager to leave. She playfully pushed Izuku, urging him to hurry before her mother could say anything embarrassing. Kyoka's hair was styled differently today, looking neat with a small accessory that caught Izuku's eye, momentarily stunning him. Mika reminded them to be careful on the road and insisted that Izuku should join them for dinner later. Kyoka, feeling flustered, apologized to Izuku for her mother's insistence as they walked side by side. Izuku, still a bit dazed, quickly caught up with her. He complimented Kyoka, telling her how appealing she looked today, causing both of them to blush as they made their way to the mall. As they strolled together, their hands moved closer, almost touching as they enjoyed the moment. Kyoka mentioned her longing to buy a spacious bag and visit the music store. Izuku agreed to accompany her. Once they boarded the train and arrived at their destination, they released each other's hands to blend in with the crowd. They found Mina waiting for them, excitedly announcing that they had arrived at the Kiyoshi shopping mall, known for its vast array of stores. Izuku noted how spacious the mall was, observing the various groups of people with their own agendas. He remarked on how many seemed to have specific goals in mind. As they walked, Kyoka playfully nudged Izuku's hand, holding it confidently. She expressed her happiness about their little date beginning, and Izuku confirmed that he could indeed hold his girlfriend's hand. They entered a music shop filled with guitars, headphones, and speakers. Kyoka picked up a black and purple electric guitar, her favorite colors, and tested its sound, which impressed Izuku. He praised her, causing her to blush from the compliment. After purchasing the guitar, they were approached by Mina and her friends, who were eager to continue their shopping adventure. Kyoka quickly put away her phone, surprised by their arrival. Mina invited them to join for food, but Kyoka decided to stay behind and explore the music store a bit longer. Kaminari, one of Mina's friends, gave Izuku a friendly pat on the shoulder, wishing him a good time. Once they were alone, Kyoka took Izuku's hand again, leading him to her favorite shop for sound gear accessories. Inside, she browsed through rows of headphones, trying on different pairs while asking for Izuku's opinion. He watched her, thinking how cute she looked with each pair she tried on. Eventually, they decided to buy matching headphones. Kyoka then wanted to find a new bag that could hold her musical instruments and notebooks. In a teen fashion store, she lifted a simple black bag and asked for Izuku's thoughts. He nodded, affirming that it suited her perfectly. Kyoka decided to buy it, and after their shopping spree, she pointed out a small cafe with a calm atmosphere, warm lights, and soft music. They settled at a table opposite each other, with Kyoka ordering spicy ramen while Izuku opted for katsu curry. When the food arrived, Kyoka blew on the red broth, which Izuku found endearing. She remarked that it was quite spicy, and Izuku offered her his drink, which she gratefully accepted. Their eyes met occasionally, both feeling a warmth in their cheeks. After finishing her meal, Kyoka set down her chopsticks and shared that it was her first time eating with a boy, expressing her longing to experience all their firsts together. Izuku felt a rush of emotion and nearly choked on his food as he echoed her sentiment, causing Kyoka to smile shyly. They both acknowledged how adorable they were as two shy individuals on a date. As they walked through the mall, Kyoka unconsciously moved a little closer to Izuku. Without realizing it, their hands brushed against each other, and Kyoka's fingers curled around his. Izuku responded gently, afraid to let go, feeling happier than he had anticipated. They approached the central area of the mall where their friends often gathered. Kyoka reluctantly released his hand, not wanting to attract too much attention. She leaned in to whisper that they could walk together again the next day, to which Izuku eagerly agreed, a smile spreading across his face. In a moment of boldness, Kyoka pulled him in for a brief kiss, leaving both of them blushing. Izuku stood frozen for a moment, while Kyoka picked up the guitar he had brought earlier. She reminded him about dinner at her house, urging him to come. Izuku felt fortunate to be Kyoka's partner, a sentiment she shared about him as well. After Kyoka left with her friends, Izuku prepared himself for the evening ahead. Standing nervously in front of Jiro's family home, he recalled how Kyoka had hurried away after their kiss. The door opened slowly, revealing Kyoka, her face still flushed as she invited him inside. Izuku followed her, feeling a mix of comfort and nervousness from her presence. Kyoka playfully told him not to be so stiff as they entered her home, where the aroma of cooking filled the air. Jiro emerged from the kitchen, welcoming Izuku with a smile. He greeted her politely, feeling a bit awkward, while Kyoka teased her mother about being overly enthusiastic. Kyoka's father appeared, humorously questioning Izuku's intentions. Kyoka, embarrassed, tried to intervene, but Izuku admitted that he liked Kyoka, causing her to blush even more. Her father then jokingly advised Izuku to take good care of Kyoka, hinting at her mother's traits. Dinner commenced in a familiar atmosphere for Kyoka. Mika served soup to Izuku, encouraging him to eat well to stay strong for Kyoka. Kyoka, feeling flustered, glanced at Izuku, who responded politely. Mika playfully suggested that Izuku call her Mom, which made Kyoka bury her face in her hands in embarrassment. Her father chimed in with a light-hearted comment, prompting Kyoka to laugh and pull Izuku away before the conversation became too awkward. Once outside, Kyoka led Izuku to her room, leaving the door slightly ajar. Her room was filled with music, soundproof to keep their conversations private. Guitars were neatly hung on the walls, and a small keyboard sat on the table among scattered sheet music. Kyoka apologized for the earlier awkwardness, and Izuku reassured her that her parents were very kind. Izuku felt a sense of gratitude as he sat beside Kyoka, who playfully pulled him down to rest on her thigh. Surprised, he looked up at her as she smiled and said she wanted to savor the moment. She mentioned she had a song to sing, clarifying that it wasn't a love song, just something she enjoyed. As she stroked his hair with her left hand, Izuku expressed his appreciation for anything that came from her. Kyoka began to sing, her fingers gently sliding to hold Izuku's hand. The warmth of their connection enveloped them, and as she finished her song, a comfortable silence settled in the room. Izuku lay there, gazing at the ceiling before turning his attention back to Kyoka. He complimented her soothing voice, sharing how safe and comfortable he felt when she sang. Kyoka blushed and shyly responded that she felt the same way when he was near. With the earphone jack still wrapped around Izuku's arm, he noticed it and smiled, commenting on how soft it felt. Kyoka, surprised by her own actions, admitted it was just a reflex when she liked someone. Realizing her words, she blushed even deeper, and a sweet silence returned between them. Izuku hesitated before asking if he could hold her hand again. Without a word, Kyoka took his hand and placed it on her lap, holding it tightly as if to say she wanted him to stay. Just then Mika, Kyoka's mother, called out for Kyoka to teach Izuku how to play guitar so they could duet together. Kyoka, startled, shouted back at her mother but continued to hold Izuku's hand. They spent several peaceful minutes practicing, the only sounds being the gentle strumming of the guitar and their soft breaths. As the evening wore on, Kyoka rested her chin on her knees, watching Izuku as he tried to play a simple chord. She felt happy to spend the day with him, teaching him until she realized it was already night. When they finally went downstairs, Izuku noticed the clock ticking slowly, almost reaching 11. He began to pack his bag, stating he needed to go home since it was late. Mika, however, insisted he stay, surprising Izuku. Kyoka, who had just come down the stairs, covered her face in embarrassment. She reminded her mother that Izuku was already shocked by the invitation to dinner. Mika pointed out the late hour and the quiet streets, expressing concern for their safety. Kyoka's father, 𝗬𝗪𝗪, offered Izuku a place to stay, noting it wasn't safe to go home. Izuku quickly glanced at the clock, feeling conflicted as he didn't want to impose. Kyoka, however, took his arm, insisting it was too dangerous to go home at night. She ignored her mother's delighted gaze, which made Izuku blush. Mika reassured him that there was a guest room available, clean and warm, encouraging him to think of it as his own home. Grateful, Izuku thanked her, feeling a rush of warmth at the kindness. Mika then instructed Kyoka to show Izuku to the guest room and reminded her to shower before bed. As they climbed the stairs, Kyoka opened the door to the guest room, turning on the light. The room was simple, featuring a single bed, a small table, a wardrobe, and dark curtains covering the windows. She explained that this was his room for the night and that her room was just across the hall, inviting him to come in if he wanted. Izuku, still processing the situation, expressed his disbelief at being allowed to stay over. Kyoka leaned against the door frame, playfully admitting she would have been annoyed if he had insisted on going home. She explained that she didn't want anything to happen to him on the way back and that she genuinely wanted him to stay. After a moment, she quickly went to take a shower, leaving Izuku sitting on the edge of the bed, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness about the night ahead. The room was softly illuminated, and the cozy atmosphere of Jiro's family home made it hard for Izuku to believe he was actually staying over at his girlfriend's house. Suddenly, there was a gentle knock on the door, followed by Kyoka's voice announcing that she had finished her shower. She opened the door, wearing an oversized hoodie with her hair still damp. With a bright smile, she expressed her gratitude for his company and wished him a good night. Izuku returned the sentiment, feeling a warmth in his chest as she closed the door. Kyoka then added that if he had trouble sleeping, he could come to her room, leaving Izuku surprised by what felt like an invitation. Sitting on her bed, he pondered her words, wondering why she was so sweet that night. He thought about how lovely she smelled and felt a strong urge to hug and kiss her, but he restrained himself. He recognized that they were still getting comfortable with each other, having only been together for a week. Kyoka, on the other hand, thought about how she might need to take the initiative if she wanted to share a kiss. Later that night, at around 2 o'clock, Kyoka woke up suddenly. Despite feeling tired from their day together, Izuku's face kept appearing in her mind. Sitting on her bed, she glanced at the door, which was intentionally left unlocked. Curiosity got the better of her, and she quietly peeked out, deciding to take a quick look at Izuku. She bit her lips slightly as she entered his room, which was also unlocked. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Izuku as he slept peacefully, his hair slightly tousled. Kyoka thought about how sweet he looked and felt a longing to touch his cheek, though she feared waking him. As she contemplated what his expression might be like in a more 𝗵𝗃 moment, a blush crept across her cheeks. She longed to slide his hair or hug him, but every step closer made her heart race, as if any movement might disturb his slumber. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself that she only wanted to watch him sleep for a little while. Before she could leave the room, her mother caught her, and the next morning, Izuku awoke to the realization that Kyoka had been beside him the night before. That morning, Jiro's family invited him to breakfast, and after a while, Kyoka expressed her excitement about their planned beach trip. As they prepared to leave, Mika reminded them to be careful on the road. Once they were on their way, 𝗬𝗪𝗀𝗁 observed that Kyoka seemed to be holding back, unlike her mother, indicating that Izuku had not yet made any bold moves. Kyoka thanked Izuku for making her wish for a special beach date come true, her happiness evident as she held his hand. Izuku felt a rush of joy at how appealing Kyoka looked that day, his cheeks flushing as they boarded the train to the beach. They rode several trains, not too far from the city, with Kyoka sitting next to Izuku, a small bag of snacks in her lap. Leaning against him, she wrapped her arm around his. Izuku asked if she was worried about the heat, to which she shook her head, a sweet smile brightening her face. After a short while, they arrived at the beach, and Izuku was captivated by the stunning scenery. The sand was pristine and white, and the gentle waves created a soothing melody. The blue sea stretched endlessly, blending beautifully with the bright sky. As they stepped onto the beach, Kyoka kicked off her shoes, reveling in the warm sand beneath her feet. With a joyful smile, she pulled Izuku along to experience the sensation for himself. He hesitated for a moment, his face warming, but then followed her with a shy smile. Kyoka suggested they change into their swimsuits, and they headed to the bathroom to do so. Once they were ready, they walked together to the water's edge, where the waves playfully lapped at their feet. The wet sand made their steps more careful, but that didn't diminish the joy radiating from their faces. The warm sun, the sound of the waves, and their laughter made the morning feel like it had paused just for them. Izuku and Kyoka slowly approached the water, their feet meeting the gentle waves. Kyoka looked at Izuku, her eyes sparkling, urging him to join her in the fun. She splashed water at him playfully, causing him to chuckle. They began jogging along the shore, laughter filling the air as the waves lapped at their feet. Occasionally, the water splashed up onto Izuku's breathes, surprising him, which made Kyoka laugh even more. Her laughter was music to Izuku, filling him with a sense of peace and happiness. Suddenly, Kyoka grabbed Izuku's hand, pulling him closer to the shallow water. She expressed her excitement about playing together, and they began splashing water at each other, their laughter echoing around them. Izuku, usually a bit awkward, felt more at ease in this moment. Kyoka smiled at him, her expression radiant, and Izuku couldn't help but smile back, feeling warmth spread across his cheeks. As they played, Izuku stifled his laughter when Kyoka chased him, pretending to fend off the waves. They were lost in simple joy, as if the world belonged solely to them. When they began to tire, Kyoka gazed at the sea thoughtfully, commenting on how different the atmosphere would be if it rained the next day. Izuku smiled at her, assuring her that he didn't mind as long as they were together. This made Kyoka blush, her smile growing warmer. Before long, the sky started to cloud over, and the first drops of rain began to fall. Kyoka suggested they find shelter, pulling Izuku along with her. They dashed toward the trees, which provided a protective canopy from the rain. The area was quiet, just the two of them, and the sound of rain hitting the leaves created an 𝗵𝗃 atmosphere. Kyoka suggested they sit there until the rain stopped, leaning her head against Izuku, her gaze soft and unreadable. They settled on the slightly damp sand, exchanging glances that spoke volumes without the need for words. As Izuku noticed the way Kyoka's shirt clung to her, he quickly diverted his gaze, aware that Kyoka had caught him looking. She moved closer, sitting on his lap, teasingly acknowledging his gaze. Izuku felt his heart race, but he remained focused on her, feeling the warmth radiating from her. He expressed his concern about making her uncomfortable, wrapping his arms around her waist instead. Kyoka playfully urged him to hold her, a hint of nervousness in her voice. She had never felt this bold before, and Izuku could sense her excitement. Despite his initial hesitation, he embraced her, feeling her body tremble slightly. Kyoka reassured him that it was her wish, and as they shared a moment of closeness, their lips met in a gentle kiss. As they kissed, Izuku instinctively deepened the embrace, and Kyoka responded eagerly. They lost themselves in the moment, the world around them fading away. After a while, Kyoka pulled back slightly, her breath quickening. She playfully suggested they stop before things went too far, expressing her concern about being seen. Izuku agreed, suggesting they take a moment to calm down, and Kyoka requested to be held. The rain continued to fall softly outside their shelter, blending with the sound of the waves, creating a soothing atmosphere after their 𝗵𝗃 moment. Izuku wrapped his arms around Kyoka from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. Kyoka leaned into him, her breathing steadying. She expressed her disbelief at how much they had progressed, her cheeks still flushed from their earlier closeness. Kyoka smiled, feeling grateful for Izuku's attention and affection. She playfully remarked on how soft he was, and Izuku, slightly embarrassed, began to apologize. However, Kyoka interrupted him, insisting she was happy and teasing him to be a bit bolder next time. A comfortable silence enveloped them for a few moments, the sea breeze gently tousling Kyoka's damp hair. Izuku tightened his embrace, concerned that she might be cold. Kyoka reassured him that the warmth from their earlier moment had chased away the chill. He lowered his head, resting it against hers, grateful for the connection they had just shared. Izuku expressed that he struggled to contain his emotions earlier, and if Kyoka hadn't intervened, he might have lost control. He embraced her, and after a brief silence, Kyoka revealed her longing to continue their moment but wished for a safer environment where she could fully immerse herself without distractions. She promised that when the time was right, she would ask again, and it would be important for Izuku to be open to her request. Izuku felt a blush rise to his cheeks but nodded in agreement. Kyoka turned to face him directly, her hair slightly damp from the rain, and her cheeks flushed. With soft eyes, she thanked him for respecting her wishes. Izuku, looking at her tenderly, reassured her of his feelings, stating that he loved her while gently wiping the rain from her face. Kyoka froze momentarily, her heart racing at his sudden declaration. She playfully covered her face with her hands, peeking through her fingers at him, and shyly admitted that she loved him too. Leaning against Izuku's chest, she teased him about his boldness, which made him blush even more. Kyoka then suggested they walk and mentioned her hunger. With a playful smile, she allowed Izuku to carry her like a princess, which made her blush and squirm, though she found it comfortable. As they strolled along the beach, she wrapped her arms around his neck, her cheeks warm against him. Izuku walked slowly over the drying sand, the sky still gray but with golden rays of afternoon light trying to break through the clouds. The beach was becoming less crowded as people sought shelter from the rain. After a few minutes, Izuku gently set Kyoka down, and she adjusted her wet hair while clinging to his arm. She pointed out a small stall nearby but reminded him that they needed to change clothes first. After they changed, they headed to the stall to eat. With the rain finally stopped, the sun shone brightly on them, and without thinking, Kyoka took Izuku's hand in hers. Later, as they traveled home on the train, the gentle sway of the carriage and the dim lights created a calming atmosphere. The train was mostly empty, with only a few passengers dozing or focused on their phones. Izuku sat by the window, reflecting on the warmth in his chest from their earlier conversation. He recalled how comforting it felt to hold Kyoka close, especially after she shared her heartfelt words, which made him blush. Kyoka sat beside him, still holding onto his arm, softly discussing her song. However, her voice gradually faded as she succumbed to sleep, leaning against him with her earphone jack resting comfortably around his neck. Eventually, they arrived at Kyoka's house, where Izuku escorted her to her room and exchanged goodbyes with her mother, who seemed to understand his need to leave so as not to worry Inko too much. A few days later, Izuku received messages from both Kyoka and All Might, both inviting him to Island. All Might mentioned that he was inviting Izuku to join his friend 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍𝗔, while Kyoka noted that all her friends had also received invitations. Excited, Kyoka suggested they go together, and Izuku eagerly replied with a concise and enthusiastic message. He also informed All Might that he would be traveling with Kyoka and requested 2 flight tickets. Izuku thought about how All Might seemed to pay attention in his own way, even if he didn't hold back during practice. The day of their journey arrived, and the air was fresh, the sky clear, as if it were encouraging their adventure. Izuku woke up early, motivated by a message from Kyoka stating she was ready and waiting outside her house. He hurried to meet her and found her waiting with a large bag that contained a mini guitar. He complimented her beauty, which made her smile, and she returned the compliment, noting his handsomeness. Together, they set off for the airport, the morning breeze gently blowing as they walked. The streets were still quiet, with only a few shops beginning to open. Izuku adjusted his pace to stay in sync with Kyoka, who quickened her steps to stay close to him. As they arrived at the airport and approached their boarding gate, they were surprised to find that the plane to Island was much larger and more luxurious than they had anticipated. After passing through the boarding line, they confirmed they were indeed in a VIP class. Kyoka expressed her disbelief at All Might's generosity, and Izuku suggested it was a sign of his thoughtfulness. Entering the spacious VIP room on the plane, they settled in, ready for their exciting journey ahead. The spacious area featured 2 large chairs that could recline into beds, wide windows, holographic screens, small tables, and extra blankets and pillows. Kyoka tossed her bag onto the small sofa nearby and expressed her surprise at the size of the space, questioning if it was truly meant for just the 2 of them. Izuku confirmed that All Might had sent 2 tickets, affirming that this was indeed their designated area. Kyoka took a seat, swinging her legs playfully, and encouraged Izuku to relax, reminding him that it was just the 2 of them until they departed. She reassured him that he didn't need to hold back, as long as it remained within safe boundaries. After Izuku closed the door, he blushed and settled beside her. He wrapped his arms around Kyoka, who smiled happily at the embrace. Feeling more at ease, Kyoka shifted to sit on Izuku's lap, her cheeks flushed. They had settled into their seats after the plane took off, with Kyoka wearing a green shirt over a pink t-shirt. The gentle vibrations of the plane prompted her to snuggle closer to Izuku, who tightened his grip, wanting to ensure her safety. He smiled softly at her and remarked that her warmth was due to sitting on his lap. Kyoka lifted her head slightly, gazing at Izuku from just a few centimeters away. She playfully noted that it was normal for him to sit on his girlfriend's lap. Izuku agreed, leaning back in his chair while looking out the window, realizing it would take a few hours to reach their destination. Kyoka chuckled and leaned her head against his shoulder, inviting him to hug her tighter since the room was theirs alone. She clarified that she only meant for a hug, not referencing the previous day's events, which made Izuku blush as he recalled their beach encounter. Following her request, Izuku wrapped his arms around Kyoka's waist, his breath steady as he held her close. Kyoka melted into the embrace, feeling secure. As they approached Island, Kyoka noticed the island coming into view and gently woke Izuku, who had dozed off despite her earlier call. He gazed out the window in awe, marveling at the artificial island inhabited by thousands of scientists. He expressed how it felt like a dream to be vacationing there with her. The pilot announced their impending landing, prompting Kyoka to mention that they would be separated for a while. She explained that Momo and the others wanted to visit a shopping area, and she preferred to avoid drawing attention to their relationship. Izuku reassured her that he would respect her wishes and leaned in to kiss her cheek, causing her to flinch slightly before smiling. After their examination, Izuku and Kyoka parted ways, both wearing matching watches that connected them. Izuku was seen standing next to All Might, who posed a question regarding the purpose of the artificial island. Izuku confidently answered that it was designed to gather talented scientists for Quirk research to assist heroes, noting that its defense system was comparable to Tartarus. Once the examination concluded, they made their way to the inn they had booked. Along the way, they encountered Melissa, who excitedly jumped into All Might's arms, expressing her joy at seeing him. All Might lifted her, commenting on how much she had grown. Their conversation was lengthy, leaving Izuku feeling somewhat overshadowed. All Might introduced Melissa as his friend's daughter, and she extended her hand to Izuku for a handshake. Izuku introduced himself as a first-year student at Hero High School, his smile bright as he spoke. Melissa observed Izuku's costume and commented on its simplicity, inquiring about his quirk. Izuku clarified that his quirk was telekinesis and elemental manipulation, explaining that his muscular physique was a result of lifting heavy objects with his quirk. As they walked together toward David's shield, accompanied by Melissa, All Might announced their reunion event with flair, surprising David and evoking nostalgia from their long separation. Sensing that All Might and David wanted to catch up, Izuku followed Melissa to explore the Island exhibition, where they continued their conversation about what to call each other and Izuku's hero name. Melissa initiated the conversation as they walked through the hallway, suggesting that Izuku should simply call him Midoriya, as his hero name was the elemental ruler, all beyond. Izuku responded to Melissa's inquiry while they explored the exhibition, marveling at various multifunctional beagles capable of flying and swimming. Kyoka, accompanied by Momo and Uraraka, approached them with a flat expression, commenting on Izuku's apparent enjoyment and revealing that she had overheard everything. Melissa, curious, asked if they were Izuku's friends. He clarified that they were his classmates and that there had been a misunderstanding. Izuku explained to Kyoka, Yaoyorozu, and Uraraka that Melissa was simply showing him around the exhibition, mentioning that she was All Might's niece. He wanted to ensure Kyoka didn't feel jealous, especially since Melissa had invited them to join for tea at a cafe, where they chatted about various topics. Despite the presence of Momo and Uraraka, Kyoka struggled to hide her jealousy, her expression revealing her feelings as she silently vowed to confront Izuku later. Nearby, Kaminari and Mineta were enjoying their time as free-time workers, hoping to see appealing girls and explore the exhibition. Lita was also present, and they discussed how they had received invitations. Lita and Momo were invited due to their hero family sponsorship, while Uraraka had a leftover invitation from Momo. When asked about their invitations, Izuku explained that All Might had given him one of the 2 leftover invitations, and Kyoka added that she had coincidentally been beside him when he received it. They soon found themselves in a challenge area where participants were tasked with defeating a villain robot. Kirishima completed the challenge in 33 seconds, while Bakugo finished in just 10 seconds. Kirishima, noticing Izuku's presence, exclaimed in surprise, and Bakugo, with a lopsided grin, challenged Izuku, confident that he could beat his score despite the restrictions on using lightning in that area. The host announced a new challenger, prompting excitement among the crowd. Izuku crossed his arms, declaring his lightning elemental form, which produced a thunderous sound. As the challenge began, he swiftly moved with incredible speed, creating a striking sound as he effortlessly destroyed the robot in just 5 seconds. Returning to his original position, Izuku held a sword of lightning, his attire transformed into a striking red and black ensemble, surrounded by crackling energy. The crowd erupted in cheers, impressed by his speed and precision, as Melissa observed him with a mix of admiration and concern, noting that he seemed like a different person entirely. The warm aura he usually exuded was replaced by a chilling presence, prompting her to reflect on the drastic drop in his power parameters, which All Might had been monitoring. All Might, aware of the stakes, expressed his worries to David, emphasizing the importance of Izuku in maintaining peace in Japan, where crime rates had decreased by 6% due to his influence, compared to a 20% rate in other countries. David, visibly fatigued, shared his concerns about the future, but All Might reassured him, stating that there were many pro-heroes and promising candidates who could step up if a villain like All-for-One emerged again. As the reception party began, Kaminari and Mineta joined the group, and the atmosphere shifted as Melissa stopped Izuku, asking him to accompany her for a moment. Kyoka, observing this interaction, felt a surge of jealousy but chose to ignore it, planning to address her feelings later. Melissa gifted gloves resistant to friction to Izuku, who later gathered with the others, dressed in formal attire. He waited for Kyoka, who was hiding, feeling uncomfortable in her luxurious outfit. She expressed her unease, admitting she wasn't accustomed to such clothing. Izuku, captivated by her appearance, complimented her, causing her to blush and look away. Suddenly, an alarm blared, signaling danger as a criminal attempted to breach the security system during the ongoing party. The announcement warned of explosives detected within the exhibition, urging everyone to take cover. The building was locked down, and the entire island was taken hostage as the security system was compromised. Class A, still outside the room, realized their phones had no signal and the elevators were inoperable. They discussed their options, and Kyoka overheard that a criminal had taken control and was planning an attack on the tower. Izuku, Kyoka, and Shoto joined forces, but they were caught off guard when Mineta opened a door revealing numerous robots. Izuku quickly split into his elemental forms, Earthquake and Lightning, launching a lightning sword slash at a large robot's leg. Meanwhile, Kaminari and Mineta dodged the hacked security robots as Izuku Earthquake delivered a powerful punch to send one flying. The two elemental forms stood side by side, celebrating their teamwork. As two criminals approached, Shoto urged Izuku and the others to ascend to safety while he and the others held off the attackers. Melissa suggested they destroy a wall to escape, and after a successful infiltration, they encountered a massive robot that began firing missiles. Izuku Earthquake created a protective barrier for his friends, and with a determined smile, he rallied Lightning to join him in the fight. They prepared to unleash a powerful combination attack, their fists glowing with energy. The ground shimmered with red crystals as they executed their elemental fusion, creating a formidable new move. Izuku Earthquake declared that their combined power would refresh their strength and weaken the enemy. He formed an iron hammer from the surrounding metal, ready to strike. As he charged at the robot, he shouted about delivering a blow of fear. However, the attack seemed ineffective, leaving Mineta confused as the robot remained undamaged. Izuku, undeterred, reassured everyone that heroes often face setbacks. Kaminari then launched an electric attack at the robot, and as Izuku joined the fray, he absorbed the electricity, feeling invigorated. Melissa observed the energy levels in Izuku's hammer, realizing he grew stronger with each electric charge. With newfound strength, Izuku unleashed a flurry of powerful blows, dealing significant damage to the robot. When the robot threatened his friends, Izuku swiftly intervened, determined to protect Kyoka. He prepared for a decisive strike, shattering the robot with his hammer. With the threat neutralized, Izuku encouraged his friends to follow him as they pressed onward. Kyoka wondered about his newfound confidence and cheeky demeanor. They soon arrived at their destination, where Izuku confronted the mastermind behind the chaos, discovering it was Melissa's father. Shocked, she realized the truth as David remained unaware of the shift in power that had passed to Izuku as the ninth heir. Due to their carelessness, Izuku found himself pinned against the wall by a villain whose quirk allowed him to control iron. Trembling with fear, Izuku managed to break free and prepared to confront 𝗵𝘃𝗻. As 𝗵𝘃𝗻 created an iron barrier, an explosion sent him flying. In a desperate move, 𝗵𝘃𝗻 took David hostage. Izuku, shaking with determination, pursued them wielding a mechanical hammer. He demanded the return of Melissa's father, while dodging 𝗵𝘃𝗻's attacks. However, his energy was dwindling and he was pushed back. Just then, All Might arrived to assist in the battle against 𝗵𝘃𝗻, who had enhanced his quirk using David's research, transforming into a towering iron giant. Kaminari and the others noticed Izuku's exhaustion, prompting 𝗵𝗼 to urge Kaminari to unleash his full power. Nodding in agreement, Kaminari sent a surge of electricity to Izuku, recharging him beyond his limits. Surrounded by crackling energy, Izuku rose, lifting the iron around him and forming a massive mecha. Bakugo and Shoto watched in awe as Izuku declared that this power would create a stir in the world. He was ready to fight in the terrified mecha. Pointing at 𝗵𝘃𝗻, who had also transformed into a giant robot, Izuku demanded the release of the professor. 𝗵𝘃𝗻 retaliated with an iron attack, which the terrified mecha skillfully dodged. Izuku unleashed a powerful punch, damaging 𝗵𝘃𝗻's arm and causing him to release All Might. 𝗵𝘃𝗻, frustrated, attempted to manipulate the terrified mecha, but Izuku and All Might worked together, launching a series of attacks against the iron projectiles sent their way. With a mighty smash, All Might and Izuku struck the main body of 𝗵𝘃𝗻's giant form, shattering the iron structure. Freed, David looked at Izuku, who resembled All Might in silhouette. Their friends cheered from a distance, celebrating the successful conclusion of the battle. Izuku, smiling with satisfaction, addressed the audience, promising to meet again. Kyoka, relieved to see Izuku's stamina still intact, noted that the sabotaged guard systems had returned to normal. Melissa marveled at Izuku's unique quirk, which combined and transformed elements in ways she had never seen before. As the morning sky over Island turned golden, the UA group prepared to return home. The floating city gradually receded behind them as they boarded their respective planes. Once the plane took off, Kyoka, feeling a bit guilty for her earlier jealousy, asked if she could rest her head on Izuku's shoulder. Although she anticipated his response, she leaned back and soon fell asleep. Izuku, noticing her slumber, gently held her hand and adjusted the blanket over her shoulders to keep her warm, using telekinesis to ensure she remained comfortable. Every few minutes, Kyoka tightened her grip, bringing a smile to Izuku's face. 2 days later, Izuku was practicing guitar, remembering the lessons Kyoka had taught him as he composed an original song for her titled Only You. At home, he was visited by Kaminari and Mineta, who excitedly invited him to the swimming pool. They planned to train together before summer training began. Izuku agreed and prepared to join them. Meanwhile, Aizawa and Vlad discussed strategies to enhance their students' strength during training, sharing insights about their abilities. Aizawa highlighted Izuku's quirk, noting his telekinesis and elemental control, which allowed him to lift objects and combine elements. Just then, Izuku, Kaminari, and Mineta arrived to request permission to use the swimming pool, and they headed there together. Izuku, donning his swimming trunks, praised Mineta's idea, acknowledging that utilizing the school pool for endurance training was a brilliant choice. Kaminari thought about Mineta, who seemed to share his mindset, as they both had a tendency to be a bit mischievous. Mineta mused that if it were just the two of them, they likely wouldn't be allowed to use the pool. Their curiosity about the girls wanting to swim was evident, as both boys found themselves daydreaming about the swimsuits they might wear. With Izuku leading the way, Kaminari and Mineta dashed towards the pool, their imaginations running wild. They envisioned it as their paradise. Upon arrival, Lita greeted them, causing Kaminari and Mineta to stumble slightly as they slid past him. Mineta questioned Lita's presence, noticing that the rest of Class A was there, except for Kirishima and Bakugo, who were likely running late for some reason. Izuku explained that he had sent a message to the class about endurance training in the pool, inviting them to join. Kaminari expressed his annoyance at Izuku's diligence, while Mineta whispered that there must be girls swimming, and sure enough, they spotted the girls in modest swimsuits that covered them from neck to knees. Lita, displaying his muscular physique, praised Kaminari and Mineta for suggesting joint endurance training, unaware of their true intentions. The girls were engaged in a game of water volleyball, which proved to be more challenging than it appeared. The other boys practiced, taking breaks every 15 minutes. During one of these breaks, Lita brought cold drinks to refresh everyone, lifting their spirits. Izuku watched as Kyoka played with the other girls, prompting Lita to inquire about his distraction. Izuku admitted he felt a bit strange, reflecting on how he never expected to become such good friends with Lita after the entrance exam. He recalled how Lita had impressed him during the practical exam by saving 𝗬𝗓𝗏 and 𝗔𝘂𝘁. Lita admired Izuku's determination, recalling how he had even saved Todoroki from his own struggles. Izuku expressed his happiness about being at U, fulfilling his dream of competing and growing stronger. Just then, Bakugo arrived, interrupting their conversation with his usual fiery demeanor. He challenged Izuku, claiming he wouldn't let anyone surpass him, even if they were his classmates. Kirishima, holding Bakugo back, reminded him that they were all friends. As the swimming competition began, the first group included Bakugo, Mineta, Tokoyami, Kaminari, and Koda. Bakugo soared ahead, using his quirk to fly rather than swim. The others utilized their quirks as well, with Shoto, Aoyama, and Siro showing their unique styles. Izuku, Ojiro, and Shoji prepared for their turn, and when the race started, Izuku shot forward with incredible speed. Siro, watching from the sidelines, commented on how he thought Midoriya would be the fastest, but it was clear that this was a swimming competition. As the final round approached, Lita prepared to start the race, but just as they were about to activate their quirks, they found themselves unexpectedly submerged in the water. Emerging, they noticed Aizawa announcing that their time in the pool was over, urging everyone to head home. Kaminari protested, lamenting that they had been interrupted just as the excitement was building. Bakugo expressed his frustration, feeling that their fun had been cut short. Kirishima tried to calm him down, reminding him that Midoriya and Todoroki were their friends. Bakugo grumbled about not letting anyone surpass him, walking alongside Kirishima. Meanwhile, Izuku walked home with Kyoka, who expressed her disappointment about Aizawa stopping the race but assured him that she believed he would win. Izuku, holding her hand, acknowledged that while he was confident, there were still challengers out there. When Kyoka asked who could possibly beat him, Izuku smiled and replied that it was the person whose hand he was holding, making Kyoka blush with happiness. On Aizawa's side, he informed 𝗲𝗏𝗃 that the summer training ground had been changed to keep its location secret from villains, with only Aizawa, 𝗲𝗏𝗃, and the higher-ups aware of it. The school had been infiltrated by Shigaraki's side, and they had already obtained the initial location of the training ground through their spies. Meanwhile, Izuku and Kyoka were in Kyoka's room, still dressed, when Kyoka couldn't contain her excitement. She leaned in to kiss Izuku, their lips meeting as they shared a moment of closeness. They lay on the bed, and the earphone jack was wrapped around Izuku's neck. After breaking the kiss, Izuku held Kyoka's cheeks in his hands, causing her to blush. He pulled her in for another kiss, which she clearly enjoyed. As she opened her eyes, her left hand rested on Izuku's cheek, and she thought to herself how deeply she had fallen for him. It was a realization that made her feel special, as she had given her first kiss to him and cherished every moment they shared. After their kiss, Kyoka felt shy about progressing further, so they limited themselves to kissing for now. Izuku, wanting to respect her boundaries, was content with their current closeness. The next morning, the first semester at UA had concluded, and Class A gathered in front of the gate, buzzing with excitement for summer vacation. Aizawa reminded them that those aspiring to be heroes had no time to rest, as they would be training with the Plush Ultra. The students responded enthusiastically, eager for the summer training to begin. Kyoka turned to Izuku, expressing her anticipation for the training, while Izuku shared his longing to improve his elemental powers and reach his full potential. As they prepared to board the bus, Monoma made a remark about some Class A students taking extra classes, hinting at those who had struggled with the final exam. Kendo quickly pulled him onto the bus, while Yanagi commented on Monoma's intimidating presence. Uraraka spotted Class B and greeted them, and Tokage acknowledged Class A as well. Izuku called out to his friends, directing them to the bus, and they all climbed aboard. Izuku sat next to Lida, with Kyoka behind him, seated with Momo. During the trip, Aizawa informed them that the bus would stop in an hour, but Kaminari interrupted, suggesting they turn on some music. Aizawa, seeing the students' excitement, allowed it, and soon they were all enjoying the moment. After a while, they stopped to stretch their legs, and Izuku took a moment to relax. Mineta, meanwhile, was searching for a place to relieve himself. Aizawa greeted two familiar figures who were dancing, introducing Mandalay and 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏, who would be training them during their summer session. Mandalay explained that the entire forest area was theirs for the training, and they would be camping at the foot of the mountain. Uraraka questioned why they were stopping, and Tsuyu guessed something was amiss. Siro, sensing a bad feeling, suggested they return to the bus, but Mandalay assured them they would arrive at their destination by noon if they hurried. As the training commenced, 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏 demonstrated their abilities, and the students were informed that they could use their talents freely in this private area. Mandalay explained the challenge ahead, which involved navigating through a forest filled with wild animals. Kaminari compared it to a video game, and Kyoka wondered if UA was always like this. Mineta, unable to wait any longer, dashed off to find a restroom, but upon finishing he encountered a golem emerging from the ground, ready to attack him. In a split second, Izuku activated his powers, transforming into 3 elemental forms: lightning, typhoon, and earthquake, ready to protect his friends. Izuku summoned an earth golem, holding it firmly in front of Mineta. He unleashed a wind shuriken, targeting the opponent's golem while using lightning to safely relocate Mineta. Observing the wild monster before him, Izuku realized it was indeed a golem. Mandalay, witnessing Izuku's flight, commented on the chaotic schedule. Aizawa explained that he wanted to provide the students with experiences they should have had at the start of their second year, emphasizing the need for them to prepare as heroes when faced with active criminals. Izuku unleashed a lightning spear, successfully destroying one of the golems. The team divided their efforts to combat the golem monster. Izuku initiated a series of ground tremors, causing the earth to rise and attack the golem swiftly, leading to its destruction. He cheered for his classmates, encouraging them to finish the challenge. With a shared determination, Class 1A coordinated their strengths and defeated the golems created by 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏. Emerging from the forest, they approached the waiting teachers, returning to their normal forms but covered in dirt. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗍, impressed, remarked on how quickly they had defeated her earth monster, especially the four of them. She expressed her eagerness for them to gain more experience, playfully lunging towards them, but Izuku jumped back to avoid her. Aizawa inquired about her behavior, and Mandalay explained that 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗍 was feeling a bit desperate due to her age. Izuku pointed out 𝗧𝗪𝗧, asking if he was Aizawa and Mandalay's child. Mandalay clarified that 𝗧𝗪𝗧 was her cousin's child and encouraged him to introduce himself. Izuku greeted 𝗧𝗪𝗧 warmly, but 𝗧𝗪𝗧 unexpectedly struck him, causing Izuku to wince in pain. 𝗧𝗪𝗧 scolded 𝗧𝗪𝗧 for his actions, while Kyoka expressed concern for Izuku. 𝗧𝗪𝗧 declared his reluctance to associate with aspiring heroes, prompting Bakugo to comment on his pretentiousness. Aizawa approached Izuku, inquiring about his well-being after the incident. Mandalay felt guilty and reassured Izuku that it was all right since he had managed to mitigate the pain. Later, the group enjoyed a meal together, celebrating their victory and feeling content after their earlier challenges. Mineta, however, was found standing on the wall separating the men's and women's baths, causing concern among his classmates. Izuku, noticing Mineta's antics, cautioned him about the potential consequences of his actions. 𝗧𝗏 confronted Mineta, urging him to stop his behavior, which he dismissed as harmless. As Mineta attempted to climb over the wall, he encountered 𝗧𝗪𝗧, leading to a tumble that was fortunately caught by 𝗧𝗏. The others expressed their gratitude to 𝗧𝗪𝗧 for his intervention. Kyoka, relaxing in the water, had a faint mark on her neck, a reminder of her connection with Izuku. As 𝗧𝗪𝗧 surprised everyone by falling, Izuku quickly used his powers to catch him before he hit the ground. Mandalay reassured them that 𝗧𝗪𝗧 had merely fainted from fear. She explained 𝗧𝗪𝗧's past, detailing how the town's elders, who were heroes, had been killed while protecting citizens. This tragic history had instilled a deep-seated resentment towards heroes in 𝗧𝗪𝗧, who struggled to understand their role in society. The following morning at 6:30, the students were already awake and dressed in their gym attire, though some still appeared sleepy. Aizawa addressed the group, explaining that they would begin training to enhance their strength, emphasizing the importance of being prepared for battle at any moment. He called on Bakugo to throw the ball again, reminding him that his record during the talent test was 705 meters. Aizawa handed him the ball, and Bakugo managed to achieve a distance of 709.6 meters. 𝗧𝗪𝗧, observing this, expressed surprise at the result, which clearly annoyed Bakugo. Aizawa pointed out that although the students had developed mentally and physically over the past 3 months at UE, their talents had not progressed as much. He informed them that today's focus would be on developing their abilities. Aizawa warned them that the training would be extremely challenging and urged them to stay safe. Vlad King echoed Aizawa's sentiments as he approached Class 1A. Bakugo was seen honing his explosive power, while Todoroki alternated between using ice and fire to regulate the temperature of the bathwater. 𝗧𝗪𝗧 was instructed to use tape to enhance his strength and speed. Izuku, under Aizawa's watchful eye, was encouraged to connect with nature and increase his power output. He focused on calming his body and soul, allowing the wind to guide him to a higher stage. As he meditated, the wind swirled around him, creating a shimmering dome that lifted him into the air. Aizawa observed the transformation, ready to intervene if necessary. When the wind subsided, Izuku's gym clothes had changed to white with blue patterns, and a scarf flowed behind him. He introduced himself as Izuku Tempest, now at stage 3 of his wind abilities, with bright blue eyes. He descended slowly, greeting Aizawa with enthusiasm. Aizawa noted that Izuku had maintained control and encouraged him to practice his techniques in this new form. Izuku Tempest began training his attack, creating a mini-storm he named Vortex, which surrounded him. As he approached a set of rocks, they were effortlessly torn apart. 𝗃𝗁𝗄𝗎 was instructed to train with his dark shadow in complete darkness, aiming for better control. Kaminari faced the challenge of enduring electricity from numerous batteries. Class B arrived just in time to witness Class A's intense training, which appeared grueling as they pushed their limits. Rin remarked on the harshness of the training, especially noting the wind tornadoes generated by Izuku Tempest. After completing his training, Izuku returned to his original form, aware that prolonged use of his powers could be taxing. He encouraged everyone to cook with enthusiasm, fostering a sense of camaraderie among the group. Later, they gathered to cook together, preparing for the next day when they would have to cook independently as part of their experience. That evening, as they helped one another, Kirishima praised the delicious food they had made. Meanwhile, Izuku noticed 𝗧𝗏 in a nearby hiding spot, his stomach rumbling. He approached, offering a plate of curry and asking if 𝗧𝗏 was hungry. 𝗧𝗏, visibly irritated, demanded to know why Izuku was there. Izuku apologized, explaining that he had followed 𝗧𝗏's trail, thinking he might want to eat. 𝗧𝗏 insisted he didn't want to be near Izuku and ordered him to leave his hiding place. 𝗧𝗏 expressed his disdain, questioning the need to flaunt strength. Despite the small talk, the city's atmosphere remained unchanged. Izuku, observing the situation, reflected on the city's aversion to heroes and superhumans. As 𝗧𝗏 was dismissed, Izuku felt compelled to offer him food, understanding that 𝗧𝗏 might be hungry. That night, Class A and Class B settled into their respective rooms, unaware that the League of Villains was drawing closer, their location compromised by spies. The following morning, training resumed, though some students appeared fatigued from the previous day's extra lessons. Aizawa urged everyone to concentrate and move quickly, emphasizing the importance of remembering their starting point as a means of growth. Izuku, Shoto, and Bakugo contemplated their beginnings, with Izuku recalling his time in his grandfather's village, where he first discovered his abilities. As he transitioned to his third stage, Izuku practiced diligently, embodying the form of Tempest. Later that evening, a test of courage was planned, but Aizawa informed a group of students that they would be joining him for remedial lessons, much to their dismay. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗏 and Mina enthusiastically explained the rules of the test, which involved Class B students acting as ghosts while Class A students paired up to face them. As the test commenced, a sudden attack from the League of Villains disrupted the event, catching everyone off guard. Students were swiftly targeted, and 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗏 was struck by an attack from a magnetic villain, causing panic among those who remained. Mineta, retreating, questioned the presence of villains. Izuku rushed to help 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗏 but was restrained by Tiger, who urged him to stay calm. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 communicated telepathically, warning everyone of the attack and instructing those who could move to head to the dormitory. Aizawa took charge, promising to protect the students while confronting the villains outside. Dabi confronted him, insisting that the pro-hero was their true target. Meanwhile, Spinner and other villains revealed their intentions, questioning the students and taunting them. Tora, filled with anger, defended 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗏, asserting that no one should harm her. As the situation escalated, 𝗵𝗃𝗁 directed Lita and the others to retreat while she and the others prepared to confront the villains. Izuku, determined to find 𝗧𝗏, was granted permission to search for him. 𝗧𝗏, meanwhile, encountered Muscular, who taunted him and demanded entertainment. The sight of Muscular triggered painful memories for 𝗧𝗏, and just as Muscular lunged at him, Izuku intervened, though his phone was damaged in the process. Izuku, now focused on protecting 𝗧𝗏, felt the weight of the situation. He transformed into Tempest, the wind swirling around him as he prepared to face Muscular. With a resolute voice, he urged 𝗧𝗏 to run, vowing to protect him. Muscular laughed at the notion of heroism, but Izuku was determined to stand his ground and defend those in need. Wherever Muscular appeared, he always spoke of justice. He had been ordered to eliminate Midoriya, who was now his opponent. Izuku Tempest soared on his hoverboard high above the steep mountain, evading Muscular's onslaught with agility. Muscular leaped toward him, but Izuku dodged swiftly, like the wind. Rocks were hurled in his direction, yet Izuku maneuvered expertly, forming a wind shield to deflect the projectiles. 𝗧𝗏, recalling 𝗵𝗃𝗁's words about his parents, felt tears welling up as he approached Aizawa, sharing that their target was Bakugo after Muscular had inadvertently revealed it. Meanwhile, the battle between Izuku Tempest and Muscular continued. Izuku, with a cheerful demeanor, taunted Muscular, asking if he couldn't land a hit. Muscular, frustrated, charged up the mountain, but Izuku playfully dodged, inviting him to chase. Muscular's anger grew as he prepared for a powerful leap. Izuku's hoverboard transformed into a large axe, which he wielded with a confident smile. He spun, unleashing wind energy that sent Muscular crashing into the mountain, creating a shockwave. Muscular retaliated by throwing more rocks, but Izuku evaded them with a laugh, mocking his opponent. Izuku struck back, using his Tempest Axe to send Muscular hurtling once again toward the mountain. Muscular shouted in outrage, but Izuku, with a bright smile in his blue eyes, reminded him that he wouldn't lose to someone who underestimated him. Muscular, furious, threatened to taste Izuku's BLD, but Izuku found it amusing, laughing at the irony of Muscular's accusations. As the battle escalated, Izuku pushed back against Muscular's attacks with his axe, creating a whirlwind that propelled Muscular upward. Izuku soared above him, transforming his broken hoverboard into another axe, preparing for another strike. With a gleeful shout, he lunged at Muscular, his eyes shining brightly as he unleashed his power. Muscular was sent crashing down, but before he could land, Izuku was already beneath him, delivering another punch that sent him flying again, all while laughing maniacally. Izuku reveled in the chaos, taunting Muscular about his earlier threats. In the distance, a storm began to swirl around Izuku as he continued his wild laughter. He searched for Muscular, challenging him to show himself. The dark shadow of 𝗳𝗏𝗄𝗵𝗃 loomed nearby, adding to the chaos. Aizawa rushed toward Mandalay, warning everyone to stay clear of the raging dark shadow. As Izuku approached, he unleashed a powerful vortex around him, the force of the wind strong enough to uproot trees if not for their sturdy nature. He called out for Muscular, his laughter echoing through the air. The battle intensified as Izuku launched a vortex ball at the dark shadow, which retaliated, creating shockwaves that pushed everyone back. Shoji, struggling to maintain his footing, marveled at the overwhelming power displayed by both Izuku and the dark shadow. Izuku's laughter filled the air as he searched for Muscular, the tornado around him growing ever larger, ready to unleash more chaos. The dark shadow surged forward, its claws aimed at Izuku Tempest, who skillfully evaded the attack with a swirling tornado barrier. Izuku, filled with excitement, challenged the creature, eager for the confrontation. He unleashed a powerful tornado shaped like a drill, calling it a vortex whirl, which ensnared the dark shadow, pulling it into the swirling winds. However, the dark shadow fought back from within, clawing at the air, causing Izuku's determination to intensify. His eyes shone brighter, and the tornado expanded further. As the chaos unfolded, the criminals retreated, having captured Bakugo during the tumult. Izuku's grin widened as he launched a massive tornado toward the dark shadow, successfully injuring it and forcing it to shrink under the pressure. The dark shadow retaliated, transforming into a colossal form that threatened to engulf Izuku like a dark dragon. Yet, with a hearty laugh, Izuku pushed back against the shadow's advance. Shoto and Shoji, who were nearby, prepared to defend against the escalating situation. Shoto created a wall of ice, urging Izuku to regain control. The winds howled, trees creaked, and the ground trembled as Izuku's tornado grew in strength. Shoto, concerned, noted that the situation was worsening, unlike anything he had witnessed before. Aizawa, Vlad King, and Mandalay arrived, trying to assess the chaos. Shoto reported that while the dark shadow was beginning to recede, Izuku was spiraling out of control. Aizawa, with a furrowed brow, recognized the potential devastation if the tornado expanded beyond the training area, threatening nearby villages. Determined to intervene, Aizawa instructed Shoto to freeze the tornado's outer edges to contain its growth. Shoto complied, launching a massive ice attack that briefly slowed the tornado's rotation. Aizawa, noticing the now smaller dark shadow, devised a plan. He directed 𝗳𝗏𝗄𝗵𝗃 to let the dark shadow rampage again, but to focus its attacks on the tornado's core, allowing them to locate Izuku. 𝗳𝗏𝗄𝗵𝗃 hesitated but ultimately agreed, recalling how Izuku had always supported him in class. As the dark shadow struck the tornado, gaps opened, revealing Izuku's silhouette, his expression twisted with a sinister smile and glowing eyes. Aizawa's quirk activated, but to his shock, he realized it was ineffective against Izuku. The energy surrounding him remained relentless. 𝗵𝘃𝗃 expressed disbelief that Izuku's erasure quirk had no effect. 𝗵𝘃𝗁, sensing the urgency, prepared to enter Izuku's mind directly, despite Izuku's concerns about the risks involved. With determination, she focused her abilities and entered Izuku's consciousness, finding herself amidst a chaotic tornado. Outside, Izuku appeared malevolent, while inside he struggled to contain his overwhelming power. 𝗵𝘃𝗁 urged Izuku to regain control, reminding him that he was the one in command of his abilities. Izuku, caught between laughter and distress, fought against the chaos within. 𝗵𝘃𝗁 encouraged him to release the overwhelming energy, and as Izuku screamed, a shockwave erupted, causing the mega tornado to cease. Izuku's eyes returned to their normal state, and he fell from the sky, unconscious. Izuku rushed to catch him, while Shoto used fire to restore the dark shadow to its original form. 𝗃𝗁𝗵𝗲 expressed his gratitude to Izuku for saving them. As Izuku carried the fainted Izuku, he checked on 𝗵𝘃𝗁, who nodded in response, acknowledging the ordeal they had just faced. Izuku felt a chaotic turmoil within his mind, struggling to regain control over his body. He could sense the overwhelming energy that seemed to consume him. 𝗵𝘃𝗁 observed the situation and noted the child's connection to nature, expressing concern about the potential instability of his powers. 𝗵𝘃𝗃 pondered the implications of Izuku's abilities, considering the elemental forces that could be at play if he reached a critical state. Izuku carried Izuku's unconscious form, noting his steady breathing despite the weakness that enveloped him, as if all his strength had been drained away. The once turbulent winds had calmed, leaving behind a ravaged forest. That night, Izuku contacted emergency services, and within 15 minutes, they arrived to extinguish the flames that had erupted in the forest. Among the 40 students, 15 were unconscious due to the villain attack, while 11 sustained various injuries. 13 students emerged unscathed, but one, Bakugo, was missing, having been kidnapped. On the pro-hero side, 𝗃𝗃𝗵𝗲 was in critical condition from a head injury, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 had lost a significant amount of BLD, likely also kidnapped. 3 villains, Muscular, Mustard, and Moonfish, were apprehended, with Muscular found severely injured in the forest. The injured students were taken to the hospital, and Izuku, having lost control, was placed in a room beside Kyoka, who was also recovering from the effects of the gas used by the criminals. The following day, reporters gathered outside 𝗬𝗓, clamoring for details about the previous day's events. 𝗬𝗓 teachers convened to discuss the incident, speculating that Bakugo's aggressive nature may have made him a target. President Mike voiced his suspicions about a potential traitor among them, pointing out that only a select few knew the camp's location. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 cautioned against jumping to conclusions, reminding everyone that it was not the time for accusations. They focused on ensuring the students' safety and devising a plan to rescue Bakugo. All Might received a call from 𝗃𝗁𝗃, who mentioned that they might be able to track the criminal's location thanks to a device placed by one of the students now in the hospital. All Might, visibly angered, declared his intent to confront the villains. News of the incident spread quickly, causing concern among the parents for their children's safety. Meanwhile, Shigaraki reveled in the notoriety gained from the chaos, speaking to Bakugo, who was bound and unable to respond. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the hospital window, illuminating the room filled with the scent of antiseptic and the rhythmic sounds of medical equipment. Izuku lay motionless in bed, while Kyoka, still asleep from the effects of the gas, rested nearby. After a day, Kyoka awoke, greeted by the relieved faces of her parents, Mika and Kyotoku. She recognized her surroundings and asked if she was in the hospital. Seeing Izuku beside her, she called out his name, wanting to rise, but her parents urged her to remain calm. They reassured her that the doctor had said she needed to rest, and that Izuku would be happy to see her once he woke up. After a day of anxious waiting, Kyoka, feeling better, sat in a chair, her eyes fixed on Izuku, who remained unconscious. Jiro's parents had restricted visitors to avoid disturbing him, but 𝗵𝘃𝗁 was allowed in to visit. Kyoka questioned what had happened at the camp, recalling the attack by the criminals and expressing her disbelief that Izuku, strong as he was, could end up like this. 𝗵𝘃𝗁 sighed, explaining that Izuku's powers had spiraled out of control during his fight with Muscular, leaving him in a chaotic state. She reassured Kyoka that despite the turmoil, Izuku was still himself inside, trying to regain control. Mandalay encouraged Kyoka to stay by Izuku's side, believing it would aid in his recovery. Unbeknownst to them, Kirishima, Shoto, and Momo were planning a rescue mission for Bakugo. Initially, they intended to include Izuku, but Inko and Mika insisted he remain in the hospital to recover. Shoto supported their decision, noting Izuku's instability after the incident. Lita was tasked with ensuring they did not act recklessly. Meanwhile, pro-heroes were contacted by the police for assistance in the rescue mission, including 𝗵𝘃𝗏, Best Jeanist, 𝗔𝘂𝘁𝗵𝗏, Gang Orca, Gran Torino, Tora, Kamui, and 𝗵𝘃𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗏. As the heroes and police strategized, Kirishima's team made their way to the designated location, where Bakugo was confronted by Shigaraki, who invited him to join forces, only to be met with rejection. That night, Izuku awoke just as Kyoka was watching a live news broadcast featuring Aizawa, a rare occurrence. Vlad King and the principal appeared on screen, addressing the situation and announcing plans for a new dormitory to ensure safety. Izuku awoke, his confusion evident as he looked around. Kyoka, who had been anxiously waiting, felt a wave of relief wash over her. She immediately embraced him, tears streaming down her face as she expressed her worry. Izuku returned the hug, hoping to soothe her distress. After a moment, Kyoka began to recount everything that had happened, urging Izuku to listen closely. He felt a deep sense of regret as he explained that he had lost control during the third stage of his transformation, despite his promise to protect her. Kyoka reassured him, stating that Bakugo would be rescued by the teachers and pro-heroes, and all they could do now was wait and see what would unfold. Meanwhile, Bakugo, who had been silent and seemingly calm, suddenly erupted with energy as soon as his HNDCFFs were removed. He expressed his frustration at the villains, accusing them of being foolish and desperate for attention. He declared his determination to win like All Might, dismissing their intentions as meaningless. Elsewhere, Lita, Shoto, Kirishima, and Momo moved toward what they believed was Bakugo's location. Kirishima's team, however, found themselves in a different area, tracking a Nomu instead of following the original path. They stumbled upon the site where the Nomu had been created. Shigaraki, through a television broadcast, called out to All for One for assistance. Bakugo, still defiant, questioned Shigaraki's authority. Just then, a loud crash interrupted them as All Might burst through the wall, ready to confront the villains. 𝗔𝘂𝘁𝗵𝗏 quickly moved to engage Kurojirai, while Kamui used his powers to restrain the villains. All Might declared that the villain alliance's time was up, assuring Bakugo that he was now safe. Shigaraki, caught by Kamui's bindings, expressed his disbelief at All Might's arrival. Meanwhile, 𝗵𝘃𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗏 was seen attacking the Nomu manufacturing facility, uncovering the body of Ragdoll, who had almost been transformed into a Nomu. Back with All Might, he confronted Shigaraki, stating that his mischief had gone too far. Gran Torino inquired about the location of Shigaraki's boss just as another portal opened, releasing a Nomu. Bakugo suddenly coughed up a black liquid, a sign of the warp that had affected him and the other villains. All Might reached out to grab Bakugo, but he vanished, leaving All Might in despair. As chaos erupted outside, Kamui called for 𝗵𝘃𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗏 help, but they were soon attacked by more Nomu. Tsukachi questioned Jeanist about the situation, while Kirishima and his team paused, hearing footsteps approaching from the darkness. All for One appeared, expressing his intent to take Tora's quirk. Gang Orca warned him to stop, but All for One easily broke free, sending 𝗵𝘃𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗏 flying. Kirishima's group, hidden behind a wall, felt the pressure of All for One's presence, which instilled fear in them. All for One taunted the heroes, acknowledging their quick decisions but also hinting at their impending defeat. Best Jeanist, despite his efforts, was struck down, leaving Bakugo to confront the villain alliance once again. He arrived, coughing and determined, ready to face the challenges ahead. The young hero Bakugo was reminded of his purpose as All for One approached Tamura. Just then, All Might arrived, delivering a powerful punch to All for One, who was holding back. All Might declared that he would make All for One take responsibility for his actions. All for One retorted, questioning if All Might wanted to defeat him again, while the area around them showed signs of destruction from their clash. He noted that All Might had arrived too late, pointing out the short distance he had to cover and how weak he had become. All Might, undeterred, challenged All for One, vowing to bring Bakugo home and imprison him along with his villain alliance. All for One, appearing larger and more imposing, responded that such a task would be difficult for both of them. He unleashed a shockwave that halted All Might midair before sending him crashing through several buildings. Meanwhile, Bakugo skillfully evaded capture, his agility on full display, while All Might struggled to focus on the battle, needing to protect Bakugo. Kirishima, Lida, and Shoto devised a plan, hoping Izuku would join them. As the wall crumbled, Shoto created a slide that propelled them into the sky. In the air, Kirishima signaled to Bakugo, who prepared to launch himself. Bakugo, with explosive energy, grabbed Kirishima's hand, calling him foolish for the leap. All Might, now able to focus, acknowledged their determination as Gran Torino joined the fray, attacking the remaining members of the villain alliance. All for One, having been pushed back, repositioned the villain alliance. The intense battle resumed, with All for One using Gran Torino as bait, causing All Might to inadvertently strike his ally. All Might quickly saved Gran Torino and retaliated with a powerful smash, but All for One continued to hold back, aware that letting All Might fight seriously would lead to trouble. The devastation around them was evident, with many civilians still trapped in the debris. As the fight raged on, All Might managed to shatter the mask on All for One's face. Gran Torino, witnessing All Might's struggle, realized his body was reaching its limits. All for One taunted All Might, mentioning his teacher, which only fueled All Might's anger. He refused to let All for One provoke him further, but the villain continued to instigate, leading to a moment where All Might was thrown into the sky, only to be saved by Gran Torino before crashing into a helicopter. Gran Torino urged All Might to remain calm, warning him not to let his emotions cloud his judgment again. The destruction of the Kamino district was evident, and a reporter noted the gravity of the situation as All Might faced the mastermind behind the League of Villains. Izuku and Kyoka, watching from the hospital, were filled with concern. Kyoka clutched Izuku's hand tightly, worried about All Might's safety. Izuku reassured her, despite his own anxiety, that All Might would prevail. All for One, sensing the erosion of trust in heroes, expressed his disdain for All Might, revealing his own hatred stemming from their shared history. He prepared to attack but hesitated when he noticed a civilian still trapped. All Might, prioritizing the safety of others, held back, leading to a massive explosion. As the smoke cleared, All Might's true form was revealed, much thinner than before. All for One relished the moment, knowing the media would broadcast this vulnerability. Bakugo and the onlookers were shocked to see All Might's frail appearance, while Izuku felt a mix of disbelief and concern as the secret of All Might's condition was exposed. Yet, All Might stood firm, declaring that despite his weakened state, the spirit of the symbol of peace remained strong within him. He vowed that it would not be easy for All for One to extinguish that determination. All for One revealed that Shigaraki Tamura was the grandson of Shimura Nana, causing All Might's eyes to widen in shock. A woman, protected by All Might, urged him not to lose hope as she was trapped under rubble. Citizens around them expressed their concern, questioning the danger of the situation. Bakugo, with a hoarse voice, urged All Might to win, while others echoed the sentiment, believing in his strength. In a hospital room, Izuku and Kyoka cheered for All Might, even knowing their voices wouldn't reach him. They clung to the hope that One for All represented, wishing for All Might to hear their encouragement. All Might, using the last remnants of One for All, recalled his teacher's words about remembering one's purpose when reaching the limit. As All for One underestimated him, All Might prepared for a fierce battle. Endeavor arrived, questioning All Might's current state. Meanwhile, help began to arrive for those trapped, as pro-heroes attempted to lighten All Might's burden. All for One declared that One for All was no longer within All Might, only a small ember remained. He lunged at All Might, initiating a fierce fistfight that created shockwaves. The onlookers watched anxiously as All Might summoned his strength for one final attack, declaring goodbye to All for One as he unleashed a powerful smash that formed a massive explosion, resembling a tornado. As the dust settled, cheers erupted for All Might, who had triumphed but at the cost of his powers. He was now quirkless. Kyoka, unable to witness the battle, found comfort in Izuku's embrace, hiding her face in his chest. They remained awake throughout the night, and by morning, All for One was captured and taken to Tartarus. A large-scale evacuation was underway to rescue those trapped, with reporters covering the events live. All Might, in his weakened form, addressed the camera, signaling that it was now Izuku's turn. Although it appeared to be a warning for criminals, Izuku interpreted it differently, understanding it as a message of encouragement. He had used all his power, and now it was Izuku's time to rise. Tears streamed down Izuku's face as he found Kyoka asleep and gently placed her beside him in the spacious bed. The morning brought a sense of shock for All Might as he learned of Shigaraki's lineage. Despite no longer being the symbol of peace, he was asked to stay at 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to teach students like Ida, Momo, Shoto, and Kirishima. Bakugo was taken to the police station, where they would report that he was safe, though they anticipated some anger at school later.